Well, hello, good evening, good day, everybody, and welcome to this special session of Ask Abhijit. Maybe an 8 hour session. Let's see how it goes. First time I'm ever doing something this long. I hope everyone is doing great. Let me see who all is there on the live chat. I've got my screen over here. I'll see you all over here. So let's see who all is there. I can see Suraj Chauhan, Achintya Anand, Hensi Penguin, Geopolitical Dubey, Binit Abhyuday Singh, Suhas Reddy, Ayush Singh, Imatistic, Sagar Thorat, Ashish Singh, Dev, Shivasai, Vladimir Putin, Mama Bucket VFX, Dhruv Durya, Shashank Kaushik, Jai Shri Krishna, Vishwendra Singh, Mystic SK, Satish Chauhan, Nutan Roshan, Random Shots, Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, Ashwini, Divnoor Singh, Sagar Thorat, Hensi Penguin, Suman Shekhar Sarangi, Mayank, Random Shots, Achintya Anand, Geopolitical Dubey is here. Satish Chauhan, who else do we have? Rudra, Pragya, Niranjan, Achintya Anand, Pratik Vora, Rudra, once again, Dev, Dark Knight, 5:30 a.m., where Dark Knight is, Ayush Singh, Mayank, Binit, Abhijit M, Shivasai Arush Rana, Kautilya Rishi, MK, Ashish Singh, Mohammad Faizan, Satish Chauhan, UC, Nitin Kumar, Vinit Yadav, Brijesh Maklavin, Shanks, Konichiwa, Bhuvanendra Upada, Advait Mehta, Daksha, Will Nair, Shreyas Mitra from Moscow. All right, sir. Satellite from Goa, Swaminathan Iyer, Kula Oji, Nutan Roshan, Vikash PJ, Teen Talks Dharma, Anahita, Gaurav Sarkar, Priyanka Javalia, Shri Hari Arun, Mahi Shrestha, Archan, Vikas PJ, Pratik Thagare, Vaishnav Datesh, Swaminathan, Sri Hari, Amisha Mishra, one of two, LRNGRWRPT, Suraj from Bangalore, and Untriggered, Mama Bucket, Tanmay Deshpande, Nabanita Das, Konichiwa Shanks, Vansh Gada, GRS, Vinit Yadav, everybody else. All right. Samarth Pusalkar. Okay. I guess everyone is here. Untriggered, Alan J. Victor, Sentin, yes, SP, Tarun, Beneath, Priyanshi Sood, Mayank, Samarth Posalkar from Twitter, from X. Okay, so today let us discuss everything. Anything and everything. Everything goes. You can ask me anything. I'll discuss anything you want. You want to talk history, you want to talk geopolitics, you want to talk science. It's been a long time since we did any science live streams. I used to do a lot of those, but these days we aren't doing that. Ni hao from Xi Jinping. Ashwani says, are you working on any physics research? I'm working on writing a book on black holes. So that you can say is kind of physics research. And I get a lot of questions in the comments, at least, about physics, about black holes and stuff. But because I'm not doing live streams about physics these days, that's why I'm not able to take the questions. I remember there's this gentleman called Rahul Dunaki who asks about black holes. I mean, what's it look like when you fall into a black hole? That sort of thing. So I'll be happy to answer questions like that. Would you like me to take a question about black holes? So, for example, okay, let's start with black holes. I'll take everybody's questions, 8 hours, so no hurry. Let's answer the question about what does it look like? How does it feel when you fall inside a black hole? Black holes are the most extreme objects in the universe. What's it feel like when what do you see when you fall into a black hole? Right? Have you ever thought about it? The effects are incredible. So let me read out from my book, The Astronaut's Last Journey. What does that look like? Okay, let's read out, and then we'll take other questions. So let's read this out. The astronaut's final journey. What follows isn't fiction. The physics is precise, the calculations exact, the predictions absolute. No dragons are here, just mathematics, which might be worse. So while physicists argue about frozen stars and coordinate systems, while mathematicians debate singularities and infinities, Dr. Singh, our brave astronaut, falls towards the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A star, and he translates their equations into experience. The universe's ultimate revelation, written in light and time. Looking back at the cosmos that he is leaving behind, not forward toward the darkness, but backward towards the stars, he witnesses reality itself violating every rule evolution has taught us to expect. The stars don't simply recede, they begin to burn with impossible colors. This isn't the peaceful stargazing of a summer night. This is the universe revealing its capacity for extremes, showing how the gentle starlight that once inspired poets becomes, near a black hole, something altogether more fierce. As Dr. Singh falls deeper into the black hole's gravitational well, the stars above shift towards blue, like a cosmic symphony climbing towards higher notes. That red supergiant that is studied in graduate school, it now blazes white hot. The yellow star that resembles our sun, it burns with the blue flame of the hottest stars known. This isn't an illusion. The light truly gains energy as it falls into the gravity well behind him. Its wavelength is compressed and its frequency rises. The process that physicists call gravitational blue shifting transforms the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Radio waves become visible light. Visible light becomes ultraviolet. The cosmic microwave background, that faint echo of the Big Bang that bathes the universe at a tiny 2.7 Kelvin, warms and brightens until it glows like sunset. Dr. Singh is watching the universe, his baby picture, develop into something unrecognizable, all because gravity has compressed the light's wavelength. But the transformation of color pales before the transformation of time. Through gravitational time dilation, Dr. Singh watches the outside universe accelerate like a film with its speed control broken. The stars wheeling overhead complete orbits that should take millennia in what his watch calls minutes. Stellar nurseries birth new suns between his heartbeats. Red giants exhaust their fuel and collapse while he takes a breath. He is not traveling to the future is racing past him, the universe aging rapidly while he falls for what feels like hours. This isn't science fiction's time travel. This is time itself revealing its flexibility, showing that it flows at different rates for different observers. The black hole has made Dr. Singh the sole witness for the universe's accelerated history. The view itself shrinks with every passing second, compressed by aberration, the same effect that makes raindrops streak toward your windshield when you drive. The entire observable universe, once spread across the sky in magnificent panorama, crowds into an smaller circle above him. Stars that were separated by vast angles now cluster together. Constellations collapse into bright points. The Milky Way's grand spiral compresses into a brilliant disk. It's as if someone were slowly closing an iris above him. The universe, visible through an increasingly narrow aperture. Around this shrinking window, darkness spreads. Not the darkness of empty space with its scattered scars, but the absolute darkness of space time curved so severely that light cannot traverse it. The universe is becoming a spotlight, then a flashlight, then a laser pointer aimed from above. Dr. Singh crosses the event horizon at 10:16 by his watch, and nothing happens. No barrier stops him. No sensation marks the transition. No alarm sounds. The event horizon, that boundary that seems so dramatic from outside, passes without the slightest recognition from inside. He can still see out. The event horizon only prevents departure, not arrival. Light from the universe continues streaming in after him, following him down towards the singularity. The shrinking circle of blue shifted stars still blazes above, now compressed into a tiny disk of impossible brightness. Dr. Singh has crossed history's most irreversible boundary, and he did not feel a thing. The event horizon's drama is entirely for external observers. For those who cross it, it's as unremarkable as walking through a doorway. Inside the black hole, still looking outward, Dr. Singh becomes the sole audience for the cosmos's greatest and most extreme transformation. The entire external cross cosmos, every galaxy, every star, every photon that will ever fall toward the black hole, compresses into a brilliant point directly overhead. This isn't metaphor, it's the literal geometric consequence of how light paths bend in the black hole's interior. All of external space time, all of history and future appears through a pinhole that shrinks towards nothing. The light from this cosmic pinpoint, blue shifts beyond blue, beyond ultraviolet, beyond X rays. In principle, he is seeing the entire future history of the universe compressed in his final moments. Every event that will ever happen outside playing out in accelerated time, blue shifted into a single point of infinite brightness. Around this brilliant point, absolute darkness reigns. Not the darkness of night, not the darkness of empty space, but the darkness of space time itself, funneling towards the singularity. He is inside a region where every direction leads to the same destination, where the future itself has been geometrically redirected toward the single point. This darkness isn't empty. It's full of curved space time, of geometry twisted beyond recognition, of physics pushed to its breaking point. In a stellar mass black hole, tidal forces would already have torn him apart, stretching him into a stream of atoms in a process physicists call, with rare whimsy, spaghettification. But in Sagittarius A star, massive enough that tidal forces remain gentle until near the singularity, he has minutes to contemplate the view that no human was ever meant to see. That profound paradox crystallizes in these final moments. While outside observers calculate that he takes infinite time to reach the event horizon, within he experiences perhaps an hour from the horizon to the singularity. He carries the image of the external universe with him to oblivion, watching it evolve at an ever accelerating pace until that final point of light represents not just the stars he knew, but everything that will ever be in the future. The black hole doesn't hide the universe from the following astronaut. It shows him everything all at once in an overwhelming crescendo of light that ends in absolute darkness. This is how a journey ends when space time itself has torn, not with a wall or a barrier, but with the universe compressed to a point, time accelerated to infinity, and physics pushed beyond meaning. Right? That's the deal. That is the final passage of book two, of volume two of my black hole series. I hope it throws some light on what it feels like, what you see when you fall inside a black hole. I don't think anyone has thought of this question, or has answered this question beyond equations and mathematics. So that's what I have done in this book. So the book that I'm referring to is this one here. It is this one, this book here. It's the second volume in the series that I'm writing, the Black Hole Chronicles. The first one is called Dark Stars to Black Holes. So this is available on Amazon Kindle right now. When all the entire series is complete, I will publish it as a as a physical book. Right now, it's available only as a Kindle ebook. So the links are in the description. If you want to check it out, do check it out. I'll be very pleased if you do. Right. So that's about black holes. We start with a question about physics and black holes, something that is always fun for me. Now let's take some questions. Okay, Divnur Singh is active and lots of people are active. Okay, let's take some questions. Divnur Singh says, why is the Russian emblem the same as the infamous Rothschild family emblem? Exactly the same with no difference. Interesting question. Let's check out what the Russian national emblem is. Let me see. Uh, let me let's find out. Let's discover this together. Let's go to our friend Google and let's see the Russian emblem. Okay, Russian emblem. The Russian emblem, the Russian national coat of arms. It's an eagle holding a scepter in its right claw and an orb in the left claw. So this is the Russian national emblem, and Divnur says that the Rothschild family emblem. Let's see. Rothschild family family emblem. What is that? Oh well. Oh well. There seems to be a significant similarity of some kind. It's very similar, but one could perhaps argue it's not the exactly the same thing. But it's an interesting question that Divnur Singh is asking us, sir. I don't know. See, I have not really studied the history of the Rothschild family, the Rothschild dynasty. I've heard a lot of talk about this family, that it's supposedly the most powerful family in the world, the richest family dynasty in the world, and apparently they control the entire world. They may be the deep state or something. I'm not entirely sure. That is one portion of history that I'm not really dipped into, so can't say. It is said that the Bolshevik Revolution was also orchestrated, perhaps, by the Rothschilds. That's what I've heard, uh, but I haven't personally studied it myself, so I don't really know the answer. But you are quite right. If you look at the two, there seems to be a striking resemblance. So, yeah, maybe there is more than meets the eye over here. Who knows? Okay, Richard says, was the Russian drone incursions into Poland's airspace a test for some future plans? And what's the NATO response going to be like? So a few days ago, there was all this news on social media that Russia has attacked Poland. Russia has launched drone strikes in Poland, which is obviously misleading. It was all incorrect. But it looks like some Russian drones may have crossed into Poland's airspace for some time. That may be possible. That may have happened. Uh, was this a test for future plans? If it did indeed happen, then this could possibly have been a test to see the kind of reaction that you get from Poland. Poland, a member of NATO. What's going to be the reaction like from Poland, and what's going to be the broader reaction from NATO? So that if you test that, then it kind of gives you the ability to gauge future actions depending on the response time and the kind of response, the severity of the response, how high does it go up the escalation chain, and all of that. What's the NATO response going to be like? Nothing. They'll talk, they'll do some saber rattling, but because there's been no strike on Polish soil, on Polish territory, or on Polish assets, there's nothing really that NATO can do beyond perhaps doing an incursion by air into Russian airspace, possibly. So that's about it. Until you actually attack physically a member of NATO, nothing really happens. I mean, nothing should happen. A violation of airspace, which is brief, it can be looked upon as an accident, and it doesn't require an escalatory response. So, yeah, I think the situation is under control. Tanmay Deshpande says that feminists claim that Einstein stole the work of his wife Mileva Maric, but there's no proof of her even helping him. Matilda effect is real, but this is false. Look, I haven't looked into his personal life history. His wife was indeed a mathematician or physicist, and she did help him. It is said with some proofreading and verifying his papers while they were still married. Eventually, they got divorced, and Einstein remarried. So there are these persistent claims that Mileva Maric should played a significant role in Einstein doing all the work that he did. 1905 was his Annus Mirabilis, in which he published 5 groundbreaking papers that totally revolutionized the world of physics. For example, the photoelectric effect the paper that he published in 1905. Before he published that paper, the world did not believe that atoms existed. Today we take atoms for granted, right? Until Einstein published the paper on the photoelectric effect in 1905, nobody believed in atoms, right? So so to what extent was she responsible, if at all, for his work? I suppose, look, if she was that good, then she would have published on her own independently after they got divorced, right? If she was that good. But how is it that she was only a good physicist as long as she was married to him and she was apparently helping him? How come she did nothing after that? So I don't know the circumstances that she went through after the divorce. I suppose that once he got the Nobel Prize, he gave a substantial part of that money to her in exchange for her agreeing to the divorce, that sort of thing. So it's not like she would have been in poverty or anything. So I'm not sure. Look, there are all these stories that go around, especially when it comes to famous people. And I personally have seen no evidence that Einstein stole her work or it was all her work and it was credited to Einstein. I don't think that's the case. I don't know if it's something to do with feminism or what, but as far as I understand from whatever I have read and studied, I haven't seen anything that leads me to the kind of conclusion that these people are drawing. So, yeah, that's what I can say. Godliness says, does the fear of regime change allow the government to stay blind to vandalism? Central cabinet under the constitution is bound to maintain law and order. Desecration of the Red Fort was heart-wrecking. The desecration of the Red Fort, that's 2019, when some individuals climbed the Red Fort and brought down the Indian flag and put something else up, that sort of thing. Does the fear of regime change? Look, isn't it important that this government stays in power? Or is it important to give vent to emotional, to let off emotional steam? So I know it's very unfortunate that somebody climbed the Red Fort and pulled the Indian flag down, but it's a symbolic gesture, right? Did it hurt the country in any way? Ask yourself what would have happened if the government had taken strong action like you want, like many people were really upset. I think the whole country was very upset. So I completely agree with your sentiments. I understand totally your sentiments. Now imagine this. Imagine the government had dispatched the police. The police was there, but imagine the government had ordered the police to take action, physical action, and stop these people from doing whatever they're doing. So there's a bunch of people there at the Red Fort in that area, maybe 100, 200, maybe 1,000 or whatever the number was. They were trying to create a problem. And if the police goes and does a lathi charge, and these people have come with bulldozers and they try to bulldoze the police, then the police may have to resort to tear gas firing. They still don't stop. Then what do? Fire live bullets. What if someone gets killed? The moment someone gets killed or even shot and injured and bleeding, then the entire world's media will portray India as a fascist nation that is not allowing people to demonstrate. And then, because these people claim to represent the farmers protest and they supposedly represent farmers, then it will alienate farmers across the country, because Indians are illiterate people. Indians don't understand anything. They will think that the government is anti-farmer. That's the kind of propaganda that will be spread. And then you may have genuine farmer revolutions coming up, or protests coming up across the country. Is that what you want? Do you want the whole country to be in chaos? Sometimes you have to swallow the insults. This is something that everybody has to understand in life, not just the government of India, every individual. Sometimes people will try to provoke you. Sometimes they will try to provoke you by insulting you, and by trying to hurt your honor, your sense of honor, and self-esteem. And the objective is to make you act in a way that is detrimental to your own interests. So what should you do? Should you just give vent to your emotions and do what you feel like because they've insulted me? Or should you just tell them to take a hike? I don't care. Keep doing what you want. I'll not respond. Who wins ultimately? You win, right? So I think the government did the right thing. All this heartbreaking blah blah is all fine. But the country is doing well, right? Imagine there was a goddamned color revolution in India because Mr. Modi said take strict action against these protesters. That was the objective. The Delhi riots, the Shaheen Bagh thing, all these protests and blocking roads for months and all. They wanted the government to make a mistake, this sort of mistake, and the government did the right thing by not giving them what they wanted. All right. Teen Talks Dharma says, "What does Chernobyl taught today's nuclear scientists? What did Chernobyl teach today's nuclear scientists?" See, Chernobyl was an engineering accident. It was not a nuclear physics accident. See, when let's say you have a vehicle, you've got a car, and the engine explodes for whatever reason, is that a physics accident or is that an engineering accident? Who will you call a physicist to come and fix it, or will you call a car mechanic to fix it? Engineering is applied physics. A nuclear reactor is an engineering problem. It's not a physics problem. Okay, of course, that is very high cutting edge engineering, which means that you will have physicists who are available in a nuclear reactor to look at various parameters and all that. The question is, what did Chernobyl teach you? It taught that it taught nuclear engineers, nuclear reactor engineers, that you need to have very high standards of safety. You cannot have laxity of standards. You cannot cut corners. You need to have redundancy and safeguards and all that. So what was the reason why this happened? There was a series of escalating failures, and these failures were detected, but they were disregarded, right? And the design of the reactor itself had some issues. So all of that is what caused the catastrophe. It was a series of events that put together led to a situation where the reactor had no choice but to explode. Uh, so the lesson to be learned is that don't make those engineering mistakes. And the reactor safety standards have to be improved. And the Soviet Union learned from that. Russia has learned from that. You have not seen a single accident in Russia after that, or the USSR. You had some nuclear accidents after that. Fukushima was a great example, a terrible example actually. What, 2011? But that was nothing to do with the kind of thing that happened in Chernobyl. That was because of the earthquake and the tsunami. So Chernobyl teaches you that you have to be really serious about your safety standards, and you need to have well trained staff who will recognize the earliest signs of danger and shut the goddamn thing down. Devnur Singh says, should India have its own conservatives, liberals, libertarians? Why do we need to copy the US? Why do we have to ape everything the West does? So because the West has a right wing and a left wing and a center wing, why should we also have it? Why don't we have our own system? right? We had our own systems. Look, I'll tell you historically what we had. Historically, going back to the Vedic age, we only had, even in the Vedic age, see, we are told that we had Hinduism, and then Jainism and Buddhism and Sikhism and whatever other isms came as different religions. The truth is that during the Vedic age, you had lots of different traditions in India, lots of different traditions, lots of different gods, goddesses, which were not originally Vedic. But after the victory in the Battle of the Ten Kings, everything was brought together into one single tradition. And that was the Vedic system. All gods were welcome. You may have your own local village god or goddess, you may have your mountain spirits. We're going to welcome them all into the Vedic system. So that's what was done several thousand years ago. And then, because India was a very pluralistic, diverse society, lots of different philosophical schools of thought emerged. Nyaya, Mimamsa, Vedanta, Sankhya, Yoga, Charvaka, all of these. They are very, very different schools of thought with very different worldviews. Each of these represents a certain model of the universe and its workings, right? And for example, Charvaka is pure materialism. There are certain schools of thought that don't believe in the existence of God. There are some schools of thought that believe in the existence of a supreme God. Some believe in the existence of the immortal soul. Some don't. So we had our own super pluralistic system, which was then smashed by the Abrahamics. And the past 1,000 years, the Indian society and system was not allowed to function the way it does. So all of this Abrahamic superimposition happened in the past 1,000 or so years. And now, because we are so mentally brainwashed and colonized, that's why we want to ape everything the West does. The Western system is a very crude, inferior system. It's binary. It's a binary system: good versus bad, black versus white, yeah, that sort of thing, left versus right. And sometimes to portray that they're not binary, they put a centerist. So it's like conservatives, liberals, libertarians, which are different flavors of the same left and right thing. Why do we need that? We need to go back to our civilizational system, which will take time. Maybe it'll take a couple of centuries, but that's what needs to happen. What's the point of us adopting inferior systems? So I am These are inferior systems, what the Americans have, the West has. The thing is that when someone is super wealthy and powerful, everyone thinks they are the best and we want to ape them. And that's the mindset Indians have today. That's why India also wants to have our right wing and our left wing and that sort of thing. I don't think we need to have that. We need to have our own system, our own civilizational system. UMX says, what are your thoughts on Vastu, numerology, etc.? I have no thoughts on this. I am ignorant about this. Okay. Very honestly, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about it. So I'm not the right person to ask any of this. Divnur Singh says, we can have another universe inside a black hole? Mathematics adds up. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay. Is it possible that our universe exists inside a black hole? Yeah. So how do we ascertain whether that's the case? What are the facts that we know of that are undisputable? Our universe has a certain size, not the universe, but the observable universe. The observable universe that we can see, it has a diameter of about 95 trillion light years. Is it billion? Is it trillion? It's billion. It's billion. 95 billion light years. Okay. Beyond that, there is a universe out there, but we can't see beyond that. So we have an observable horizon of about 95 billion light years in diameter. So it's like we are at the center of a sphere, and all around us at a radius of about 45, 47 billion light years, we can see. Beyond that, we can't see. But clearly, there's a universe beyond that, because the universe, as we know, is expanding, and every day certain galaxies are going beyond the observable horizon. So that's what we know, that we live in a sphere that we can observe, and beyond that, there's something out there, but we have no access to it because of the limitations of light speed. Now we know that the universe is expanding. There is observational evidence that demonstrates this. Nobody can dispute that. Okay, redshifting and so on, galaxies. We can see that the universe is expanding, and the expansion is accelerating. We also know that a Big Bang happened. An initial singularity or compressed point was there, from which everything expanded outwards. It was not an explosion, it was an expansion of space-time. And we know this because we have the cosmic microwave background radiation, which is the afterglow of the Big Bang, right? That faint radiation that permeates empty space, which is not really empty. So the question is, inside a black hole, can you have a situation where there is expanding space-time and Cosmic microwave background radiation. Is it possible to have that inside a black hole? Well, if you look at the Einstein field equations and what they say, you will find that that kind of doesn't add up. Okay, the Einstein field equations, that's what Albert Einstein came up with in 1915. And the field equations say there are two sides. The left side is, it talks about geometry, the geometry of the universe, and the right side is about the matter and density, matter and energy composition of the universe, and these two balance out. So matter tells space-time how to curve, and the curvature of space-time tells matter how to move, that sort of thing. Now, if you look at the Einstein field equations and you factor in other things, it doesn't look like a black hole should have this sort of stuff inside. A black hole, you can model it as a bag of photons, or a bag of fuzzballs or whatever, but still you don't have the situation of an expanding space-time inside a black hole and all. So I would say it is rather unlikely that we may be inside a black hole, but who knows? It's not like we know all of physics. We actually know next to nothing of physics, despite whatever advances we have made. So anything is possible at the end of the day. We don't quite know what's inside a black hole, right? We can only describe what's inside a black hole using the equations and the theories that we have. The best theory is general relativity. We also have quantum mechanics and quantum field theory, but they don't give you all the answers because something is missing. Some pieces are missing. So I would say at the end of the day, it's possible, but from what we know, it looks somewhat unlikely. But we don't know everything, so it's possible. Okay. All right. Dark Knight says, how can wealthy or powerful Hindus world over create a dharmic deep state? Would they have a strong incentive to create one the way another much smaller group allegedly has? You see, Hindus aren't political creatures. Hindus play little politics here and there. In India, you have the politicians and all, but Hindus don't unite, right? See, trying to unite Hindus is like trying to herd cats. You can herd sheep together. It's very easy to herd sheep. Sheep have the sheep mentality. But have you tried herding cats? Have you ever seen in your life 17 cats together going in the same direction? You won't see that. Cats are super individualistic. They're like, no, me, I'm different. I'm not like you. So Hindus are like that. Prioritize Hindus don't prioritize their civilizational identity. Hindus prioritize their subnational identity. I am so and so language. I speak so and so language, so I'll hang around with people who speak the same language. Or I belong to so and so panth, so I'll hang around with people who belong to my panth and I'll ignore everybody else. That's how Hindus exist, in isolated groups, in silos. Okay, you go to the US, you'll see a perfect example of this. All the people who speak Telugu will be in one group. All the people who speak Tamil will be in a different group. All the people who speak Bengali will be in a certain group. The people who speak Hindi will be in a different group. They all at the workplace, they all together come together as Indians, but outside the workplace in the social groups, they're all in different silos. That's how Indians are. And when it comes to the various sub denominations of dharma, whether you're Vaishnav or you're this or that or whatever, you ISKCON or whatever it is, so there also you have your subdivisions. So Hindus don't unite. And Hindus, when they leave India, all they want to do is make money and live a peaceful, quiet life and have their little social groups, and that's it. Which is why Hindus simply can't unite. Hindus don't have that unity. You will need some tremendous leader to come up to really unite Hindus and make them see past their little petty mindset of the sub civilizational identities. How can Hindus unite? Only if there is a truly transcendent leader who emerges from somewhere. That's the only way Hindus can unite. Who can someone like Lord Krishna or Sri Ram? That sort of leader has to come. Or even like some of the greats like Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj or whoever. Someone of that caliber and stature has to emerge. Only then will Hindus unite. Even during the time of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and the Maratha Empire, you still had people within India who were fighting the Marathas or opposing the Marathas, our own people. Now, I'm not talking about the Turks or the British. I'm talking about our own people. We've always had this problem, right? So we need a transcendent leader. Only then will Hindus unite. Hindus love to talk all day. I have been to enough of these gatherings, this congress and that congress and whatnot, in which city in the world, what city in the world. They come together, have all these discussions on the stage, on the panel discussion, right? They'll talk nice things, then they will have a buffet lunch, and then they go back. Ho gaya. What happened? What's the outcome? What's the outcome of the 20 crores you spent or whatever for the event? What's the outcome? Nothing. So that's the deal with Hindus. You need a leader, a transcendent leader. Otherwise, this is never going to happen. People are just going to keep talking. Hindus love to talk. Hindus love to argue. They love arguing from morning till night. Watch the TV debates. Talk, 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 talk. Watch India's think tanks. Talk, talk, talk. What do they achieve? Nothing. Sad. Divnur Singh says, amazing. Well, thank you, sir. Very nice to have you on the live stream. Thank you so much, sir. And once again, Divnur ji, why are all the richest dark entities running the West from one place? Divnur Singh ji wants to get to the bottom of the black hole. He wants to reach the singularity. He wants to go past the event horizon. Look, I'll tell you what. The West has done something the world has never done before. Let me explain. Historically, okay? Historically, we had empires. We know the US is an empire. It masquerades as a democracy and human rights, blah, blah, blah. The US is an empire. But how is it different? Historically, whether it's the Roman Empire or whether it is Alexander's empire, whether it's the Seleucid empire, whether it is Napoleon's empire, whether it is the British Raj, whether it is various Indian empires, the whatever. Historically, empires have always prioritized displays of wealth, opulence, and power. The Persian Hakamanist Empire, the Achaemenid Empire. Every empire would prioritize displaying these opulent displays of wealth, grandeur, and power. Show off, flaunt your instruments of power, display it to the world so that the world understands how powerful you are and they learn to respect you through fear or whatever, through either through fear or through awe that how rich these people are, right? Every empire has sought to do this. What the US empire has done is that they have very successfully concealed their instruments of power. They pretend to be just another country. We respect the UN Charter. We will abide by the WTO rules. We believe in a free and fair global order, the rules-based world order. We will abide by the rules, blah, blah, blah. That's what they claim. They claim that they are just another ordinary nation like everyone else. The truth is that they have more than 700 extraterritorial military bases, and they have so many countries they have totally vassalized and essentially finished. But they hide all of this. And they also hide where the real power lies in the US or wherever in the world. Like you say, sir, where does the real power lie? They have created this facade of democracy. Every 4 years, there's an electoral process. And every state has a governor who's also elected. The thing is that the US president serves a very specific purpose and rule. The role of the US president is to make a lot of noise and attract all the media and the world's attention to himself or her or himself, so that nobody looks at where the real power lies. That stays hidden. So that's the deal. That's what they call the deep state. And one classic symptom and very clear example of that is the Fed, the Federal Reserve Bank of the US, which is the national, essentially the national bank, which is privately owned. It's not owned by the government, and no one knows who really owns the bank, who are the real shareholders, stakeholders. They claim it is various other US banks that own it. It's all blah, blah, blah. It's a bunch of people who own it, and they are the people who own the US. Now, who are these people? We don't know. So, where do these people reside? Do they reside in one place? Are they decentralized? Are they distributed? I don't know. That, how do we know, right? How to know such things? Yes. Divnur says, do the same people control Russia and the West? Well, there have been tales or claims that the Bolshevik Revolution was done by the Rothschilds or whatever. They financed it, and maybe they financed both sides of the world wars and all. If there is some truth to that, then there could be some truth to perhaps some of these stories that the USSR was just one part of the global order the same people created in order to extract the maximum benefit for themselves, whoever they are. Today, do the same people, like the deep state, for example, whoever they are, do they control Russia in the West? Not really sure. Not really sure. Can't really say. But clearly, Russia and the West are on opposite sides, and the West is trying to destroy Russia, which has failed obviously miserably, but they have tried. So, from whatever we can see on the surface, at least it doesn't look like that. But who knows what lies below the surface? Like I always say, take your analysis subsurface. Don't be satisfied with surface level analysis. But I haven't gone down this rabbit hole personally, so I can't really say. Teen Talks Dharma says, why is Vlad the Impaler called Dracula? He wasn't called Dracula, he was called Draculia. Draculia. What does the word Dracul mean in Romanian? Dracul. Dracul means dragon. And Draculia means someone who belongs to the order of the dragon. So it was Vlad Draculia. And then a guy called Bram Stoker converted that into Dracula. Okay, it is not something that means vampire. It means somebody who belongs to the lineage of the dragon. So Vlad Tepes, he was a freedom fighter for Romania. And when you are up against the Turks, you have to fight the Turks in a way that will scare the Turks. So Vlad would do frightful things to the Turks because the Turks were absolute barbarians. They did the most horrific things to the natives of Europe. So it's like, think of our goddesses, Ma Kali, Ma Chamunda. What do they look like? Do they look like the epitome of maternal love, Ma Kali and Ma Chamunda? Well, you could think of them as the epitome of maternal love if you're on their side. But they have this fierce rupa, right? The fierce nature that they've adopted, because their job is to fight adharma. And when you're fighting demons, you have to be so frightening that even demons will be frightened of you. So that is the kind of thing that Vlad Tepes took to his heart. And he said that if I'm going to fight these demons, the Turks, I'm going to become even more evil than them. So he would defeat the Turks, and he would create a forest of impaled Turks. He will plant a spear in the ground, and he will impale Turks on the spears. So when the next invasion wave comes, they will come across this entire forest of several thousand impaled Turks, and even the Turks got frightened of that. So that's the kind of guy he was. He was an impaler. That's why he was called Vlad the Impaler, and because he belonged to the family that called itself the Dragon family, the Order of the Dragon. That's why he was called Vlad Dracula, not Dracula. Okay, sir. Okay. Dr. Ritabrata Devnath says, did the CIA create Nepal riot igniting India-China shift? Looks like this is a regime change operation. Now there's a lady who has come to power, Dr. Sushila, or Madam Sushila Karki or something her name is. And she seems to be the interim prime minister of Nepal. People are claiming that this is proof that this is not a CIA coup, it's not a regime change operation. We'll have to wait and watch. Whatever happened in Nepal the past few days had the classic hallmarks of a color revolution. The same template, the same playbook, right? So we'll have to wait and watch. Who really is going to hold power in Nepal now? See, this lady who's the interim caretaker, whatever prime minister, she's the figurehead. She will not really have the real power. Please understand this, people. Power and position are different. Just because somebody gave you a seat, it says prime minister, doesn't make you the prime minister. It makes you the prime minister in name, in position, in title. You have the seat, but who has the power? Have you heard of the term kingmaker? Have you heard of the term power behind the throne? There are such things too in the world. So let's wait and watch. Let's wait and watch how things evolve in Nepal. Literally, Officer K says, is the Indian land blessed? Almost all religions have benefited here. Even at our expense, a bunch of homeless Uzbeks and Brits managed to create prosperities for themselves. Well, the land, whether it's blessed or not, depends on the people. If you create a land of prosperity and a land of abundance and a land of culture and civilization, and if you continue that for several thousand years, everybody will consider that land to be blessed. If a lot of great literature and philosophy and culture and civilization, and all of that emerges from your land, because of the kind of people who live here, then everyone will look at that land as blessed. And if it is a land of great prosperity and abundance, then even barbarians will come here, settle down, do all kinds of horrible things, and they will also benefit from it, and they will say the land is blessed. Ultimately, a land, whether it is blessed or not, depends on the people, on the people and their lifestyle and their culture and civilization. So if we want our land to remain blessed, we have to reclaim, recover our civilization. Right now, we are going in a different direction. We are becoming increasingly deracinated. We are losing touch with our ancestral culture and civilization. We are becoming more and more superficial, right? If you see our entertainment industry, that is how foreigners see Indian culture today. Bollywood, dinchak, dinchak, dinchak. That. If you listen to the kind of music that comes out of the Indian entertainment industry, is that culture? That's not culture. So very soon the land will no longer be blessed if this continues. So that's the thing. It was blessed because of our ancestors. But will it remain blessed because of people like us? Do we have the same standards to continue making this land a blessed place? That's what we have to ask ourselves. Divnu Singh says, why does Mossad help India in many cases, Hindenburg, but it's still involved in Project K, etc.? Look, every country has their own national interests. And no two countries are 100% aligned with each other. Not the case. Impossible. For example, right now the Israelis did an airstrike on Qatar, on Doha, and they took out some Hamas terrorists, right? So the Israelis did an airstrike on Doha, Qatar. And what did the Prime Minister of India do? He tweeted that we strongly condemn the violation of Qatar's sovereignty, blah, blah, blah. It's whatever he said. He made a very clear diplomatic statement without naming Israel. Okay? So some people would interpret that as an anti-Israeli move, right? But you must remember that Qatar, when the Pahalgam attack happened, Qatar had condemned the attack without naming Pakistan. So in response, we condemned the attack on Doha without naming Israel. You see, this is how it works. Now, we have interests in various parts of the Gulf region, West Asia region. India supports the rights of the Palestinians for alleged self-determination or whatever. That's our official stance. That kind of goes against Israel, right? There have been many instances where in the United Nations we have voted in a certain way and Israel has voted in the opposite way. So it's not like we are always hand in glove and always in the same path. India has its own set of interests. Israel has a whole different set of interests. Wherever the interests converge, we work together. And there are lots of areas where our interests converge, which is why India and Israel have a robust relationship. But there are areas where they have divergence of interests. No question about it. For example, in India's Far East, you have these cookies who have crossed over from Burma. Now, the cookies, sometimes they will claim that they are animists. Sometimes they will claim that they are Christians. Sometimes they'll claim that they are Jews. They eat pork, but now some of them claim that they are Jews, that we are descendants of some lost Jewish tribe. And the Israelis have welcomed these people and they have converted them officially not baptized, but whatever it is, to Judaism. And many cookies now live in Israel. And from Israel, at least from the quarters of these cookies, you have support for the terrorism that's happening in Manipur against the indigenous Manipuris. And not recently, but last year, somewhere, a bunch of Indian influencers or whatever had gone to Israel, and the Israeli authorities had the Indian influencers meet a cookie rabbi. So there is some Israeli government involvement in this, and so on. So Israel has its own interests, which it will pursue. India has its own interests, which India will pursue. But ideally, you don't want the pursuit of these interests to infringe upon each other's sovereignty or interests. But Israel may perhaps be on the borderline with that. Maybe they may regard that maybe India is on the borderline with something else somewhere else. So that is how it goes. See, international relations are complicated. It's not always 1 + 1 = 2. It's very complicated. There are all kinds of complexities below the surface level, which are not visible to people who may not be aware of these things, right? So that's how it is. Okay. Mohammed Faizan says, I follow your and Prashant Dhawan's geopolitics and analysis and opinions. Have you ever checked Prashant Dhawan's content? How do you find? I am not aware. I'm not aware of Prashant Dhawan, his content and analysis. I don't watch any geopolitics channel. It's nothing to do with Prashant Dhawan or anybody else. I simply don't have the time to watch YouTube or podcasts or any such thing. Before I became active on YouTube, I used to sometimes watch Joe Rogan. It was fun to watch. But ever since I started the channel, I have not been watching anyone's content, whether it is geopolitics, whether it's history, whether it's anything else. I simply don't have the time to do it. With all the work that I'm doing, especially now that I'm writing books and all, I simply don't have a minute of spare time. So I am not aware of Prashant Dhawan. I've heard a lot that people keep speaking about him. I'm sure he's great, but I personally don't have any opinion because I haven't checked out his analysis. I'm sure he's a great guy because he has such a big following, apparently. Right? That's all I can say. Shashwat Jena says, should India do something in Bangladesh before the US puts up a military base and creates more instability in the region and probably extract minerals from Burma also? What will India do? Look, what the question is, what can India do? So we should do something. Okay, TK, very nice. What? Specifics. We need specifics. What are the options on the table? Can India do a regime change in Bangladesh? I think it's unlikely because Bangladesh has become super radicalized, right? Uh, Today, I would say that most people in Bangladesh have the same kind of approach and attitude and feeling set of feelings towards India that the average Pakistani has. So it is a failure of India to to approach Bangladesh the right way since 1971. In 1971, there was a tremendous amount of goodwill towards India in Bangladesh, and we completely frittered that away decade after decade. Today, Bangladesh is like East Pakistan. The average Bangladeshi has the same feelings towards India as the average Pakistani. I'm sure there are some Bangladeshis who are really good and who love India. I'm sure some Pakistanis also are like that. But the average person, it's a different story, right? So India can't really do a regime change operation in Bangladesh because no political party will want to align. You had Sheikh Hasina, who was favorably inclined towards India, and she has been ousted. So let's say a regime change is not possible. So then what do we do? Military operation. If it was that easy, why doesn't China take Taiwan? Military operation. It's right there, next door, just like Bangladesh is next door. It's not that simple. Right now, we have to think of Bangladesh as East Pakistan, the way West Pakistan is, and that's going to be the situation. It is now a US vassal. You don't tangle with US vassals. You wait it out. That's what you do. And Burma, yeah, there's a civil war happening in Burma. It's a proxy war between the US and China. At the heart of the issue is minerals. You like you rightly say, Shaswat Jena. What minerals? Rare earth minerals. Would you like to see? Okay, let's find out, shall we? Let me bring the map on the screen, and we shall go to map and we shall discover what's going on in Burma. Yes, what is going on in Burma? Give me a second. I'll put the map on the screen. Okay, let us put that on the screen. Where is map? Here is map. Let's take a look at Burma. Okay, here we have it on the screen. So we have Burma here. Now, if we zoom in, take a satellite image, and 1 second. This is Arunachal Pradesh. We're talking about Burma. Let's talk about this region here. So if we zoom into some, no, this is the snowy region. That's too far north. We need to 1 second. Let me orient myself. Let's go somewhere here. Okay. Now, if we zoom in. Do we have any settlement here? Give me a second or two. Pangwar. Okay. Now, this is on the. By the way, let's zoom out. This is on the border between Burma and China. Okay. To the right, you have China. To the left, you have Burma. So let's zoom in and let me show you something. For example, here you can see there are these little ponds and whatnot. 1 second. I'm sure I'll find something very quickly. So you have all these rare earth mines in this region. You'll have to give me a second before I can. Ah, there we have it. Check it out. These are lithium mining operations. Tremendous reserves of rare earths in this region, right across the border with China. Look, everywhere you will see these little pits and wells that have been dug, and you have all these. What you do? What you do? You take lithium and you liquefy it, or you mix it with water over here, and then you let the whole thing dry. And that's how you extract lithium. You can see all across the place. These are all rare earth mines strewn across this entire region, all across the place. If you take the time and look around, you will find mine after mine after mine after mine. And these are all right across. It even says rare earth mines here. See this? Rare earth mines. These are extraordinarily valuable. And all of this is going into China. And the Americans want it. Okay? And that is one of the driving factors when it comes to this civil war that is going on in Burma. But China is benefiting from all of this, and the US would very much like to have it. So that sort of thing. So the US wants that. The Chinese will not want this to happen. So this is a tug of war, a contest between the Burmese and the Chinese, between the Chinese and the Americans. And Burma is the victim of this. Divnur Singh says, why is the Indian defense minister praying at the Wailing Wall? A symbolic gesture. You know, it doesn't cost you anything to do it. Maybe it helps. Maybe it makes the Israelis happy. See, we are not an Abrahamic religion, right? That certain things are haram to us. We can go and pay our respects anywhere. I mean, we have Hindus who go to all kinds of places of worship. Hindus go to dargahs and mosques and churches and whatnot. So, what's the harm in going to a Jewish thing, the west wall of the former temple of Solomon that the Romans brought down? Yeah, so because India and Israel have a robust relationship, maybe the defense minister thought, let me go and make this symbolic gesture of friendship towards and respect towards Israel. I suppose that's about it. Beyond that, I don't see anything deeper than that. When an Indian minister goes and does it, it generally means nothing. It's just a symbol. Indians love symbolism. Indians love symbolism. Indians love gestures and words. A few chosen nice words, and Indians are like, they'll all melt. So Indians love to do it, and they love to reciprocate in this manner. But when someone like Trump goes and does it, it may have a different meaning, right? So, okay. Ravi says, how can India crush Khalistan movement? There is no Khalistan movement. There's nothing. There may be attempts to recreate this movement in some parts of India, especially Punjab and all. Just starve the funds. That's all. Whatever so-called Khalistan movement exists, it only exists in Canada and the US and the UK and Australia and maybe New Zealand and maybe some other vassal countries of the US. Nothing in India. I'm sure that we should not take it lightly. The external forces will try and create trouble in Punjab and other such parts of India. All you have to do is starve off the funding. That's about it. That's all it takes. And of course, when it comes to Punjab, there's been this tremendous drug problem because right across the border you have Pakistan. They would love to have Punjab awash in drugs. And another issue in Punjab is the industrial scale Christianization of Punjab. Sikhs are becoming Christians. I mean, what on earth? Don't you have any self-respect, guys? What are you doing? Anyway, yeah. So all these means are being used to create trouble in Punjab. Cordelia Rishi says territorial and future impact of 1967 Indo-China war. Well, whatever future impact was to happen of 67 war, it's already happening now. Because we are what? 60 years down the line almost. There was no territorial impact. Territory was not exchanged. The Chinese wanted to take some territory, probably India's territory, and we thwarted that. We defeated their attempt. And after that, the Chinese became a little wary of India. That this is no longer the India of 62. Even 5 years after 62, they faced this defeat in this localized, uh, you know, war that we had. So after that, India and China, the Chinese become a little more wary of India. And you also had some other clashes, the Sumdorong Chu clash and etc. in 87 or whatever, in which again India came out on top. So after 67, the Chinese were more careful when dealing with India. Swastik Mahesh says, after the US backed regime change operation in Nepal, is there going to be a rapid increase in Christian conversions and religious demographic re-engineering. Wherever the US has an advantage, they do all these things. The classic example is South Korea. South Korea, historically a Buddhist kingdom, historically Buddhist, no Christianity. Today, Buddhism is a minority. The majority people are Christians or atheists. Buddhism is regarded as backward. So that's what the Americans have engineered in South Korea. South Korea is under US occupation, in case you're not aware. Okay? Ever since the Korean War ended or paused, South Korea has been under rigorous, robust American military operation. South Korea is run by the US, right? The South Korean military essentially comes under the US. So when the US is the dominant force, they will destroy your culture. They tried the same with Japan. It's not succeeded that much in Japan. Japan is still not, well, there is a certain Christian population in Japan. Let's quickly look at the Christian demographics in Japan. Just figure it out what the deal is. And since we are doing it, we may as well see for South Korea. South Korea religious demographics. Christian. Okay, let's see. So look at this. 51% is no religion, 31% is Christianity, 17% is Buddhism. My God, they've destroyed South Korea. Now let's look at Japan. So South Korea has been destroyed. Japan religious demographics. Now this is going to be different. Oopsie. So Japan has been more robust. They have resisted. As you can see, 46% of Japanese are still Buddhists. What? Where is Shinto? What is this nonsense? They're not showing Shinto. Okay, Shinto is 48% in Japan. Buddhism is 46%. This is all Wikipedia, so it is not necessarily reliable. Remember that. But Christianity is just 1% in Japan. So Japan has somehow survived what the Americans have attempted. They have been very successful in South Korea. Japan, it's not really worked out. So Japan has been more resilient because their culture maybe is more deep rooted. But Japan became very prosperous very rapidly after the Second World War ended, and that's why it was hard to and South Korea was horribly poverty ridden. That's the difference. So when you have a nation that's riddled with poverty, it's very easy to Christianize it. When you have a prosperous nation, it's very hard to Christianize it. Now consider Nepal. It's a poor nation. If the US has a puppet government in Nepal, it means that conversion efforts will reach sky high limits. So yeah, they will try and create a Christian country out of Nepal. Divnur Singh says, "What is the Wailing Wall? Why does every political party pray there except JFK, of course?" Well, did JFK never pay his respects? I wonder what happened to him. So what is the Wailing Wall? The Wailing Wall was the west wall or whichever wall of the Temple of Solomon, of the rebuilt Temple of Solomon, not the original Temple of Solomon. So Solomon had a temple. Solomon lived about 900 or so BC. It is said around 900 or 1000 BC, around that time, roughly, give or take. We don't quite know for sure. So he was a king of the Jews, Suleiman, and he had built a temple in that same location. And after the Assyrian invasion, I think it was destroyed. Don't quote me on that, but it was destroyed. And then the Persians liberated the Jews from the Assyrians under the great Emperor Kurush. And Kurush was a very respectful and, like the Westerners say, tolerant emperor. And he repatriated the Jews back to Judea. And he gave them the funds to rebuild the temple that had been destroyed. So the second temple was built. And the Wailing Wall is what remains of that temple. Because after the revolt of the Maccabees or whichever revolt it was against the Romans destroyed the temple. But one wall remained, and that is the wall that's now called the Wailing Wall. And why does every political party pray there? Well, only those politicians can answer the question. I don't know. Okay, Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, is Nepal facing the US playbook like Bangladesh? Protests seem orchestrated, not organic, aimed at destabilizing India after failed regime change operations. Nepal Look, everything that we saw that happened, it had the clear hallmarks of a color revolution, of an American regime change operation. Now we'll have to wait and watch as to who is the real power in Nepal. Right now, they have appointed some person, this lady, Supreme Court Justice, Madame Sushila Karki. Her husband was a politician who was a hijacker of a plane and all that, that sort of thing. And let's see what role she plays. But she is merely the caretaker prime minister, the person who sits in the chair. But where does the real power lie? That's the question. And who's going to really run the show from behind the scenes? That is going to tell us everything as to what has really happened. So most likely, this is an American mediated regime change operation to get rid of a pro-China government, because Monsieur KP Sharma Oli was a Chinese agent. Uh, and these protests, look, the protests that are widespread and super organized, they're never organic. There's always some organizing force behind the scenes that is taking care of all the logistics, of all the coordination and all these things. So the objective of all of these efforts that the US is doing is to encircle India with a fence of thorns. Our strategic experts like to talk about, even today, about the Chinese string of pearls strategy, right? Of encircling India at sea in the Indian Ocean region through all these ports that the Chinese are building. Well, the Americans are building a fence of thorns around India. There is West Pakistan, where there was a regime change in 2022, and a pro-US government came to power. Then there's East Pakistan, Bangladesh, where you had a regime change operation in 2024, and now you have a US vassal regime there. Now, and Burma, Operation K, Project K, Cookie Land for Christ, that is a US project, right? And it has caused so much bloodshed and so much suffering for the indigenous people of Manipur. Then now you have Nepal. So they want to completely encircle India. The objective is to contain India, not let India grow to its full potential. Keep India down, suppress India, create all kinds of problems, internal problems, external problems for India, so that India's economy doesn't grow and India doesn't become a threat in the future. Achintya Ananda says, what about Western theft of our knowledge? Contribution to advanced sciences like surgery, yoga, Surya Siddhant, being 0.3 second difference with current system. Look, they have stolen all of that, but they will never give credit to it, to us, right, for it. They won't. That's how it works. You take all the knowledge, you digest it, you build on top of it, then you claim it was yours all along. So that is well known. I mean, whether it is the concept of the decimal system, the concept of the decimal point, whether it's the concept of zero itself, whether it is algebra, whether it is trigonometry, whether it is infinite series, whether it's calculus, all of this originated in India. Astronomy, tremendous astronomy data was taken from India by the Arabs. Then it went to the West, and the Westerners claimed it was all ours. When Johannes Kepler, needed astronomical data, he acquired astronomical data from Brahmins in Banaras. And it's on the basis of that, those detailed, copious astronomical observations, that he was able to formulate the three laws that he's famous for, Kepler's law of planetary motion. So all of this is known. Everyone knows it. But it's not recognized. You will not see a single Western historian of science write about this. But Indians are writing about this, which is good. So it can no longer be swept under the carpet. And today you have all these Western researchers, whether it is in Princeton or Harvard or whatever, who are claiming that meditation has been a global practice. It doesn't belong to any one culture or community. Meditation came from India. You little, I don't have a polite word, so I shall not say anything. So they are trying to steal everything and 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 rebrand it. So that guy Huberman, or whatever his name is, he's one of the big culprits. So we have something called pranayam. Pranayam is a very ancient, age-old practice in India. Huberman and his friends, they call it cardiac coherence breathing. Some other people call it box breathing. So they are rebranding it and trying to pass it off as something they have discovered themselves. The Wim Hof method of cultural theft. The Wim Hof method is an Indian method. It is called Bhastrika and Kapalabhati. But he has rebranded it the Wim Hof method. And ice baths, that's what Indian yogis do in the Himalayas. Everything is stolen from India, but it's rebranded. And he has made a fortune, this Wim Hof fellow. So that's the deal with the West, a bunch of thieves. I'm not saying that all of the scientific advances the West has done are Indian advances. No, they took the knowledge that we had developed until about 1200 AD, and then they built on top of that, right? So no one's taking any credit away from Einstein or whoever, but the foundations, mathematical and scientific foundations, came from India. Divnur Singh says, do bankers run the world essentially? Well, the entire economic financial system is run by bankers, no question about that, right? And since you are running the entire global economic system, you are super powerful. And therefore, whoever owns the banks in the banking system, they run the world. Because not only do they have money, they also apparently have a lot of power. So whoever that is, they could be super powerful. Maybe they are running the world from behind the scenes. Divnur Singh says, we saw Rothschilds at the Ambani wedding. Aren't Rothschilds supposed to be anti-India? Well, I am not aware of this, first of all. Rothschilds at the Ambani wedding. Well, let's say hypothetically the Rothschilds, hypothetically, I don't know, okay? Since I've said this, I am not aware of the history of the Rothschilds and what they're up to and all that. I've never studied these people, so I can't really say. But let's say hypothetically that these people are anti-India, hypothetically. Then it doesn't mean they will never come to India, right? I- Let's say you are anti-India. It means you don't like India and you want to, let's say, destroy India. Then maybe instead of staying away, you will make trips to India and find out what the scene is like and make connections everywhere. And then in the future, perhaps try and operationalize some of these connections. So that's a better strategy than staying away, right? So, so maybe that could perhaps explain why someone, whoever it is, who hypothetically may be anti-India, would visit India. I'm not saying the Rothschilds are or are not. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'm like I said, I've not studied their history or their present also. Kautilya Rishi says, how and why is Israel a sovereign country? How come the US always bows down in front of Israel? Why does it seem like Israel is the master of the US? Why is the Israel a sovereign country? So I have this hard power index in which I also have a sovereignty ranking. And I have said this for several years that there's only a small number of sovereign countries in the world. All other countries are sovereign only in name, only technically. The truly sovereign countries are the US, Russia, China, India, and Israel. France isn't fully sovereign. The UK isn't sovereign at all. Germany isn't a sovereign nation. Turkey isn't a sovereign nation. Japan, South Korea, Australia, these are not sovereign nations. Only 5 nations are genuinely sovereign. So, why is Israel a sovereign country? See, ask yourself, is Israel a member of NATO? If you're a member of NATO, it means that your armed forces can and do come under foreign command, under the command of a foreigner who's generally American or whatever. Right? So if you're a nation that's a member of NATO, you will have to contribute your armed forces and put them under a foreigner's command at various points in time. That is directly a contravention of sovereignty, which this means that you don't have military sovereignty. So Turkey is a member of NATO. It means it is not militarily sovereign. Is Israel a member of the EU? If you are a member of the EU, then you have no control over your borders. Your borders are open. Secondly, you don't have any control over your economy because you're using the euro, which is controlled from Brussels, not from your capital. So you don't have territorial sovereignty, you don't have economic sovereignty, and you don't even have legislative sovereignty because the laws are being passed in Brussels and you don't have any control over that. So if you're a member of EU, you don't have sovereignty. If you're a member of EU plus NATO, you're done, fried, finished. Israel is neither a member of the EU or NATO. But Israel is a small country, right? If you're a small country, you are by de facto not sovereign because you are so small that you are dependent on others for all kinds of things. And anybody and a big power can anytime take you out. So by being a small country, you are by just de facto not sovereign. Israel is a very small country. So why is it still sovereign? Because it is a nuclear weapons power. If you're a nuclear weapons power, it augments your sovereignty multiple fold, right? And then there's the special relationship Israel has with the US. Yeah. The US is an unconditional supporter of Israel. No matter what happens, we will always support Israel. Well, in such a situation, when you are such a special country, obviously you are sovereign. All right. How come the US bows down to Israel? Why does it seem like Israel is a master of the US? Well, that's a long story. There are lots of American politicians who are Jewish people, and they consistently advocate excellent relations with Israel. And unlike Hindus, they are united, which is why they are so much more effective. That's one factor. There are many other factors, right? All right. How influential was Harry Truman as the US president? Truman, Harry Truman. What did he look like? One second. Let me just see his face so that I recall who this guy was. Truman. Harry Truman. Harry Truman. Okay, so Harry Truman was the U.S. president during the Cold War, during the World War II and Cold War periods, and when he stepped down, he had given this very prescient speech about the dangers of the military-industrial complex. I think it was pretty influential, and people still quote that speech that he gave at the end of his term. So yeah, why does the UN have the same emblem as the Roman emblem? Divnur Singh has very interesting questions. Let's find out. Let's find out. UN emblem. UN emblem. Ah, you mean the laurel wreath? The laurel wreath. Yes, yes. Laurel wreath. Yeah, this was a symbol of triumph, right? The Romans. This was a symbol of honor for the Romans. Even the Greeks used it. And see, the Greeks had something called the Olympic Games, right? The Olympic Games, and they were discontinued for more than 2,000 years, and then we have restarted in the 1900s. So in the Olympic Games, the original Games in Greece, the winners were not given gold medals or whatever. They were given a laurel wreath, and somehow this tradition influenced Rome. And in Rome also, whenever a victorious general returned to Rome after carrying out a great victorious campaign, he would have what was called a triumph, which was a parade with his legions on the streets of Rome, where all the citizens would come out and applaud him and bless him and all that. And the parade was interesting because he would also display the enemies he had captured. So when Caesar did a triumph in Rome, he paraded Vercingetorix, who was the leader of the Gauls, and he was paraded in the triumph. At the end of the triumph, he was strangled, human sacrifice. So the Romans used to have these triumphs, human sacrifices, and the victorious generals would wear a laurel wreath, which was the continuation of a Greek tradition. And somehow it's become this thing. So the UN also has it. I'm not sure why it has it, but it's a very interesting observation you made. Most people would kind of not see it, right? But it is indeed the case. It's a laurel wreath that they have around the globe. Why is it so? I don't know. Maybe I can look into it at a future time. But interesting non-coincidence. It's not a coincidence for sure. Okay. Anonymous says, Namaste Gurudev. I hope you're doing well, sir. I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well too, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. AKS says, what are thoughts about the second B-21 raider revealed yesterday at the Indonesian Defense Minister meeting under Secretary of Defense in the US just after the protests? Second B-21 raider. What was that? Let me Google it. I haven't. See, I'll tell you something, people. First of all, before I answer the question, I, at any given point in time, am never aware of the latest news. I am not someone who scrolls the news 24 by 7 and I have to know the latest thing that's happening right now. I take my time. I never do knee jerk reactions. That's why when the Nepal thing happened, I did not speak for 2-3 days. I did not even tweet about it because I like to take my time before something happens and and the patterns become visible. Then I speak about it after I have some understanding of it. So I'm not aware of the second B-21 raider thing, but let us Google it together. What is this B-21 thing? Let's find out together. B-21 radar. What is this? Is there some news? America's new stealth B-21. Okay, takes the next step with the second bomber's first flight. Okay, so this is a new strategic bomber that these Americans are developing and in development. Okay, and this thing is now undergoing test flights. Understood. Okay, so this is the next generation strategic long range stealth bomber that the Americans are developing. It's now in the test flight phase, and yesterday a second test flight happened. It looks like that's what the news just told us. So yeah, good for them. They will have even more teeth now, and they will have a new generation strategic stealth bomber. So it's gonna be great for them to bomb any country they want and anywhere in the world with a better aircraft, perhaps with better stealth characteristics and better electronics and avionics, and maybe a more augmented payload capacity, whatever it is, right? Um, so yeah, see, that's what the Americans do. They keep on innovating, they keep on developing new weapons and new weapon systems and new aircraft, and that's how you stay on top of the game, and that's how you remain the superpower. So that's something that India can certainly learn from. Now, Indonesian defense minister meeting under Secretary of Defense. Once again, I'm not in the news, but not surprising. Recently, there were student protests in Indonesia also, right? The US is unhappy with Indonesia. Is Indonesia a member of BRICS? Let's quickly find out. Let us quickly find out, is Indonesia a member of BRICS? Has it joined BRICS? Indonesia, BRICS. Indonesia joined BRICS. Very, very naughty. Very naughty. Indonesia joined BRICS. Now let's Google this also. Indonesia SCO. Is Indonesia a member of SCO? Let us see. Shanghai Cooperation, blah blah blah. Indonesia. Indonesia is an observer, it looks like. Indonesia is not a member state. But when the SCO summit happened, Indonesia was represented at the highest level. So Indonesia has been naughty enough to join BRICS. They also participate in the SCO summit. I mean, how naughty. So naturally, the students will be displeased with that, because students understand geopolitics, right? So after all this happened, there have been student protests in Indonesia. And because of that, I'm sure there are panic stations in Indonesia, because student protests are usually the threat of a color revolution. If you understand the playbook, the color revolution playbook, the regime change operation playbook, you will understand it starts with student protests. Generally, universities that have infiltration by the US and US agents. We have such universities in India, many. So when these student protests happened, clearly the Indonesians had to go and speak to the Americans. Sir, please, we made mistakes. What do you want us to do? Please tell us. We'll do it. That sort of thing. So it's a natural reaction to the protests. Rohan Suneja, your views on confusing today's teachers with gurus. So today we are told your teacher is your guru. Worship your teacher. Go and touch their feet in the morning. Your teacher is your guru. That is nonsense. Let me explain why. Guru was a term, a title that was not applicable to everybody historically. Guru was the highest title somebody could have. And you have to understand the nature of the Indian education system, historic education system, to understand why today's teachers are not gurus. India's indigenous education system has been destroyed. It is a loss that you don't even feel today. We had an education system that was decentralized, and it had several levels. The lowest level was the temples. You had temples all across the length and the breadth of the country. Every town, every village, every locality had a temple, and temples were places of basic education. So the pujari there was not just a pujari; he was also a shikshak who would give basic education to the kids of the locality. Basic education. 1 plus 1 equal to 2. Ka, kha, ga, ga, that sort of thing. Basic arithmetic and mathematics, basic grammar, basic itihasas, Puranas, all that stuff. Basic stuff. Simple. Then, if you were a bright student and you wanted to do higher education, you would go to a vihara, you would go to, a greater temple somewhere. And eventually, if you were a really great student, you would go to a Vishwavidyalaya like Nalanda, Tilhara, Takshashila, Vikramshila, Udantapuri, Shardapeet, Vallabhi, and so much more. So we had so many of these. So that's where you would have the highest education available in the universe in ancient times. And even there, not every teacher was called a guru. You had adhyapaks, and you had a whole higher grading system, and the highest level was guru. And no matter what level of teacher you were, maybe you were not a guru level teacher, you were just a adhyapak or upadhyaya or whatever it was, you never charged fees from your students. Education was universal and it was free. Until the 19th century, education in India was universal and free. Read The Beautiful Tree by Dharampal, who collected data from British statistics. And he has proved that, that education was universal. It was not restricted to only males. Females got education. It was not restricted to certain castes like people allege today. Everybody got education. Using British records and statistics, Dharampal has proven it, 19th century records. So education was free, universal, and education was free. It was free. Your guru would not stop teaching you if you did not give the next month's installment. Why was it like this? How did they work for free? Because all education was state sponsored. The king or the emperor would pay for the upkeep of the temple or the vihara or the Vishwavidyalaya. Everything was paid for. The king or the emperor paid for the salaries and upkeep and everything of the staff and the teachers and the gurus and administration and whatever else. And they also ensure that all the education because of this was free. So and your relationship was with your guru was a lifelong relationship. It was not like, okay, 3 years done and we are out. No, it was a lifelong relationship. Today, the moment you don't give next week's fees, your teacher will will stop teaching you. And the level, the caliber, the standards of the teachers are abysmal today. On average, some are good, but most are average. Most are abysmal. There's no connection between the gurus of ancient times and today's teachers. Today's teachers are service providers. You pay them, they'll provide you a service, and that to a substandard service. And the moment you stop paying them, they will not look at you in the face. You call that a guru? Are these people worthy of respect? Some of them are really good people. And because the system is like this, they have no choice but to take fees from you. Some of them are really good, but most are useless. So you can't call these individuals your gurus. Come on. They are service providers. Diptam Mukhopadhyay says, I have the opportunity to work in a US tech firm on the latest technology and possible PhD also, which I'm not getting here. I feel bad that I will have to leave my country. Why are you feeling bad? Why? Is your country going to miss you? Look, if you're feeling bad that you're leaving the country and you want to serve the country and so on, don't feel bad. I'll tell you why. Anybody who gets the opportunity to leave the country for better opportunities and prospects out of India, my advice is take the opportunity. Go abroad. Here's what you should do. Go there, work there, learn everything you can, get your degree, get your PhD, get more job experience and work another 10, 15, 20 years there. Become very prosperous, very wealthy, very rich. Then come back to India when you're in your 40s. You want to serve your country, right? Will you be able to serve your country when you have no salary? When you have no skills, no knowledge, no expertise, no experience? What will you do? How will you serve your country? If you want to serve your country, become rich. Become rich on US dollars. Then bring those to India. Become wealthy on knowledge and experience and skills. And bring all of that back to India when you can. Why are you feeling bad? Great opportunity for you to serve your country. Work outside for 20 years. Then come back. Then you will be in a much better position to actually genuinely and more impactfully serve your country. So Diptam Mukhopadhyay, all the best. Go for it, sir. Go for it. MK says, what are the objectives of the US in the Russia-Ukraine war? If a ceasefire takes place, how and where and when would the US create problems for Russia in the future? So what's the situation is the question. Give me a second. What's the objectives? Look, what are the objectives of the US? The How did the war start? First of all, the war happened because the US crossed Russia's red lines, which was a regime change operation in Ukraine. See, imagine Russia does a regime change operation in Canada or Mexico. Will the US tolerate it? They will never tolerate it. When the Soviets put missiles in Cuba, the Americans didn't tolerate it. Kennedy did not tolerate it. The Soviets had to pull the missiles out again. So when the US is so touchy about nations in its periphery, how can they expect Russia to tolerate any kind of nonsense in their periphery? So when the Americans did a regime change operation in Ukraine in 2014, the Euromaidan coup, that was a red line for Russia. That's why Russia immediately grabbed Crimea, which was anyway Russian territory. Okay, and then they have been systematically, essentially doing ethnic cleansing in the Donbas region. The Ukrainian government, the puppet government, for several, almost a decade, they did this, and that's why in 2022, the Russians eventually realized that now very soon the Ukrainians could become a NATO member state. So it's time to do something. So the Russians should actually have done this in 2014, but they did it in 2022. So the Americans knew that Russia will have to do something about this from a military perspective. They knew it. They were waiting for it. They induced Russia. They provoked and goaded Russia into doing this. So eventually, when this happened, the Americans took the opportunity to dump every imaginable sanction on Russia. And they thought that it would crush the Russian economy. They were so wrong. And the Russian economy has rebounded. It is now stronger than it was before, than in 2022. And it's growing at a rate that's higher than the European nations. So the objective was to crush Russia. It was to destroy Russia. And they thought that if the Ukraine war will go badly for Russia, then Russians will get frustrated with Putin and they will do a regime change operation, or they will overthrow Putin. And then we can take Moscow itself. So the objective was to destroy Russia, to defeat Russia, and to take over. The overall great dream is a regime change in Moscow. That's the great dream of the US. Okay. That's the deal. If a ceasefire takes place, how and where and when would the US create problems for Russia in the future? How do you create ceasefire? We'll see about that. How can the US create more problems for Russia in the future? Well, they've already created all the problems they can. They could perhaps then operationalize Poland and create trouble with Poland, perhaps. So you can always use a disposable vassal state to create more trouble for Russia. And before you operationalize Poland, you turn Poland into a military superpower, which is what's happening right now. It's happening quietly. But Poland is being turned into a military superpower in Europe, more powerful than Germany now. Okay? And at some point, I suppose they will operationalize Poland against Russia. Okay, Devnur Singh says Kirk's death was very serious here in the US. Yep. What do you think about the private plane which flew from a nearby airport after he got shot? Well, I am not aware of this private plane. I have not been really paying attention to this in great detail as to looking at everything that's happened. It is said that somebody has been turned in. Some guy, some young guy, 20, 22 years old. He is apparently the shooter, and his own father turned him in. And apparently, people were claiming that other countries were involved in all of this. Is in the assassination of this person, Charlie Kirk, and so I am not aware of this private plane. Now, what in case this private plane thing is significant? What could it be? So, let's say some important person gets shot, and then right after the person is shot, a mysterious private plane takes off from a nearby airport. What could that signify? It potentially could signify that the person or persons involved in this operation, the assassination operation, they decamped, they escaped, the region in that private plane. That's what it could perhaps potentially mean. It doesn't mean it necessarily means that. But in case that is the correct situation, in case, then why has somebody been turned in? That's a question that arises. Is that person a patsy? Is that person a scapegoat? Who knows? Look, anything is possible. The US especially, anything is possible. I mean, 1963 happened, everything was covered up. So, who knows? Shashwat Jena says, who was the actual victor in the Battle of Jhelum? I don't know. What is this Battle of Jhelum? Look, we've had so many battles, so I don't remember. Let's Google the Battle of Jhelum. I don't remember which part of Indian history it is. Let's see who was the actual victor. Battle of Jhelum. Oh, the Battle of the Hydaspes or Jhelum. Do you really have to ask me this? Alexander was defeated. It was Purushottam who won. The Greeks called him Porus. But the Greek historians have portrayed it as a great victory for Alexander. And then he magnanimously forgave Porus and reinstated him as a vassal king, and that sort of nonsense. It was Porus who was a district level chieftain of a small district in Western India who defeated Alexander the Great. Okay? And the wounds that Alexander incurred in this battle, they killed him. He limped back to Babylon, which he had captured, and he died there. And he also lost his great horse Bucephalus in this battle. Come on. Do we have to believe Western propaganda? Annan Rai Fimate, or whatever. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. So I'm sorry about that. What was the 2008 financial crisis? What was the corruption which led to such an event? Can this happen again? Been watching you since episode 7. Really? Thank you so much. Well, you've got a long time viewer here. It's been a while. It's been a while since we did this episode, since we started. Well, good to have you, sir. Thank you so much for being a long time watcher. What was this 2008 financial crisis? It was called the subprime crisis, housing crisis, all of that. So there was all this speculation on the market rates of property in the US, and that sort of thing. Even the details are murky for me right now. This question has come out of the blue. I don't remember exactly what it was at that time. I was not even that much of an observer of I was at that time more of a student of history still. So it was called the subprime crisis, and a lot of these financial institutions had made all these bad loans on the basis of hyperinflated property rates and all of that. And once the bubble burst, all these investments turned bad, and entire institutions like Lehman Brothers, etc., they went under, and that caused a gigantic readjustment of the market. Lots and lots of people who had invested in subprimes and all that, they lost their savings and all of that, and all the bosses and managers of these speculative investory companies and all, they got bonuses, and they got uh, they were bailed out by Obama. But the little guy who the little guys, the average people, they lost a lot of money. So that was a big earthquake kind of situation financially, economically in the US. And that is the point where China decided that it is our time now. So the 2008 financial crisis was the turning point in China's behavior. They decided it is now is China's time. The West has finally got on the back foot. Their economy is no longer on good ground, strong ground. Now is the time for China to step up. And that's where you start seeing a very different China. Okay. Sharma says, Cyrus or Kurush, the great similarities to Chinggis Khan, how were they different in the empires they founded? Kurush did not found any empire. Yeah. He was the son of an emperor. And Kurush was the emperor of the Hakshamanish or Hakamanish empire, the Achaemenid empire. His ancestor was the great Hakshamanish or Hakamanish. And so, who was Kurush's father? Was it Chishpish? Was it Let's quickly look into Kurush's father. Kurush the Great father. Who was his dad? Kurush the Great's father. Who was his daddy? Cambodia. His father was Cambodia. In Greek they call it Cambyses or something. Cambyses the first. Cambodia. Okay, and Cyrus was Kurush. See, they won't even mention the name properly. They're always mentioning the Greek version, Kiros or Kurosh or something. His name was Kurush. That's how they distort names that are not Western. Anyway, he was the son of Cambodia the first, and Cambodia was an emperor of the Achaemenid Empire, and Kurush was one of the greatest of the emperors of this empire. So he was born into power and wealth. He was born the crown prince, essentially, if I'm not mistaken. But he did eventually become the emperor. Genghis Khan was born into no such thing. His father was the chieftain of a small tribe called the Borjigin tribe, the Blue Wolves. And Genghis Khan, well, his father died when he was about 80 years old. And his family, Genghis Khan's family, he was born, his birth name was Temujin. So Temujin, his mother, and his brothers, they were left to die by his tribe when Temujin was 8 years old. And if you are abandoned by your tribe in Mongolia in the winter, it means certain death. Even today, that's how harsh Mongolia's terrain and climate is. But somehow they survived. And Genghis Khan spent the first after his father's death, he spent about 35, 36, 37 years fighting first just to survive, and then when he became more powerful, he was fighting various Mongolian tribes to unite them all. And it's only in his mid 40s that he was able to defeat and unite all the Mongolian tribes and create an empire. And that's when he decided that we need to invade China and teach the Chinese a lesson for what they've been doing to us for the past several centuries. So that is Genghis Khan, a very different upbringing, very different background from Kurush, totally different. Kurush was born into power and wealth. His father was the emperor, right? Similarities, well, I don't know, similarities. Both were polytheists. No, Kurush was Zoroastrian. So Zoroastrianism is well, today it's portrayed as monotheistic. Even Zoroastrianism has multiple divinities, so not entirely monotheistic. And yeah, they were both visionary leaders. Kurush conquered much of West Asia, and he liberated the Greeks from the claws of the Assyrians, uh, and allowed them to go back to Judea, to present day Israel, all of that. Um, and and obviously the Mongol Empire was greater than the empire of the Achaemenids, greater in size, in strength, in explosive expansionist power, all of that totally different. So yeah, that's a comparison, let's say. Divnur Singh says, for someone who wants me to ask you this, how does Gehra Rajya have so much power? What's the source of power of Gehra Rajya despite not being backed by the US Constitution? How does it influence? A deep state, how does it have so much power? What is the source of its power? Okay, fundamentals, basics. Let's go back to first principles. First principles thinking. What is power? In the simplest possible explanation is this: power is the ability to get things done. I have this hill outside my building. I don't like this hill. I want the hill to be gone. Can I get? Can I make the hill disappear? If I can make this hill disappear, I have power. How do I do it? Do I go and start digging it? No. I ask 100 guys who work for me to go and dig it up. That's power. But what if instead of 100 guys, I have 1,000 guys? Well, then I can have 10 hills disappear. What if I have 1,000,000 guys at my disposal? And what if they're armed to the teeth and they will obey me unquestioningly? Well, that makes me kind of a superpower now. So that is power. Power is always based on the ability to get things done, especially violent things. The more capable of violence you are, the more powerful you are, even if you choose not to exercise the power, the ability of violence that you have. So when you say that the Gehra Raja has so much power, the deep state has so much power, it means they command so much destructive power in their hands. They have it at their disposal. Now, which destructive power do they command? The United States and its resources, right? It means that they command all the resources of the United States, including the economy, the military, the nuclear might, and the administrative and governance mechanism. Then we understand why they are so powerful. But how are they so powerful when there's nothing in the US Constitution about a deep state? Well, what if what if you are a small group of people who know all the deep dark secrets of all the politicians, who are part of the constitutional framework? What if you know all the this is a hypothetical situation. I am not saying I know what's happening. I'm just saying hypothetically, if you are a small group of, let's say, 20 people, and you know all the deep dark secrets of all the politicians who are part of the constitutional framework, then will it not give you complete control over the politicians? What if you own the bank that is the country's reserve bank? Will it not give you control over the nation's economy and by extension the world's economy? And if you control the politicians who control the military, do you not control the military and the nuclear arsenal? And maybe it's not just blackmail power, maybe it's also economic power. Maybe you have so much money you can buy anybody off, and they're all controlled by you because you are drip feeding money to them. This is a completely hypothetical scenario that I'm painting for you, but such a scenario kind of works, doesn't it? And you don't need to be based in that country. You could be based anywhere. Once again, Divnur Singh, I know you are thinking in that direction. It's possible you may be based somewhere else. So you see, that's how it works. Theoretically, hypothetically. I'm not saying that's the situation necessarily, but theoretically, that's how it can work. Nanda Kishore says, why is the slave US hostile to India but master Israel isn't? Well, first of all, you are putting words in my mouth by making me assume that the US is the slave of Israel. I am not saying it is. Do we have evidence? Some people say there is plenty of evidence. When I generally speak about the US or Israel, I get two kinds of comments in the comment section. One says the US is the master and Israel is the vassal. That's one category of comments, about 50%. The other 50% say Israel is the master and the US is the vassal. So which is which? Which is which? I don't know. Right? So the question is that, look, first we can all agree on one thing, that the US and Israel have a very special relationship. They do, right? Best of relationship. But the US is hostile to India, Israel isn't. Why is that? Well, is Israel entirely benign towards India? We have a great relationship with Israel. Strategic relationship, strategic partnership, you could say. Significant convergence of interests. Now tell me something, my friends. Answer this question. In the subcontinent, historically, the US has had one long-term reliable vassal, West Pakistan, also known as Pakistan. So the US has Pakistan as its loyal vassal, mostly, more or less, loyal vassal. And Israel and US have a special relationship. And some say that Israel is the master of the US. Some say. So then, what's the relationship between Israel and Pakistan in that case? If hypothetically Israel is America's master and America is Pakistan's master, who does it mean Israel is de facto Pakistan's master? Yeah, doesn't mean that. Now, Pakistan officially, many of you will say, no, but Pakistan says Israel does not have a right to exist. We don't recognize Israel. We don't have diplomatic relations. Okay, good. So when Asim Munir goes to Washington and the Pakistani embassy holds some kind of banquet or dinner in Asim Munir's honor, why is there the presence of Israeli military personnel there? So if you look at all these things, can you really say that Israel is entirely benign towards India? Everything is well in the relationship. Can you really say that? India and Israel still have a great relationship. Overall, it's one of the best relationships India has. But like any relationship between any two people, there's always something or the other which is not entirely congruent, you see. Godliness says, can we in the future build a nuclear powered stealth drone with AI as its pilot? Theoretically, it can be done. A nuclear ramjet or a nuclear scramjet. It can be made. The Russians have a missile that's powered by nuclear uh, energy. It's not a nuclear weapon tipped missile. It could be, but the source of energy, the source of combustion, is a nuclear powered ramjet. So this missile theoretically has unlimited range. It can fly for months. You certainly can. Stealth drone will be a little more difficult because you need a whole nuclear power plant in this thing, which is a little harder to do. But theoretically, even this is possible. So you can have a nuclear powered drone or stealth drone potentially, depending on the technology you use, with AI as its pilot. Yeah, it is possible, certainly. Anonymous scientist is here. Bonjour, well, bonsoir, mon ami. What are your thoughts on the strongest signals of microbial life detected near Jezero crater on Mars? Really? Let's discover it together. Okay, G0 crater. G0 crater. Mars biosignatures. Interesting. What is it? Now, okay, 8 hours ago something has happened, or 4 days ago. Let's see what NASA has to say. NASA says Mars rover discovered potential biosignature last year. A sample collected by NASA's Perseverance Mars rover from an ancient dry riverbed in Jezero crater could blah, blah, blah. Potential biosignatures. Okay, they published a paper in Nature. Let's see the paper in Nature. Okay, redox, blah blah blah, driven mineral. The Perseverance investigated all that stuff. Okay, detailed geological, petrographic, blah blah blah. Organic carbon-bearing mudstones contain sub-millimeter scale nodules and millimeter scale reaction fronts enriched by ferrous, iron, phosphate, and sulfide minerals likely vivenite and greigite, respectively. The organic carbon appears to have participated in post-depositional redox reactions that produce the observed at low temperatures. We review the various pathways by which redox reactions can involve organic matter. That Ultimately, we conclude that analysis of the core sample collected from this unit using blah 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 will enable the. Okay, so this paper is not claiming anything conclusive, but it is being interpreted by NASA that it has potential biosignatures. And then the Times of India says NASA finds clearest sign. So you can see how each stage there is an escalation. The Nature paper says that we've discovered this, and there are certain reactions the signatures of certain redox reactions are visible on this millimeter and sub-millimeter scale nodules, and we investigated the various pathways through which these reactions could have happened at low temperature regimes. That's what the Nature paper says. It doesn't draw, it's, at least the abstract that I read, it doesn't draw any conclusions about any biosignatures or potential biosignatures. And maybe if I read the whole paper, which will take half an hour, there may be some more clues. But the NASA press release says there are potential biosignatures. And then the Times of India report, which is quoting the NASA release potentially, it says this is the clearest sign of life. So journalists tend to over exaggerate everything. You see? So I think it's still too early to make any such claims, clearly, from the paper that we just saw. But interesting that you brought this up, and I was not aware of it. So thank you so much. Divnoor Singh says, "Do we even have an actual uniting language?" Well, globally, we today have English, which is a colonial language, which is an imperial language. It's like the days of Pax Romana, when all the nations that had been vassalized and conquered and vassalized by Rome, they all spoke Roman to each other, Latin, because that was the only common language they knew. So today, the whole world has been essentially, at some point in time, either colonized or vassalized by the Anglos. So we all speak English as the world language today. It's not something to be proud of, but it is what it is. Does India have a uniting language? Well, it was always Sanskrit. Today, see, the British left behind divisions in society, which they had created. They created all kinds of artificial divisions in the country, in Indian society, because they were afraid of a unified India. They saw what happened in 1857 when Indians united for a change. So they wanted to ensure it never happens again. So they created all kinds of artificial divisions within India, religious divisions. Within religion, they invented four castes. We had the Varna Jati system, which was a totally different thing. People cared about Jati, not about Varna or caste. The British superimposed a four-tier caste system and officialized and legalized it. And we are still continuing that. So there is that division. Then there's the linguistic divisions. Then there's all kinds of Aryan Dravidian divisions and things like that. So because of these, the legacy of the British rule over India, we have all these little divisions that have cropped up in India, and those are being exacerbated by political parties and foreign forces today. Which is why Sanskrit is so controversial. The one thing that has historically united India, today they have made it controversial so that India can't unite again. The unifying language is Sanskrit. It is not a dead language. We use Sanskrit vocabulary and grammar in all our languages today, North or South India, wherever. You speak Haryanvi, it's a Sanskrit derived language. Most of the words came from Sanskrit. The entire grammar structure came from Sanskrit. Of course, there are some changes which are inevitable, like Italian from Roman, Italian from Latin. There are some changes, but it's still a language that came from Latin, right? That way. So the unifying language has to be Sanskrit. It has been our civilizational language. But today it's been turned into a gigantic controversy where half the country will not accept it. Ankita says, now that the name of the PM candidate in Nepal is clear, what would you say? Regime change operation in Nepal, successful or foiled? Wait and watch. No knee jerk reactions, because it takes time for the dust to clear and for the truth to become apparent. So, right now, we have what looks like somebody who was elected through a Discord vote. That's what journalists and media outlets are saying. That the Gen Z students came together and said that we will not let our movement be hijacked by opportunistic external forces. And they did a vote on Discord, and they decided that this lady, Madame Sushila Karki, will be our interim caretaker prime minister. Now, who are they to decide? Who is Hami Nepal to decide this thing? Is Hami Nepal a Gen Z organization? Hami Nepal is an NGO that has plenty of foreign funding. The head of Hami Nepal is this gentleman called Sudan Gurung, I think. He's 34, 35 years old. Is that Gen Z? There are plenty of unresolved questions right now. I am not making any, I'm not drawing any conclusions right now. It is very tempting if you are in the business, let's say, of YouTube, or if you're an influencer, to make immediate, instantaneous, knee jerk predictions. This is what I'm predicting, this is what I'm blah, blah, blah. I am not in that game. I'm going to take my time. I have already put my neck out and I've said that this is a US mediated regime change operation. Now let's wait and watch. This lady is the caretaker, interim, de facto, whatever prime minister, which means that she is the lady who will occupy the seat of the prime minister. The seat is not the place where power lies. Power lies somewhere else. Who controls the Nepalese armed forces and police forces right now? Who controls them? Who will they support politically? That's where the power lies. So for that to become clear, we'll have to wait and watch. But I have already said this, that this has all the hallmarks of a US mediated regime change operation. So when you want to obfuscate that, you bring in a non-controversial person and put them in a ceremonial role. So it looks like, no, this is not regime change. Look at this lady. She has no connections with the US. She was a Supreme Court person. Her husband was a nationalist politician. She's the last person who would be this. Well, because of that, she's the best person. So we will see. I am not going to jump to any conclusions right now. Let's wait and watch. In a few days, things will become much more clear. It's too early to start drawing conclusions right now. Okay. Mama Bucket VFX. Well, thank you so much. Very nice of you. Thank you. Divnur Singh says we have 20 different clubs for 20 different states in India. No unity. Are we tribal in nature? All humans are by nature tribalistic. It's in our blood, it's in our DNA. It dates back to the time when we ran from predators on the savannas and steppes of Africa. Our brains have evolved to be able to look far for threats and unite in small bands and keep moving, keep running, keep foraging, hunter gatherers. That's what we have been for the longest part of our history, which is about a couple of million years, ever since we split off from our closest cousins, the chimpanzees. Chimpanzees, if you look at them, they're tribal in nature. They're very much like us. So by DNA, we are tribalistic. But the past 10, 20,000 years, whenever it happened, we have tried to transcend this tribalism by constructing something entirely unnatural, civilization. And the oldest civilization is us, the oldest known civilization, the longest surviving civilization. But the tribalistic nature is still there in our blood. So civilization is a civilizing force which makes us transcend tribalism. But when civilization itself weakens, that's when tribalism resurfaces. So this entire thing that you are seeing, this decentralization, this feudalism, so not feudalism, federalism, this prioritization of civilizational, subnational identities, all of that, this tells you that our civilization is weakening. We are no longer genuinely a civilization state today. We are no longer rooted in our culture. Our constitution is foreign in nature. Our laws are foreign in nature. Our institutions are foreign in nature. Our system of governance is foreign in nature. Our bureaucracy is a foreign imposition. Our education system is foreign in India. The language we speak is foreign. Our culture and civilization is slowly being erased. And when you start losing your civilization, tribalism surfaces. That's what we are seeing in India. These are very alarming signs. It's not happening at a rapid pace. It's happening very slowly, very gradually. So it doesn't look alarming. But consider how India was 30 years ago and consider how it is today. A lot has changed, and India has gone far more towards tribalism than it was 20, 30 years ago. This is very alarming for India. What the West wants is they want India to fragment. They want India to be balkanized. Then they can deal with the different parts of India individually. So this is being mediated from outside. And we are simply living in la la land and essentially doing nothing about it. So we are tribal in nature. We are not tribal in nature as a civilization, but we are tribal by DNA, by blood. That's Homo sapiens for you, tribal. But civilization, it seeks to transcend that, you see. Satellite says, how much of the world will survive, if any, after a nuclear war? What will happen eventually as 10,000 plus nuclear weapons won't just disappear magically? I'll tell you what. When the Cuban Missile Crisis happened, 1962 was it? Whenever it was? Yeah, 62 most likely. At that time, the US had about 25,000 nuclear warheads. Only the US had about 25,000 nuclear warheads. The Soviets had about 3,000, 3,500, roughly, give or take, nuclear warheads. That's almost 30,000 at the time. Today, you have about 10, 11,000 warheads in total. Officially, that's what people say. I don't know what the truth is. So clearly, we came down from that level. And we had all those treaties in the 1980s. Mr. Gorbachev and Mr. Reagan, they met in Geneva. When I was in Geneva as a kid, I think it was 1985. And that was what's the START treaty or whatever it was. And they brought down the stockpiles on both sides so that the level of potential destruction could be lowered, that sort of thing. So today we have about 10,000 plus 10, 11,000 nuclear warheads in existence. That's the official stated figure. That itself is enough to devastate the world. So, in case there's a nuclear war, nuclear exchange in which all of these weapons are used, what does it do? If you have 10,000 nuclear explosions, okay, tens of kilotons, hundreds of kilotons, some are megatons eh, of yield in terms of kilotons, in terms of TNT, and of if these nuclear warheads are detonated over land, and 10,000 of them are detonated, it will it will put out a gigantic dust cloud in the atmosphere, and this dust cloud will be dust which has been pushed out, and pulverized rock and whatnot, vaporized rock, vaporized forests, vaporized whatever. A gigantic dust cloud will go up into the atmosphere, and it will surround the entire Earth. So the Earth will be enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. This situation will persist for a few years. There will be no sunlight on the planet for a few years. So immediately global temperatures will drop. So whoever has survived the nuclear explosions will now have to face a global winter. So within a few hours, you would have a situation where you will have snow in Sri Lanka, snow falling in Sri Lanka and in Mauritius, and there'll be no sunlight for a few years, possibly at least a few months. When there's no sunlight, the plants die because there's no photosynthesis. If the plants die, animals die. Well, then what happens to us? So in this scenario, most of humanity will die out. Only those who have access to stored grains for and supplies that will last several years, only those people will survive. Everybody else dies. So you may have a few thousand or maybe a few tens of thousands humans surviving at best by the time the cloud lifts. So that's the situation. Yeah. Most of humanity will die out. Most of the animals will die out. It's like an impact event, the kind of impact event that killed off the non-avian dinosaurs. That sort of situation will arise. Divnur Singh says, tell us about the Battle of Waterloo and how one family of bankers knew the result even before the British. Yeah, I don't know about that. The Battle of Waterloo was obviously famous, right? Admiral Nelson, was it? If you go to Trafalgar Square in London, whose statue? It's Nelson there, right? Um, yeah, so Waterloo was obviously Waterloo for Napoleon. It was the defeat of Napoleon at the hands of the British. Oh, was it just the British or was it a coalition? It was mostly the British, if I remember. I don't remember that portion of history in great detail right now. Um, did one family of bankers know the result beforehand? I don't know about that. Did they know before the British? Yeah, listen, my memory is a little hazy about this part of history. And this one family, I don't know anything about them because I've not studied their history. I think you're referring to the Rothschilds, but I have not studied the Rothschilds. So even if you ask me further questions about that particular angle of history, I won't have much to tell you because I haven't studied the Rothschilds. I think it is maybe time for me to study them because I'm getting so many questions about them. Uh, Divnur Singh says JP Morgan almost owned the whole of America at a point. How is that? JP Morgan, the banker, right? Morgan Chase Bank, all that. Yeah, the US is JP Morgan. Now, what was this guy's history? He isn't Rockefeller, the oil baron. JP Morgan. Yeah, I'm a little hazy about JP Morgan also. You had all these family, the Rockefellers. Rockefeller was into oil. Then he was into pharmaceuticals, and he wanted a certain kind of education system in the US. And JP Morgan is also one of the great colossal titans, but I don't really. I'm a little hazy about that about the history of JP Morgan. So not sure I can really give you much details about this either. Okay, godliness says create controlled anarchy for a few days, dismantle the current government, then magically the sleeping army will intervene and everything goes back to normal. Can this happen to the master himself, the US? Can this happen to the US? It's very difficult, very hard to see this happening in the US. Why is it? Why is that so? Because for something like this to happen, You need a controlling force. See, spontaneous protests and spontaneous revolutions, they are disorganized and chaotic by nature. And they are disorganized, which means they are not organized. There isn't you don't have coordination, you don't have logistical support, you don't have all of that. So it can happen, but it'll eventually fizzle out. And if the governance machinery, which is coordinated very well, if it just bides its time, it can deal with anything. And obviously, if you look at the United States, it's a police state. Anyone who lives in the US knows this. If you don't understand what I mean, spend 3 months in India, then spend 3 months in the US, then come back to India, and you will immediately see the difference. The US is a police state, cops all over the place. Go to New York City, cops everywhere, cops with guns everywhere. You take those cops away from New York City for 15 minutes, there will be riots on the streets of New York City. The cops keep the peace. So the US is a police state. And if you want to create anarchy there, well, you will have to come up against the whole full might of the US state and all its various arms and branches. So you have the you have the cops, you have the state troopers, you have the armed forces, the army itself, the military. The citizens can't stand up against that. So it's very hard for something like this to happen in the US. And can an external power do something like this? Well, the most powerful power is the US. So I think it's very hard for something like this to happen in the US. But what can happen is a 1963 like situation in which the US itself took out its own president. So the deep state essentially took out JFK. That's what is alleged. And clearly there's a cover up, because clearly it's not like there was one shooter. Clearly he was not shot from behind. If you see the Zapruder film, it's clear he was shot from the front. But the official report says he was shot from behind. Well, the headshot, when it happens, his head is thrown backwards, which means the velocity, the momentum is coming from the forward direction. So it's clear that it's a cover up. So the US took out its own president. So that's sort of so essentially 1963 was a coup against the president. That sort of thing can happen. But a regime change is very hard for us to see happening in the US. Anonymous says one of the retired wing commanders of the IAF tweeted about a Nepal-like situation in India. We have a female wing commander, retired, of the IAF. She even urged Indian Gen Z to replicate what Nepalese protesters did to their finance ministers against the Indian finance minister. Okay, I am not aware of this, first of all. This is the first time I'm seeing this news, but I'm sure what you're saying must be right. So in case it is correct, well, that's horrific. And it kind of tells you that there are serious problems within India. And many Indians are compromised, it looks like. Especially people who are potentially influential and who have been in positions of power. It looks like it's very easy to buy them out. Some of them, not all. Some of them. I'm sure most are honest and patriotic, but it looks like some of them, these people can be bought out. I am aware of some journalists who are clearly foreign stooges. I'm aware of some retired armed forces personnel, some, only a few, who clearly work for foreign powers, or at least are favorably inclined towards foreign powers. So, yeah, like I've said before, there are many aspiring Zelenskys in India. So I suppose the government of India will have to keep these people under observation and keep tabs on their activities and keep tabs on where the funds are coming in from. Yeah. But yeah, it's terrible. Right. Brother 8 says, I am NPI. I'm Nepalese. Nepal is Indian. Okay, some people in Nepal don't respect India because of expansionist mindset. Nepal is older than India. India looks at its neighbors like something lost from India. India's expansionist mindset. Arey sir, what are you talking about? India's expansionist mindset. How many countries has India invaded, sir? How many? Have we invaded some foreign country, a neighboring country? When has India done that? Does India claim someone's territory? Does India claim that so and so state of Bangladesh is our territory, and so whatever? Do we behave like China? China claims territory from all its neighbors. Does India do that? Does India have a hegemonic mindset towards other countries? I don't know why the Nepalese people have been brainwashed into believing that we are the enemy, India. We are the same people. Nepal is older than India. Now, what is this? Nepal was created by Sri Prithvi Narayan Shah, the great Gorkha king, who created the kingdom. He was not the first king of the lineage. It was his great great grandfather or somebody like that, a few generations before him, who founded the dynasty. And Shri Prithvi Narayan Shah was the greatest of the kings, and who conquered the Nivar Valley or Nepal Valley and created the kingdom. And it was an expansionist kingdom which expanded. That's why Nepal is the size that it is. It was initially a small kingdom. So Shri Prithvi Narayan Shah was an expansionist king, and he expanded the kingdom. Then, when the British took over the subcontinent, they decided that they wanted to keep Nepal as a buffer state between India and Tibet, where you had some Chinese activity. So they wanted a buffer state, which is why they did not annex Nepal. And that's why Nepal stayed independent, quasi sovereign. And then India was given some kind of what dominion status in 1947. By 1950, India became a republic. Now you're saying that Nepal is older than India. Nepal was founded in the 1700s by Shri Prithvi Narayan Shah. Bharatvarsh has been around for 10,000 plus years, and Nepal is part of that. Nepal, the name itself did not exist before 1700s, right? So I don't understand why this attitude exists, or maybe I do understand, because the goddamned Maoists have been ruling your country for the past 30 plus years, and they have brainwashed all the youth into hating their own people. So that's why there is this hatred or this fear of India. And it is not please, I'll tell my Indian viewers, it is not the fault of the Nepalese people that they have this view of India. It's not their fault. They genuinely believe that India is a evil, aggressive, expansionist country. That's what they've been taught since they were 3 years old. What do you expect? So, yeah, this is the situation where two peoples who are the same people have been alienated. India looks at its neighbors as something lost from India. Of course, we were once a united subcontinent, right? Under one civilization. So, how do I see Nepal? Okay, forget about this, that, hypotheticals. How do I see Nepal? I see Nepal as a sovereign nation. I see Nepal as another nation state, which is the same people and culture and civilization as us. And I would actually say that Nepal should remain a separate nation. Many Indians say that Nepal should be absorbed into India, reabsorbed. I say that Nepal should stay a separate sovereign state, so that it is not secularized like India. I would like to see the resurgence of a Hindu Rashtra in Nepal. That's what you should have. I want Nepal to remain sovereign, independent, and you need to return to your civilizational roots. We have lost our civilizational roots. You should regain that. That's what I would say. Okay. All right. What do we have next? Divnur Singh says, why don't we talk about 60 million Christians killed in the Bolshevik Revolution? Isn't West a Christian empire? Am I noticing too much? The Bolshevik Revolution killed 60 million Christians. Well, it killed 60 million Russians. And Russians were Christians by that time. They had been depaganized. I'm sure it killed Tatars also. Tatars happened to be Muslims. But it is true that it killed about 60 million Christians or whatever. And I think what you're what you're implying is perhaps that the leaders of the Bolsheviks weren't Christians. Is that what you're implying, sir? Are you noticing too much? Okay, let us notice together. Okay, Divnur ji is saying that uh, let's just do a simple query. Uh, who were the top leaders of the Bolshevik Revolution? Vladimir Lenin, blah blah blah. Who were the leaders? Okay. Who is Avel Safronovich Yenujike? The citizenship, political career, Kremlin plot, Communist Party. He was shot during the Great Purge. Oh, that's tragic. So, what is his background? That's what I'm trying to find out. It doesn't tell me about his background. There's no early life situation here. What about Kalinin? Mikhail Ivanovich Kalinin. And early life, Georgia. No, nothing special about his early life. What about Bukharin? Bukharin. Bukharin was born, etc. Not sure. So, is there anything special about the top leaders of the Tomsky? Okay, what about Lenin? He was a Tatar, was he? Was he? What was he? Born children, Ilya, Orthodox Christian Church, Lutheran Christianity, Chuvash, Mordvin, Kamlik. Okay, so I'm trying to look at the antecedents of the leaders of the Bolsheviks, but I'm not really able to find anything specific. So yeah, I think if you really want to make a case for something, you have to dig out the details and present the details in a very specific, concise form. Then we can have a more detailed discussion about things. But yeah, most of the people killed in the Bolshevik revolution were Christians. That's true. I don't think there's any dispute about that. Yeah. Ah, our friend James is here. Well, it's always good to see James. Good to see you, sir. All Indian leaders will be of low caliber and men of straw. They will have sweet tongues and silly hearts, and they'll fight amongst themselves, said Winston Churchill. These are his words. Now, since James is making this statement, let us fact check it to ascertain the veracity of the statement. Okay, Churchill quote. Okay, let's go here. Churchill quote: all Indian leaders. Okay, so this is the quote. If independence is granted to India, power will go to the hands of rascals, rogues, freebooters. All Indian leaders will be of low caliber and men of straw. They will have sweet tongues and silly hearts. They will fight amongst themselves for power, and India will be lost in political squabbles. The day would come when even air and water would be taxed in India. Well, I would like to ask my dear viewers. Look, I am no fan of Churchill. Son of a bitch he was. SOB. Churchill. But this statement that he made, Churchill, was he right or was he wrong? Was Churchill right? That Indian leaders will be men of straw. They'll fight amongst themselves. They'll make the people fight amongst themselves. They will even tax air and water. Yeah, that's what he said. They will have sweet tongues and silly hearts. There will be rascals and rogues and freebooters. They'll be men of low caliber. They will fight among themselves for power, and India will be lost in political squabbles. Is it true? I think Churchill was absolutely right about this. Now, how did he know this will happen? It's because the British had created a system in India, an environment in India, that the system can simply not produce a leader. Let me explain the profundity of what James is pointing out to us over here, and the profundity of Churchill's statement. How was Churchill able to make such an accurate prediction? What Churchill said is absolutely true of the vast majority of Indian leaders and politicians today. Not all of them, but the vast majority. So, how did he know this? And how did it turn out to be true? It's because the British instituted a system in India that is designed to produce clerks and peons. The British education system, which still continues in India today, the system is designed to mass produce low quality, low caliber people. A highly intelligent, super curious, bright child at 3 years of age goes into the education system. By the time he or she comes out of the education system, by the age of 21, 22, whatever, that person has lost every quality he or she had. Everything has been smashed out of them. They have been broken. That's what is done. So the system, it identifies and destroys talent. If you have leadership potential, it will destroy that. It'll turn up, it'll mass produce so-called leaders who are good at talking. Oh, I have won so many debate competitions, so I'm a leader. I have leadership quality. That's not leadership quality. That is blah blah blah. Leadership quality is something entirely different. Just because you know how to do a debate doesn't make you a leader. So the entire system is designed to mass produce fraudulent quality, fake leaders, mass produce inferior citizens. So such a system will and apart from that, the system the British designed was entirely based on corruption, and they institutionalized corruption across the system only for Indians, not for themselves. So when a British person would go to the British Indian legal system, they would never be asked for bribes. But the same legal system, if an Indian went there, they would be asked for bribes. So this was another means of oppressing Indians and keeping Indians down. And this was continued after the British left. So this was guaranteed to produce corruption in all aspects of society. So Churchill knew exactly what was going to happen because they laid the groundwork for this situation to happen. And because we did not dismantle the British system after 1947, we continued it and we built upon that. That's why our foundations are rotten today. And that's why Churchill is 100% entirely right. This is the system he and his people designed, and it still exists in India today. So that's why it's producing the results that he had predicted. Do you understand, all of you? Well, James, thank you so much for pointing this out. I appreciate that. MK says post samurai Japan committed atrocities before because they left Dharma. Then why did ancient Greeks and Romans commit horrific violence like Alexander? They also left Dharma. Were Greeks Dharmic people, sir? Did they follow the Vedic path? Did they worship the old gods in the old ways? They had left the Vedic path. They still worship the old gods with new names in different forms. And their mythology also got distorted. See, for example, in our Vedic pantheon, we have Indra. And Indra's father is Dyaus Pitru, Zeus. Dyaus Pitru became Zeus Pater, became Jupiter. Zeus Pater is Greek, Jupiter is Roman. So they took Dyaus Pitru, his name, and they gave it to the Indra like figure, the hammer and thunder god, and they called him Zeus. And if you look at the stories, if you read the book by Edith Hamilton, for example, about Greek and Western mythology, you will see that the Zeus in Greek mythology is a serial philanderer. He's a god of loose morals. Do you see that as being very dharmic? They corrupted their own gods. And the Romans took the whole system from the Greeks. And they took the gods and gave them new names, similar names. So Zeus Pater became Jupiter for the Romans, and so on. So a corrupted pantheon was further corrupted unknowingly by the Romans. So are we surprised then that the Greeks under Alexander committed all kinds of horrific atrocities, burning people alive, burning villages alive, crucifying people just for fun, for example, enslaving entire populations of cities, Thebes, for example, or what he did at Acre. Acre, was it? Yeah, Acre, I suppose. Before he went to Egypt, like crucifying people on the seashore. Would a dharmic person do that? The Greeks were no longer dharmic, my dear friends. Please think logically. Your question contains the answer. Okay. All right. Harsha says, how did ancient kings used to manage polygamous relationships? Like Bindusar had 100 wives. How practical is it in today's time? Should we go for it? Bindusar had 100 wives. I don't know how many wives he had. But look, see, our religion, our culture is a very accepting and tolerant and respectful culture. It says, do whatever you want. As long as you don't do any sins, do whatever you want. You want to have 3 wives, go have 3 wives. You want to have 17 wives. If the ladies are willing, how do we care? You do what you want. No one's going to stop you. So, how do you manage it? Well, first of all, do you have the means to sustain such a large family? Huh? You have the wealth? You want to have 100 wives? Okay. And let's say the ladies are willing. You have the means to sustain such a large family. You can have 100 wives. You will eventually have 100 kids, or who knows how many, depending. So, do you have the means to sustain that? First of all, you have to be wealthy, right? So, ancient kings were wealthy. So then there's no logistical issue. There we have it. How practical is it in today's time? Let's say, see, Harshay, let's say you want to have 5 wives, okay? I have nothing against that. Let's say you find 5 ladies who are willing, who are okay. That, yeah, we're going to have a marriage in which there are 5 wives and 1 husband. No secrets, nothing hidden. Let's say they agree. The question is, Harshay, do you have the financial means to sustain this? To provide for a family in which you have 5 wives? Obviously, you will need sufficient room for this extended family, right? A 2 BHK will not do now. Even a 4 BHK will not do. You will need a multi-storied bungalow or maybe multiple bungalows, especially once you have kids. Do you have the funds to sustain that? So it's a question of practicality. This is not a question of morals or ethics. It's a practical, logistical question. Do you have the means to provide for all of this? That's all. If you have, well, I have nothing against it. You want to go for it, you go for it. I'm okay with it. I will not oppose that. Okay. Okay. Uh AKM says, what's your trick to focus for 8 hours straight? When you do something you enjoy, you can focus. When you're let's say you are 15 years old, or let's say you're 12 years old, and you're reasonably intelligent. You're intelligent enough to understand that your school textbooks are garbage, and reading them is going to actually corrupt your mind and degrade the quality of your intellect. But let's say your parents tell you every day you must study 8 hours a day. Otherwise, so then you will have to go to the desk, put those goddamn textbooks in front of you, and you'll have to stare at them. And your brain rebels, your mind rebels. It is torture, it is mental torture for you to do that. But if you go and play, then your parents will punish you. So you have no choice but to sit there. So what do? Can you focus? For a while, you'll try to focus. Then what happens? Your mind will drift off here, there, wherever. So you will be physically sitting there for 8 hours, but out of those 8 hours, 6 hours, you'll be mentally somewhere else. You can't focus because you hate this. This is torture. But on the other hand, if you enjoy something, if that's what you have always wanted to do, why will you not be able to focus? There are people who do gaming, right? They're obsessed with gaming. They game for 12 hours straight. God knows, a whole day, whole night straight. Why can they focus? Because they enjoy it. It's their passion. That's the answer. That's the simplest answer in the world. There you have it. Okay. Divnur Singh says the British used to fight without clothes with colored faces in Roman times. So the Romans wrote about the British. Julius Caesar was a historian. You know that? uh, he wrote about. He maintained detailed records of his military conquests. So his conquest of Gaul, he spoke about the different kinds of Gaul you have. You have Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul, which is the nearer Gaul and the further Gaul from Rome, from Rome, yeah. And then about the British, about the conquest of the British territories, British Isles, which was pretty difficult for him to do. Uh, and he wrote about the different kinds of tribes you have in the British Islands. You have the Pictish tribe, who are further in the north towards present day Scotland, and various other Brittonic tribes here and there. And he spoke about something, the alleged Wickerman execution that the British used to have. Perhaps it was an exaggeration. They would create a huge human figure made of wicker, which is wood, thin wood, and the condemned would be put inside, and then they would be burned to death. That's called the Wickerman execution. So he wrote copiously about the British. And he wrote that many of the British tribes were utterly barbaric. They were naked people who would paint their faces either blue or red or whatever, and they would consume only one thing: milk, cow's milk, no other food. And it's plausible. So the Romans had rather unflattering descriptions of the people of the British Islands. Now we have to remember one thing: the the British natives that the Romans uh, came across, those were the original Celtic inhabitants of the British Islands, of the British Isles, the Celtic peoples. After the Romans left, around 400 500 AD, there was an invasion of the British Islands by the Angles and the Saxons, who were a Germanic people. And they defeated the Celtic peoples, and they established an overlordship over the British Isles, which is why the British culture is called Anglo Saxon culture. So the Angles and Saxons, the Romans, if they came across them, they would have come across them in Germany, in Saxony in Germany, not in the British Islands. And around and in the year 1066, there was a new invasion of the British Isles, which was by the Normans, William the Conqueror. And that's how the French language dominated for a while. And it eventually coalesced into what is now called the English language. So the British people, the Romans encountered, were the original Celtic natives of Britain, not today's British. Today's British will have some of that ancestry, but not fully that. Anonymous says, a while ago you mentioned that India needs some critical infrastructure and pointed out that India doesn't have a world class observatory. Can you please name all the critical infra India needs to build? Okay. Critical infrastructure India needs to build. An observatory isn't critical infrastructure. It's nice to have if you're a scientist, if you're a physicist, if you're an astronomer, if you're into cosmology, astrophysics, all that. Critical infrastructure, roads, high quality roads. Roads, they don't have to be reconstructed every year to fill someone's pockets. Once you build a road, it should last at least 10 years. High quality roads, flat roads, not uneven, bumpy roads. It's the least you can do. So India needs roads, highways all across the country, across the length and the breadth of the country. That's one. Number two, railways. You need way more railways than we have right now. Third, airports. We just have 150, 60, 70, whatever. We have less than 200 airports, I believe, in the country. Let's fact check that in case I am mistaken. Let us fact check that. How many airports does India have? How many airports does India have? 427 airports and airstrips. But proper airports is about. So the Airports Authority of India manages 153 of these. And there are 160 additional airstrips, heliports, whatever. So it's actually about 150 that are maintained by the Airports Authority of India, which are the proper airports. Only 150 airports. We should have 1,000 airports. Why not? So that's one more thing, because airports have multiple uses, you see, not just civilian use, but also military use potentially. So airports are necessary. We need ports. We need ports, lots and lots of ports. We need transshipment ports. Very important. What's a transshipment port? Let's say you are a huge cargo ship that's going from, let's say, uh, for example, from Japan to Europe, but you need to drop off a whole consignment of cargo to India on the way. But to do that, instead of going south of Sri Lanka, you'll have to come all the way north to Vishakhapatnam, offload that, then once again go all the way south and cross Sri Lanka and go then further on your way. It'll cost you 3 4 days. It'll cost you a lot of money to do that, just to offload some cargo in India. So what these ships do is that they stop at Colombo, Sri Lanka, offload the cargo there, and Sri Lanka gets the money for that, and then India has to do the transshipment from Colombo to India. So why doesn't India have transshipment ports so that we don't need to rely on other countries, even though they are in our neighborhood? So that's why there is this new transshipment port facility which is going to come up in the Great Nicobar Island in the Andamans. And apparently, I hear there is some political opposition to that. So India needs to go ahead with these projects. We need transshipment ports. We need lots of ports. We need lots of airports. We need highways, high quality, world class highways all across the country. We need railway lines across the country. What else do we need? What other infrastructure? I think this is great to start off with. You see, observatory and all that, these are not critical infrastructure. These are nice things to have from a scientific perspective, but critical infrastructure, it's all of this. What else can I think of? I think, yeah, every city should have good roads. Not, see, you can have great roads that interconnect the cities, but if you go to a city and you find that it takes you 2 hours to come from the outskirts of the city into the heart of the city, that's a problem, big problem. And there are so many cities in India where it takes 2 3 hours to transit the city because of the congested roads and all that in the city. So all that needs to be fixed, right? um, and then infrastructure that's good for tourism, hotels, restaurants, clean facilities, welcoming facilities, all of that. Tourism, we need to really boost tourism. So there's so much I can speak about this for 2 hours actually, but these are some of the critical things that India needs to do on an urgent basis, urgent footing. Pratham Soni says, why don't you clearly say? Because I never clearly say. I am so bad, I am so stupid, I never clearly say anything. Abhijit is so bad. Why don't you clearly say that Nehru and Gandhi was British agent? Even if controversy happen, it will help more people to know about what the blah blah blah, about what they had done. By the way, see was I say things. See, everybody has a certain style of saying. If you don't like my style of saying things, then maybe you can perhaps see somebody else who has the style that you like. See, I'm not going to change the way I talk, right? I'll tell you something. Everybody has a certain set of characteristics. Do you understand? We all have a certain core set of characteristics that we are born with. And that fundamental set of characteristics doesn't change no matter how old you become. I, at whatever age I am right now, I am the same, exact same person I was when I was 2 years old. Nothing has changed at the core. I'm still the same person. I've learned things, I've learned knowledge and gained skills and whatnot, but I'm still the same person. So some things don't change. Certain ways of talking also don't change. If somebody has a certain amount of diplomacy in the way they talk, then that's going to stay. Now it's up to you whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, well, I cannot force you to like it, right? And and if you can't understand what I'm saying, then, well, what can I say? I think I'm fairly understandable. I think people do understand what I'm saying, right? So when you talk about certain historical figures and all, you may sometimes need to employ diplomatic language, because there's a difference between somebody on the street and using street level language, and someone who speaks at a certain level. So I choose my words carefully, and there's a reason why I use certain kinds of language, and that's not going to change, sir. All right. And if it disappoints you, then I'm very sorry about that, but I am not going to change that approach. All right. Okay, next. Priest King says, what do you think about the Gandhi Irwin Pact and the Bhagat Singh connection? Now, what was this Gandhi Irwin Pact? Gandhi Irwin Pact, Bhagat Singh connection. I don't remember that. See, Mr. Gandhi is not one of my most favorite historical figures. So let's Google what is Gandhi Irwin Pact. See, I don't know. Okay, I don't recall right now what the Gandhi Irwin Pact is. Gandhi Irwin Pact. What was this thing? A political agreement signed between Mr. Mohandas Gandhi and Lord Irwin, Viceroy of India, 5th March before the second round table conference in London. What was this about? What was it about? Agreed terms. Discontinuation of the Salt March by the Gandhi faction, participation of the INC in the second National Roundtable Conference, withdrawal of all ordinances issued by the colonial government, imposing curbs on the Congress, withdrawal of all prosecutions related to various types of political Rowlatt Act, release of prisoners arrested for participating in the salt march, removal of tax on salt, and withdraw all ordinances and prosecutions, release political prisoners, except those guilty of violence. Well, violence is very bad, which is why Gandhi was very good. Permit peaceful picketing of liquor in foreign cloth shops, restore confiscated properties of satyagrahis, permit blah 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 blah. So essentially, it was the British agreeing to all the peaceful, non-violent, harmless conditions of Mr. Gandhi. Right? So everybody who participated in a completely harmless way, we will release you, as long as you did not do any violence. Maybe if you had pushed a cop, let's say, a British cop, no, you will stay in jail. But if you said, sir, please, to the cop, then you can be freed. So anybody who was harmless was freed by the British. And the Indian National Congress would be allowed to continue its activities, no curbs on that. Well, anyway, its activities were harmless, right? So the British said, okay, as long as you're harmless, we will agree to your conditions. But any conditions that are harmful, which anyway Mr. Gandhi would never give, which would be harmful to the British, so those would not be agreed to. So that was the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. And that was the prelude to the 1931 Round the Table Conference. Bhagat Singh connection, I don't remember. What was it? When was Bhagat Singh murdered? Let's see, first of all. Okay, when did the British barbarously kill Bhagat Singh? Bhagat Singh death date 31. Now let's see Gandhi-Irwin Pact. First of all, this is 23rd March. Okay. Gandhi-Irwin Pact. What date was it? What date? 5th March. 5th March is the pact. 23rd March. Haha. So the pact between Gandhi and Irwin was signed on the 5th of March. And 18 days later, the British murdered Bhagat Singh. And Mr. Gandhi, the great saint of non-violence, did not exhort the British to not commit the murder. Yeah. Well, what can I say? Mr. Gandhi was a great man. Mr. Gandhi was the father of the nation, apparently. Mr. Gandhi abhorred violence. Mr. Gandhi would have hated Shri Krishna. Mr. Gandhi would have hated Shri Ram. Because Shri Ram was a violent man, wasn't he? He participated in a war. He participated in an invasion of a neighboring kingdom, Sri Lanka. And that's what Sri Ram did. And Sri Krishna, he exhorted, he tried non-violence first, but then he exhorted the Pandavas to go to war with the Kauravas. War, violence. So Mr. Gandhi did not believe in violence. And since Mr. Bhagat Singh had engaged in some form of violence, Mr. Gandhi did not oppose his murder. What can I say, sir? What can I say? Mr. Gandhi was too high a person for us to understand. So, yeah. Vivek Singh says, how to get rid of this babudam in Indian society. Many government projects are getting delayed because of their lackluster attitude towards work. Private sector is working hard though. Look, there's nothing we, the citizens, can do about this babudam issue or whatever it is, which it is. It is. The change has to come from the government. India needs a few things urgently on high priority. One is a war on corruption. And secondly is a streamlining of all these services. I am okay with even more bureaucrats being inducted. But no bureaucrat should have a job for life. And it seems that if in case some bureaucrat is caught doing some malpractice or whatever, they're suspended for a while and then brought back. Their job is never terminated. So all of these colonial legacies that we are carrying as monkeys on our shoulder, they are keeping us down. So yeah, we need restructuring and deep reforms. But who will do it? See, the moment Mr. Modi tries to do something against the bureaucrats, some kind of reforms, they will go on strike. Then the whole country will be paralyzed. And then what happens? So that's the kind of stranglehold the system has over the country. There are solutions to that, but right now they are not feasible. Aman Kumar Dahankar, thank you, sir. Thank you. Teen Talks Dharma, what is neo-Nazi movement? Is it succeeding? Neo-Nazi movement, there is, for a while, there was the danger of a neo-Nazi movement in Europe and Germany. So neo-Nazi movement is, some Germans or whoever, or maybe non-Germans. There are some people who apparently admire Adolf Hitler and want to bring back the ideals and objectives of the Nazi Third Reich uh, movement. So that's a neo-Nazi movement. These are people who believe in white supremacy, in so-called Aryan supremacy. Aryans is us, you losers. We are the Aryans, not the Germans, not the white people. But they have stolen that word from us, and that sort of thing. So, so the neo-Nazi movement used to exist in Germany. To some extent, it still may. And there are neo-Nazi movements in various white countries. And it's all about white supremacy and the supremacy of the white race and hatred, xenophobia, hatred of people with darker skin color, and anti-immigration policy, which is to some extent is understandable. It's your country, you do what you want, which is fine. Is it succeeding? It's not succeeding. It's not succeeding at all. And you may even have neo-Nazi movements in America, for example. Some people who have sympathies or who have admiration for the Nazi Third Reich and Adolf Hitler. You have people like that in various countries. So these are the various scattered neo-Nazi movements, and none of them is threatening to succeed at all. Anonymous says, how can we bring back our culture and civilization? How can we sustain it for 1,000 years? Education system. Education system. Reform the education system. Everything comes back. Why did we have a culture that lasted 10,000 years? Education system. We had an indigenous education system that was deeply rooted in our indigenous values and culture and civilization. Today we have an education system which is mediocre at best. It is rooted in foreign values and Western culture. And all it does is it deracinates us, and it puts this enormous inferiority complex on Indians. Education system. You want to bring back Indian civilization and culture, education system has to be reformed. That's the long and the short of it. Everything will flow from there. Divnur Singh says, how did we get into the Soviet arms when the post-independence government was Western? India is a weird country. The past 70, 80 years. Completely mentally mixed up country. I'll tell you how. So the first Prime Minister of India was Shri Jawaharlal Nehru ji. He was appointed Prime Minister, selected Prime Minister, not elected. Now, Mr. Nehru was an Anglophile. He spent a lot of time in England. He was educated there. He was a lawyer. He loved the English language. He saw himself culturally as an Englishman and only Indian by blood, I suppose. So he was a great lover of England and England's culture, language, all of that. But he was also a Fabian socialist. So while studying in England, he became influenced by Fabian socialism, which was one of the flavors of socialism that was in vogue in some quarters of British society. So Fabian socialism is all about slowly socialism. It's about making change very slowly, very steadily, very gradually. No rapid change. Everything has to happen gradually, slowly, gently. So Mr. Nehru was an Anglophile. He was a Fabian socialist. He also visited the USSR and he was greatly impressed with whatever the Soviets had done. So he said, yes, socialism works. But his brand of socialism was Fabian socialism. So even though he was ideologically a socialist and culturally English, and by blood he was Indian, apparently. So he made a combination of the worst of the three, and that's what he operationalized. So socialism, if you look at USSR style socialism, it is massive industrialization, massive rapid industrialization. How did the USSR become a superpower just a few years after it was almost conquered by the Third Reich? Through massive industrialization. That was Soviet style socialism, collectivization and massive industrialization. Mr. Nehru could have done that in India. Mass scale industrialization. He chose not to do that. He said poverty is great, Mr. Gandhi is right. Secondly, I will do socialism, but I will have a strictly controlled economy and everything. And any change, if it happens, it has to happen very slowly, very gradually. So let's have a 3% economic rate of growth, the Nehruvian rate of growth. And he hated the Americans because the Americans had won a war of independence from the British. So they were bad guys. And they were the brash, nouveau riche, right? He didn't like them. He considered them to be imperialists. Well, he was not wrong in that. So that's why he decided that he will go with the USSR, and he was very deeply impressed with the Soviets. So Mr. Nehru decided to align with the USSR despite nominally being non-aligned, and that's how the whole thing happened. So the US tried to have India on its side. The US and the USSR together offered India on multiple occasions the permanent the fifth permanent seat in the UN Security Council. Mr. Nehru repeatedly said, give it to China first, not to us. Give it to China first. So he was almost like he was advocating for China ahead of India. Not almost. That's what he did. And then Kennedy offered India nuclear weapons. And Nehru said, we don't believe in violence. So because of all of these things, the Americans said, to hell with it, we'll go with Pakistan. And we went into the Soviet arms, like you say. That is how it all transpired. Kingston Crystal says, why don't we claim merged land for our people? 1971 hurt a lot. Look, I want to have so much land. For example, let's say I want to have Alaska. I want it. So why don't I go and take it, right? That's what we'll say. Wanting something and being capable of taking it is two different things, right? I want Alaska, let's say. But am I capable of going and taking Alaska? Am I capable of it? China wants Taiwan. So why doesn't it take Taiwan? It has to be able to take Taiwan, right? We are no longer 12-year-olds, right, over here. Why don't we can claim anything. I can claim the moon is mine. Claiming makes no difference. I will claim the moon is my territory. Mars is mine. What difference does it make, me making a claim? Claims do nothing. You have to create facts on the ground. Are we capable of creating facts on the ground? 1971 hurt a lot. We bisected Pakistan in 1971. Why does it hurt you? Maybe you mean to say something else? 1971 was an Indian victory, right? Of course, we did not reintegrate Bangladesh into India, which was a huge mistake, or maybe not, whatever. But if you want to claim land and take land, which earlier used to be yours, you have to be capable of doing it. Right now, we are not. Because there are other powers more powerful than us who will prevent us from doing it. Okay. Divnur Singh says, would you explicitly say capitalism is superior to communism and socialism? Communism and socialism is terrible. Communism is just an operationalized form of socialism. So communism and socialism are terrible because it gives you no incentive to perform. When no matter how high you perform, how well you perform, you are rewarded just like everybody else. There's no incentive to perform. So it gives rise to a culture of mediocrity. Communism as well as socialism. Even if you have a brutal totalitarian government, people will work hard, but only up to a certain limit. They'll not work hard voluntarily. They'll work hard because of the whips at their back. So communism and socialism aren't great. Clearly, you can't become great through those unless you're doing slave labor and stuff. Capitalism definitely has better outcomes than communism and socialism. It is a dog eat dog world. The fittest survive. If you have the capabilities, if you have the capacity to work hard, if you are smart, if you're intelligent, if you can outwork and outthink others, then you will become richest beyond your wildest dreams. So capitalism is fantastic if you have that cutthroat attitude and you can work really hard and you have all those, all the qualities that a great entrepreneur has and all that. You will be great. You'll thrive in capitalism. Capitalism is great for the individual. Now, let's zoom out. We are looking right now through the microscope at single individuals. If you are, if you have the qualities, you will thrive under capitalism. If you don't have the qualities, you're going to have to work 3 jobs to put food on the table. That's also an outcome of capitalism, because you can't have a capitalist society and a welfare state at the same time. So some people will thrive, some people will struggle, and the inequality grows. The US is a very unequal country. Now, zoom out from the individual level to the collective level. Is capitalism great for a country? In capitalism, everybody competes against each other, and the best ideas succeed. So you have all these different companies, AI companies and tech companies, competing with each other, and they're innovating. They're doing their best to rise above the others, and that's why there is so much innovation that happens. So much innovation, and the country thrives as a consequence. So you can outcompete all the other countries. So that's what the US has done through capitalism. Now let's zoom out beyond that to the global level. Capitalism, in capitalism, every company needs to prioritize profits. Every company forever pursues quarter upon quarter profits for itself and its shareholders. Not it's quarter upon quarter profits, which means quarter upon quarter growth. So let's say you are a PC manufacturer, a laptop manufacturer. It means you need to have more and more sales every quarter. If you are Apple, if you're manufacturing cell phones or watches or whatever, you need to have more and more sales every quarter. The moment you stop doing that, you are in the red. So every company is seeking quarter upon quarter profit and growth. How do you do the profits? By selling more. How do you sell more? By manufacturing more. How do you manufacture more? By extracting more from the earth resources. Is it possible to have never ending quarter upon quarter growth on a finite planet? Capitalism is going to end up destroying the planet. That is the critical flaw in capitalism. Anonymous says, what is the aftermath or significance of Indus Valley script decipherment other than Aryan invasion theory getting debunked? The significance, well, the big significance obviously is the Aryan invasion theory, migration theory, picnic theory, tourism theory is debunked. And it proves that Sanskrit is indigenous to India. It did not come from some ragtag nomadic band that came in from some ragtag part of the world. Now, what's the other consequences of that? The other consequence of that is that it kills the theory that the Brahmi script was derived from the Proto-Semitic some script, Phoenician script. I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay, so let's go to Google and let's see what Wikipedia has to say about the Brahmi script. Or let us see what Wikipedia has to say about Devanagari script. Devanagari script. Let us see what Wikipedia says about the ancestry of the Devanagari script. See, it says Devanagari comes from the Nagari script, which comes from Siddham script, which comes from the Gupta script, which comes from the Brahmi script, which comes from Aramaic, which comes from Phoenician, which comes from Proto-Semitic, which comes from Egyptian hieroglyphics. So Wikipedia claims, and all Western scholars claim, that the Brahmi script came eventually from Egyptian hieroglyphics, because the Brahmi script was derived from the Aramaic script. What is the Aramaic script? This thing here. So they claim that Brahmi came from this. Okay, because this was a Semitic script which came from Mesopotamia, West Asia. Now, so if the script is deciphered, then you can correlate the Brahmi script with the so-called Indus Valley or Saraswati Sindhu script. So that will eventually also end up debunking this entirely fictitious claim that the Brahmi script was derived from the Aramaic script, which is utter nonsense. But they are trying to force fit their worldview and their version of history on our history. So that is the next big thing we have to achieve, to prove one-to-one correspondence between the letters of the Saraswati Sindhu script and the Brahmi script. So that's going to be the next major outcome and significance of the decipherment. Divnur Singh says a Greek friend called the Roman plagiarizers in case of gods. I call the Greeks plagiarizers of Indian gods. Was I right though? You are absolutely right, and he's also right, your friend. So when it comes to the Roman gods, the most prominent god obviously is Jupiter. Jupiter is the Roman version of Zeus Pater. Zeus Pater, and Zeus Pater is the Greek version of Dios Pitru, the ancient sky god of the Vedic times. And of course, Zeus, who is named after the Dios Pitru, he has actually the attributes of Indra, because he is the god of the hammer and the thunderbolt, the Vajra. What if you look at the Vajra, for example? Okay, let us Google Vajra. It is both a hammer and a thunderbolt. See, Vajra. So the Vajra is shaped like this. It is this instrument. It is today depicted stylistically as something you can hold in one palm, but it is also essentially a hammer like instrument. It is said to have been constructed initially from the rib bones of a saint. Of I don't know, I don't remember who it was. So today the Vajra is shown as something you can hold in your palm, but originally it was this dangerous hammer like instrument. And Vajra also means thunderbolt, of course. So the Vajra of Indra is both a hammer and a thunderbolt, but eventually among the later gods it became two things, a hammer and a thunderbolt separately. So Thor has a hammer, Mjolnir, he also has the thunderbolt. And was Zeus depicted with a hammer? I'm not sure, but he did have a thunderbolt, and so does Jupiter. So the Greek gods are continuations of the older Indian gods, no question about it. And the Romans acquired many of their major gods from Greece. So the Romans plagiarized from Greece, and the Greeks, you could say, plagiarized or brought it from India. So you were absolutely right in what you said. Scandium says, what happened to the $45 trillion looted by the UK US? It was now it's about 60 something. Um, I think some scholar had given a number, a figure of $45 trillion, but eventually somebody has reworked it to about 69 or 67 or something $trillion looted from India. So what happened to it? So first of all, understand it was not currency notes that they looted. It was the total amount of wealth they extracted out of India in today's dollar terms. It was not US dollar bills that was taken from India, or it was not simply gold or silver that was taken from India. It was extraction of value out of India. All kinds of resources, whether it is silver, whether it is copper, whether it is gold, whether it is diamonds, whether it is teak wood, whether it is whatever it was, whether it is various other resources, whether it was Indian farmers being forced to produce cotton and indigo and opium, and then that was then taken by the British and exported to other countries. All of the cumulative benefit and value the British extracted out of India, if you put a dollar amount on it in today's US dollars, then it's about 60 something trillion dollars. Where did it go? It went all across the Western world. It was invested, reinvested. It became the foundation of various companies' wealth. It became the foundation of certain families' wealth. In some cases, it was just pure plunder of treasure from temples. In some cases, it was different kind of value that was extracted out of India, and so on. So all of that was redistributed, and that formed, you could say, the foundation of a lot of the wealth and power of the Western countries, especially Britain and its vassals. Anonymous says, why are Indian oligarchs or billionaires not as powerful as their Western counterparts? Suppose someone aspires to be a future oligarch or billionaire. What steps should they take to become powerful? First of all, become a billionaire. On the way to becoming a billionaire, you will also understand how power works. Because once you become more and more prosperous, you will enter higher and higher levels where you will inevitably come in contact with people who also hold power, like politicians and so on, right? And once you start moving in those circles, you will understand how power works. It's a process you will learn gradually and automatically. Now it's up to you whether you have the aptitude for gaining power or not, because power and wealth are very different things. And wealth can to some extent buy power, but power can acquire as much wealth as it wants. So power always trumps wealth. Now, why are Indian billionaires not that powerful? Because India is not that powerful, right? When you are in a country that is the most powerful country in the world and you're a billionaire, you will automatically be way more powerful than a billionaire who is in India, which is a much less powerful country. Because when you are a billionaire in the US, your actions can influence things globally. If you are in the tech sector, you can influence actions of the US military, which can have consequences all across the world in a military dimension. But if you're an Indian billionaire and you're selling kapada, makan, whatever, what impact will it have? I can't think of any Indian billionaires who are doing AI or whatever, right? And some Indian billionaires, you could say, are investing in infrastructure and things that are critical to India's national interest. Well, those could be powerful. And that's the ones who are targeted the most by the West because they are making India more powerful. So if you want to aspire to be a future oligarch billionaire, what steps should you take to become powerful? First of all, become wealthy. Become wealthy. And if you want to be powerful, invest in sectors that come naturally with power, like infrastructure, like ports, like coal and oil and gas, ports. Invest in the defense sector. Invest in the high tech sectors. Create a business in a high tech sector like AI, cutting edge, or missiles, hypersonics, right? But if you really want power in the political sense, if you if you have dealings in the port sector, in the infrastructure sector, if you're building ports, highways, if you are um, if you have a business that has to do with renewable energy, oil and gas, all of that is naturally something that comes with power, right? So that's what you would do. Naman Chavda says, considering the current circumstances, do you think the Indian administration will be able to avert this regime change operation? America has come out all guns blazing, and can OSINT be trusted? I think the US will certainly attempt a regime change operation, or make or take steps that go in that direction in India. I think they are already laying the groundwork for that. And some of their assets may have been operationalized in various shapes and forms. I don't know who the assets may or may not be, but I'm just saying. Will India be able to avert this? I think India will be able to avert this, but it will be a tough fight, I think. Because see, how do you start a regime change operation? You start violence in the country, you start destabilizing the country, you have mass protests erupt all across the country through people that you control, through resources that you are allocating to them, and so on. So you want a regime change, you have to create a you have to create an atmosphere in the country that is destabilized, an atmosphere of unease. The people should feel like the country is unstable, and they should feel like the government is not doing its job. So that's what you have to do, which means that they will have to create a lot of disturbance in India, and you have to create narratives that make the people question the way the government is functioning. Maybe they're not doing their job. Maybe they are not a good government. That sort of thing. So once you start operationalizing all of this, it's very problematic, especially if you have the right people who are working for you. But I think India will be able to avert it. And the US definitely doesn't like Modi because Modi has stood up to them. Nobody else has stood up to them in the entire world, apart from Mr. Xi and Mr. Putin. So the US now looks upon Mr. Modi the same way, perhaps, as Mr. Xi and Mr. Putin, perhaps, or similar to that. So yeah, it's going to be tough for India. Can OSINT be trusted to a certain extent, but not completely? You can trust OSINT to a certain extent. Open source intelligence. OSINT can also be used to sow misinformation. Okay, so you have to be cognizant of that. Okay, Putin says, I sent you the Brahmayantra security concept on Monday, so and so time. It's a serious proposal. Please check the mail when possible. All right, sir. All right. Brahmayantra. I'll check it out, sir. Thank you. Okay. Nav Sense AI says, what's the success and failure of the current government? Or see, look, you can do a whole Excel sheet and look at all the different parameters and aspects and so on. I would say overall, if you look at Prime Minister Modi, I think he has been the best Prime Minister we've had since 1949, 47, whatever year it was. When was the first election? Mr. Nehru, when he became Prime Minister, was selected, right? He's been the best ever elected Prime Minister of India. That's what I will say. I think that should answer most of the questions. How did Rockefeller monopolize American oil? Now, once again, I haven't studied the American oligarchs, so I don't know exactly how it happened. Rockefeller did monopolize American oil, and then he went into the pharmaceuticals industry and he monopolized that also. And he turned something that should have been, well, an industry dedicated to healing. He transformed that into an industry based on, uh, it became a parasitic industry, right? So yeah, that's his legacy isn't good at all, Rockefeller. But how did he achieve this? I am not sure. I have not studied Rockefeller's life history, so I won't be able to answer that question. I'm sure it's a very interesting thing to study, but I haven't had the time to study everything, right? So yeah, I'm not aware of the specifics of how he monopolized that. Sorry. MK says, what were Hitler's views on religion? Did he have any plans to bring back polytheism? I believe I've heard that he was an admirer of Islam, and he was also a Christian. I don't think he had any plans whatsoever to bring back polytheism in Germany. Polytheism had been hammered out of Germany several centuries before Hitler came to power, right? And you still have some pre-Christian ideas and concepts in German culture. The Ring of the Nibelungen or whatever it is, and Friedrich Nietzsche, some of his themes, Wagner's music, some of it has those pre-Christian themes and all. But overall, Germany is a very Christian nation now, and I don't think Hitler had any plan of bringing back polytheism. Of course, the swastika that he first saw in his life was, I think, in a church or outside a church or something. And obviously, the swastika is a pre-Christian symbol, isn't it? It isn't. It wasn't called the swastika in Germany. It was called the Hakenkreuz. But today they call it the swastika to malign Hinduism. Anyhow, so that's what I've heard about Hitler. I haven't studied his views in detail about religion. I know about his career from a military and political perspective, but not from a religious perspective. But as far as I know, that he did not have any intention or any plans to bring back polytheism. Aryadatta says, how did the US maintain nationalism despite them being English, French, Hispanics, Germans, and Afros? Look, the today, if you look at the US, it's a multi ethnic nation. They call themselves a multicultural nation, yes. But when the US began, it was a Puritan nation. Who were the Puritans? They were Calvinists. The French Puritans were called the Huguenots, and the Calvinists were Protestants. And they wanted a much stricter form of Christianity than what you had in England and in Europe. And they felt that they were being persecuted back in Europe, which is why they decided to cross the Atlantic on a ship called the Mayflower. But that's not the first Americans. The first Americans were the gentlemen and ladies who lived in Jamestown. Those were the first Americans, led by the indomitable Captain John Smith, he of the gunboat diplomacy. Anyhow, I'm going to old history now. The Americans, the American nation was an English nation. They captured territory that belongs to others. The browns, the non-whites, the Native Americans, they killed most of them. Super genocide. Then they captured territory where you had the French and Hispanic people and all. So those people came under the English. Even when you had a nation that was now multicultural, which also had enslaved African people, it was culturally English, it was linguistically English. The English dominated. It's only of late, the past 20, 30 years, that the attitude has become more relaxed. That the Hispanics are now being seen as no longer second class citizens. Yeah. For the longest time, Hispanic people were second class citizens. So it's been a long, slow process of change. And it's always, even today, it's an English speaking nation, right? Okay, Divnur Singh says Ben Franklin, Hamilton, to also Abe Lincoln warned America about evil banks. What banks? Why were so many powerful people afraid of them? Because, well, I think there was a tremendous amount of anti Semitism in America before the 20th century. And it is said that many banks were run by people of Jewish origin. And there was this deep seated mistrust of Jewish people in Europe. And the Americans, well, obviously, or were all descendants of Europeans, so some of that may have been there. And people who run banks they often have predatory practices. They will, be loan sharks. They will lend you money, but then they will own your life, that sort of thing. And America was the land of freedom, so the the culture was, was, this sort of behavior was anathema to America. And I suppose that was the thing. So banks were necessary, but banks should not become powerful. And that was the thing. I mean, Europe has had a long history of merchants and bankers becoming super powerful. You've had this pattern that you saw in Venice. Seen this in the Dutch guilds and so on. So the Americans, obviously, since they came from Europe, they were aware of the history, and they did not want bankers to be powerful. The elite should remain powerful. So if you read Howard Zinn's History of the United States, it's called a People's History of the United States. It's a pretty leftist book, but it's an interesting book. And Howard Zinn says that the United States was not created for the revolution, was not for freedom. It was not that they wanted people to be free. It's that they wanted to create a group of elites who will not have to pay tax to the UK, and they will control all the money and power in the United States. And the people, the people like George Washington, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and all the people around them, they were the elites who took the power in the US. And the US, according to Howard Zinn, has been this sort of nation. It serves the elites, it doesn't serve the common person. If you see the US Constitution, for example, it is said that the US Constitution was a democratic constitution. It was ratified by the people of the US. Well, is it true? Who was allowed? So the constitution was drafted, and then it was put to a vote. That's how you ratify a constitution. In India, the constitution has never been ratified. Our constitution is not a democratic constitution, by the way. So in the US, they drafted the constitution, we the people, blah blah blah, and then it was put to a vote. Now, who was allowed to vote on this? It was wealthy, land owning white men who were allowed to vote. Everybody else was excluded from the voting, disbarred. So if you are a white man who was landless, you could not vote for the constitution, for or against. If you were a woman, you could not vote, no matter whether you were wealthy or not. If you were a black person, no question of you voting. If you were native, the natives were savages. Have you read the Declaration of Independence of the US? How do they refer to the natives? Savages. So that's how it was. So the US Constitution was voted for by a bunch of wealthy men and so on. So yeah, that's the kind of history you have in the US. But yeah, they were always suspicious of bankers. Any southern language is part of the Indo-European language family or are a separate family? Um, Once again, any southern language is part of the Indo-European language family or are they a separate family? Well, they are classified as a Dravidian language family, as members of the so-called Dravidian language family. I think what we need to do in India is we need to revisit the entire linguistic makeup of India a priori, without any Western a priori worldview. That's what we need to do, because all the languages are interconnected, whether they are South Indian languages or North Indian languages. There are so many interconnections. There are so many words that are common to the languages. Even if speak Tamil, you have so many Sanskrit words in Tamil. If you speak Malayalam, I don't know, about 60% of Malayalam vocabulary comes from Sanskrit. So how can you say that this is a separate language family? So all of this needs to be looked at a priori, once again reformulated a priori, without having those preconceived uh, Eurocentric notions in mind. Ketan Verma says, seems Shri Vlad embodied Bhai bin Hoye na Preet, a truism bred out of Indians by years of socialism and Gandhism. No questions, just a comment. I would say that I have to agree with you, sir. Okay, Vansh Gada says, please explain the origin of the country Israel. The origin of the country Israel. Well, that's a tremendously long history. Very ancient land, about 3,000 years old. The first kings of Israel were Saul and Solomon, etc. Their prophet was Abraham. The first Hebrew presence of Hebrew language or whatever in the archaeological record goes back about 2,900 or almost 3,000 years. And they had this land called Judea. There are a couple of Jewish kingdoms there, and then they came under occupation by us. I'm going to very old history, but in the 1900s there was this demand for a land for the Jewish people because they had no country of their own, and naturally they wanted to take back the land that their ancestors had lived in about 2,000 years ago. So in 1917 there was the Balfour Declaration and so on, and the British started settling um, Jewish people in the region uh, in the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, and there were clashes between Jewish people and the local Arabs who were living there, who had taken over the land in the previous several centuries. And eventually, in 1949, it was that Israel was created as an official country, and immediately all the Arab neighbors attacked Israel, but Israel was able to uh, defeat them because of Western help and so on. And eventually, Israel developed its own very powerful army, its very powerful intelligence, internal and external intelligence. The internal one is the Shin Bet, the external one is the Mossad, and they developed a nuclear deterrent. And they became a very powerful country, and they have excellent relations with the US and so on. Dark Knight says the question then arises, why did those Brahmins of Vanaras provide our civilizational knowledge to Kepler? Indians are super innocent people. We had lost what they call Shatru Bodh. They did not provide it to Kepler. They provided it to some Jesuits. See, Jesuits are Christian missionaries who work for the Vatican who have a scientific background. And their job is to steal knowledge from other countries. So they will come to your country and they will pretend like they are extremely awestruck and impressed by your culture and by the wealth of your knowledge and learning. And they will come to the great learned acharyas and Brahmins with folded hands, and they'll say, Swamiji, Acharyaji, Guruji, please bless me by tolerating me in your presence. Let me sit at your feet as a poor student, and please bless me with some knowledge. I am a deep and profound seeker of knowledge, and you are so wise and so knowledgeable. Your culture is so ancient. Please help my poor backward culture with some of your knowledge. And the Indian Brahmins will feel pity for these people and their backward culture. They'll say, okay, let me help you with some of this knowledge that we have. You want to learn about stars? Well, look at all this data that we have. Would you like to copy it? Please copy it. It will be very hard for you to understand, but copy it. So slowly you gain trust, you take the knowledge, you transmit it back to the West, then you claim it was yours all the time. See how it works? Indians are super innocent. Indians assume the best of everyone. Well, I hope now at least we learn. Anonymous says this one is from old Ask Abhijit. There's nothing called the oldest religion. There is only oldest attested religion. What? Old Ask Abhijit. Really? There is nothing called. Yeah, okay. I know what you mean. We have no idea what the religion was of old Homo sapiens. See, the best evidence that we have says that there was a migration out of Africa about 80 or 70 or 60,000 years before today. And eventually, the migrants came and settled in the Indian subcontinent, where it became the settler zone. And from the Indian subcontinent, they went in all directions, and that's how the non African world was populated by Homo sapiens. Now, the question arises, when they first settled in the subcontinent, what language did they speak and what religion did they follow? They would have spoken some language, obviously. What was that language? We have no memory of it. We have no record of it. And they would have had some religion, because that's in our DNA, right? We need religion, humans. Wherever you have humans, you have some kind of religion. Even atheism is a form of religion today. It's a belief system. So humans are a religious species, so we would have had a religion. So some religion would have existed 60,000 years ago. We have evidence of Homo sapiens surviving the Toba eruption in the subcontinent. The Toba eruption happened in Indonesia, but it was a super volcano eruption. It affected the entire region, And there is archaeological evidence of a cloud of ash that settled in the Indian subcontinent, and that was a devastating event. It could have killed off a lot of people, but there is evidence that humans survived in India before and after. So we had humans in India about 80,000 years ago, Homo sapiens. What was their language and religion at the time? It's lost. So we don't know what the oldest religion was, right? But all we can speak of today is the oldest attested religion, which is the oldest religious tradition that we know of today. We have old ones that disappeared. We have no idea what they even were. But which is the oldest one that we are aware of today? That is Hinduism. Rice Query says, really miss geostrategy and Indian interest episodes. They were one of a kind. Visit geostrategy once daily for updates. Love your challenge. Thank you very much. Geostrategy became problematic. The platform started demonetizing all those things, all those episodes. And after that, my channel has also been affected, views and subscribers going backwards. So I thought that it is prudent to stop that, because this platform is not an Indian platform, and they don't like my geostrategy episodes. I don't want to lose the channel, right? We don't want to be in a situation where that happens. It won't affect the rest of the world. It will affect me. I mean, I would like to keep talking to you all, right? So that's why I have stopped it, because it was clearly problematic. My analysis is not like other analysts, which is why even initially the views were more, and then the views very quickly declined. It's like the even if people had done the subscription and put the bell, hit the bell icon or whatever, they were not getting notifications, and the videos were not being recommended to people, which is why they were getting so few views. My analysis is very different from other Indians, and which is why I think it's a problem. So that's why I've stopped it, just out of prudence. Teen Talks Dharma says, what caused the Korean War and why did the North become a dictatorship? The Korean War. What caused the Korean War? Well, Korea is this it used to be this small kingdom south east of China, and the Americans already had this nation called Japan that was under their occupation. Now the Soviets and the Chinese wanted to gain supremacy in Korea, and the Americans wanted Korea to be under them. So that led to a war in Korea. It was not a proxy war; it was a direct war between the US and China, essentially. And China was supported by the USSR. So the northern part of Korea was supported by China. The southern part of Korea was supported by the US. And you had US troops in South Korea fighting the north. So it was kind of a proxy war, but kind of a direct war. The US was directly involved. China was involved kind of indirectly, but to some extent directly. And the USSR was involved indirectly. So the Korean Peninsula became a battleground of the Cold War between the US and the USSR, essentially. And China was the proxy, and Korea was the proxy. And eventually it ended in a stalemate. There was no official ceasefire. The war still hasn't officially ended. And North Korea, ever since then, came under the Kim dynasty, and it's supported by China. Okay? And if you're supported by China, you need a dictatorship. So that's how that happened. Big Brother says, raw and real analysis of Agnivir system in Army IAF. I have no idea. No, I haven't studied the Agnivir system. I don't know what the details are. So I don't know. Sorry. Sorry. Shaswat Jena says, I'm 19. I'm going to enter MBBS first year soon. But seeing the toxic work culture of doctors in India, I am deeply depressed, even though I really want to be one. Well, that's a decision you're going to have to make, sir. Is the work culture for doctors always toxic? I suppose it depends on the environment you're in. If you have your own system, if you have your own clinic, let's say, then you control the work culture. But to have your own clinic and start your own practice, it takes a lot of time, effort, and money. The easy thing is that you become a doctor, you get your degree and qualifications, and then you join some hospital. But if you join a hospital, you're part of a big machine, which is a very bureaucratic machine, and the only objective of the machine is to make as much money as possible. and their doctors are just tools, and patients are just resources. So in that system, you may find it very toxic for sure. Yeah. Well, the option is you either create your own clinic, your own practice, and you can consult in hospitals at your discretion. But that you can only do if you're a senior doctor with a lot of patients. Then the hospitals will be happy to entertain that. Otherwise, you will have to be in a hospital or something. And if it's a government hospital, I suppose it's even worse. And even in the private hospital, you'll be really overworked. I think doctors, if they work in big hospitals, no matter where in the world, they have this problem of being overburdened and overworked. So at the end of the day, it's a choice that you're going to have to make. Is that something that is okay with you? If that's not what you want, that sort of toxic work culture, then maybe MBBS is not for you. Maybe you can go for something else. So you will have to make the decision for yourself. So all the best, sir. Make the right choice for yourself. Okay, Divnur Singh says, what do you have to say about the Babylonian Talmud? Trust me, everybody read it. I haven't read it. I haven't read the Talmud, whichever Talmud. See, the Jewish system is the Torah and the Talmud, right? The Talmud, I believe, is a very extensive document. Is it like thousands of pages? Or is that the Torah? I don't know, sir. I don't know. I haven't read it. I have nothing to say about it because I haven't read it. So if I haven't read it, I suppose I should stay quiet about it because I don't know anything about it. Divnur Singh says, why do we call the Catholic Church Roman, and why does Tsar and Kaiser come from Caesar? Well, interesting history here. Catholic Church. So the church, see, Rome was the great seat of the Roman Empire. And eventually, the Roman Empire kind of became divided into two empires, which was the Eastern and Western Roman empires. The Western Roman Empire, the original one, was based out of Rome. That was the center of gravity, the capital. And the Eastern Empire, Roman Empire, was based out of Byzantium or Constantinople, which is now called Istanbul. So that was the Eastern Roman Empire. And long after the Western Roman Empire fell, the Eastern Roman Empire continued until 1453. Now, it was the Eastern Roman Empire where things changed, because the Emperor Constantine, in order to consolidate power and gain more power, he made Christianity the official state religion of the empire. Because Christianity is a monotheistic religion, it's a religion of control. That way, you can control more people. So he said, why not? Let's do it. Why this polytheism? Polytheism is like herding cats. Christianity means you convert everybody into sheep and you become the shepherd. So he made Christianity the official state religion. Eventually, it spread like wildfire across the Roman world. And soon enough, you had the, the, the seat of the Christian church, the global seat of the Christian church based out of Rome. Eventually, it became Vatican City. So because it was based out of Rome, because the popes were based in Rome, that's why it was called the Roman Church. So I think that should explain it. Now, Caesar, Julius Caesar, his name was not Caesar, his name was Kaiser. Julius Gaius Kaiser, or Gaius Julius Kaiser. But because it is Caesar, that's how the Romans wrote it. That's why we call it Caesar. The actual pronunciation was Kaiser. And he was such a colossal historical figure that everybody in the West, whoever became a strong, powerful king, they wanted to model themselves in the light of the great Julius Caesar. So that's why the term Kaiser, Kaisar or Kaiser, comes from Caesar, and also Tsar, the Russian word Tsar. What does Kaiser-e-Hind mean? It means the same thing. Kaiser-e-Hind, Caesar of Hind. It's because Julius Caesar was such a, well, pivotal figure in Western history. Kanishka Kaushik says, how to read history in a chronological manner while covering simultaneous events across the world. Some books that cover Kushan Empire in detail. There are no books that cover Kushan Empire in detail. You will see some details of the Kushan Empire in various R.C. Majumdar books, but little bit. Nothing much. I haven't found a single book that covers the Kushan Empire in detail, unfortunately. How to read books in a chronological manner while covering simultaneous events across the world. You don't. You have to read history in a profoundly undisciplined manner. Read whatever captures your imagination. If you try to go chronologically, you will get disillusioned. You will get bored because there are periods of history that are really boring. If you try to read everything chronologically, you will get bored and you will lose interest. If you want to maintain interest in history, read whatever captures your imagination. Do it in the most wanton, indisciplined manner you can think of. Read whatever interests you, no matter what the chronology. Read something from 1700 AD, then read something from 3000 BC. Fine, why not? Over time, all the knowledge will interconnect. You can't read history chronologically. At least it doesn't work for me. Okay, so what doesn't work for me, I cannot give you advice for that. Okay, Kingston Crystal says, why do spy agencies unclose mission to public after decades? Open up. See, there are certain um, documents that are not disclosed after decades. I mean, the Kennedy files, still classified. The Bose files, Subhash Chandra Bose files, still classified. There's so many documents that are classified beyond a century. It's not like after there's a rule that after so and so years we'll open up everything. No, 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 no. Only they'll declassify only whatever stuff is no longer important, which is now irrelevant. That stuff you can declassify. And even when you declassify stuff, there will be things that are redacted with black ink, illegible ink. So nothing is, it's not like there's a rule that spy agencies after a certain number of years they have to put everything in the public domain, like copyright free. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. There are things from the Second World War that are still classified. There are things from the First World War that are still classified. There are British records of the occupation of India that are still classified. I would love to go to the British archives in London and read about the dispatches of various British administrators in South Africa reporting about Mr. Gandhi. What did the British administrators in South Africa, when they reported to London through telegrams and letters, what did they write about Mr. Gandhi? I would love to read that. That will never be declassified. Imagine if they declassify that. What was their own assessment of Mr. Gandhi? Well, that would be a goddamn bombshell, wouldn't it? But they won't declassify that. Protect your own. Sandy97, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Divnoor Singh says, can Elon Musk buy Pakistan? If he wishes to, I suppose he can. I don't think Pakistan is worth $300 billion. I don't think it's worth that much. I suppose if he wants to buy it, if he wants to waste his money, he can do it. Yeah. Yeah, so theoretically he can, if he is so inclined. Uh, Anonymous says, I'm sorry for this question. How to learn to think critically and develop critical thinking like you? Why are you sorry for this question? It's a good question. Can you recommend any courses or books? Will you make a course on this in the future? How to think critically. I don't think there's any books available. Textbook for critical thinking. I'm not sure there's any such book available. How to think critically. The first step of the way in thinking critically is to question everything. See, most Indians, most people in the world, they're afraid to question certain things, even privately. Okay, let's say I'm sitting in this room alone. Nobody here. Mummy not here, daddy not here, bhai, behan, nobody here. I alone here. Even sitting alone, most people are afraid to ask certain questions to themselves. So the first step in thinking critically is ask questions. Why is this the way it is? Right? Why is India called India? Simple question. Get to the bottom of it. Why is India otherwise called Bharat? Get to the bottom of it. What does Bharat mean? Why do we say Bharat Mata? Why Bharat Mata? Because King Bharat was a man. And Bharat is a masculine name. So why do people say Bharat Mata when Bharat is a masculine name? Does it make any sense whatsoever? Ask such very uncomfortable questions. Ask questions, and then if you get the answer, oh, this is because of that. Then you ask, why is that so? Then you get to the bottom of that, and you go deeper and deeper until you get to the very roots of the matter, to first principles. So that's one way of thinking critically. I'm not saying be disrespectful. No, ask questions, because the only way to learn is to ask questions, right? So that's how we do it. So that's one way of doing it. I don't know if I'll make a course on about this. Books, I don't know of any books. I have not learned critical thinking from books. Divnur Singh says Trump was warned by the CIA to appoint Vance as a VP or he will be killed. Really reliable sources. Well, that's news for me. So then the question is, if this is true, why is Vance so valuable? Is he an insurance policy? I don't know. Could be. I have no idea about this, and it's the first time I'm hearing this one. But yeah, I suppose anything's possible in the world. Yeah, especially if it's coming from, like you say, reliable sources, which I am not making fun of at all. So if you take this seriously and hypothetically, you think, why would it be so? It would only make sense if Vance is an insurance policy by the CIA. That in case if Mr. Trump, let's say he's in his 80s, right? So once a person is in their 80s, you need a good backup, because in old age anything can happen. So it's always good to have a good backup, and maybe that's the case. So that's what I could speculate. But this is the first time I'm hearing of this one. Isn't Palantir the most dystopian thing ever? Palantir is this frightening technology of super surveillance, isn't it? Let's see what Palantir Technologies does. It has this suite of surveillance equipment and surveillance technology. Uh, Palantir. Palantir Technologies. What does it do? Big data, AI software company specializing in big data integration platforms for government and commercial clients. Alex Carb. Let's see. Peter Thiel is involved. Well, that's great. What's it do? What's it do? Products, Palantir Gotham, defense and intelligence software used by intelligence. See, this is all surveillance and spying software. Supports alerts. So you may have heard of Prism. You may have heard of Prism. Okay, first of all, we have Gotham. Then you have Foundry, which is used in what? Commercial and civil government sectors. I'm not sure what that is. Then you have Palantir Apollo, continuous delivery system that manages Gotham and Foundry. Okay, very good. Artificial intelligence platform, obviously. Titan, tactical intelligence targeting access node. A truck, mobile ground station for AI applications. Meta constellation. It's all surveillance. It's about surveilling your citizens. It's about surveying the world. It's about, yeah, that big eye in the sky, big brother on the ground, that sort of thing. It is super dystopian. You may recall, like I was saying, Prism. So Prism was this surveillance platform the US had in the 2000s, late 2000s. And what's his name? The guy who defected to Russia? Snowden, Edward Snowden. He was the whistleblower. He leaked it into the public, and he became America's most wanted person. But he escaped to Russia, and that's where he lives today, Edward Snowden. And if you saw the screenshots that he shared and all that, the US were doing real time surveillance of the entire world, and India was probably the most surveilled country. So that was in around 2009, 2010. Now, this is 2025, that's 15 years hence. So you can imagine the level of sophistication and penetration American surveillance technology will have. And Palantir obviously is going to be a critical component in that. So, yeah, super dystopian. It's about 24/7 surveillance of the entire world, all its people, your own people, foreign countries, subject citizens, all of that, governments, leaders, agencies, corporations, everything, real time surveillance. AI is involved, so AI can tell you exactly what's happening. AI can possibly even make futuristic predictions that what's going to happen, what this corporation will do in the next 6 months, next quarter, what so and so leader is going to do. What is going to happen? What's the next? So it's like being able to foresee chess moves like 10, 15 moves i- ahead of time, that sort of thing. Maybe hundreds of moves if you are an AI enabled technology. So yeah, super dystopian, no question about it. Ritik Pawar says India has issued a no time for the entire Northeast for 22 days. Why? Air Force exercises, I suppose. Air Force exercises and live firing of missiles, that sort of thing. So if you're doing military exercises which involves live firing of missiles, and you have dog fights and stuff like that, then you don't want anybody to intrude in that sector because you may shoot someone down by mistake. So you give a notice to airmen, everybody stay out of this area. So I suppose that's the reason. That's what one could speculate. The no time has been issued, but there's been no reason given why this no time exists. So one can only speculate. Maybe there will be some military exercises. Yes. Yash Rathi says, due to increased digital infrastructure and individual data to MNCs and governments, change is there any change in government espionage tactics? How deeply are we penetrated? Solutions. Solutions is to cut off to go back to the analog age. If you want to not be under surveillance, you have to disconnect yourself from the digital world. You have a cell phone. Your cell phone can take voice commands, yes. What is it called? AI has, sorry, Apple has Siri, right? And Android will have whatever Android has. So you can say, hey Siri, blah blah blah, do this for me, do. So the phone is always listening to you. And the moment you issue a voice command, it's going to respond to you, and it's going to do what you say, what you command it to do. So it's always listening to you. So right now I have my phone here. Okay, it's on silent mode. It's here. It's listening to me. I could be under surveillance. There's a high probability I may be under surveillance, right? And you all also. It's not like we are all special. The phone is always collecting data. It's always listening to us. It's always in our pockets. We're having the most private conversations with our business partners, with our spouses, with our parents, with our children, with our whatever, with our tax guy, with our doctor. All the conversations are being spied upon, and whatever other digital footprint you have, your social media, or your email, whatever, everything is under surveillance. What can be done about this? The only solution, if you don't want to be under surveillance, is to disconnect completely, which is obviously not practical in today's world. uh, yeah, definitely change in conventional espionage tactics. Now a lot of espionage is digital. It gives people, it gives intelligence agencies way more granular data about individuals, your travel patterns, what time you travel on a regular basis, where do you go to on a regular basis, what days of the week do you do what, everything is known, everything. So super deeply penetrated. Divnur Singh says Vance connects Trump to Peter Thiel, all these billionaires, the leaked plan of CEO run cities, which is private owned cities. Well, that's interesting. All now, so Peter Thiel is the guy from the PayPal mafia, isn't he? He's an old time connection of Elon Musk. They worked together on PayPal, and Peter Thiel has had a hand in founding so many of these startups that became mega corporations, tech companies in the US. And yeah, there's a bunch of billionaires who are super powerful, super rich, and they control, well, you could say, a lot of the tech sector and other sectors in the US. And yeah, if they have a plan of CEO run cities, which is private owned cities, that is super, super dystopian. And Vance himself is a billionaire. So, yeah, it's plausible what you're saying. And even Vivek is a billionaire, isn't he? I'm sure he will also throw his hat into the ring at some point in time. Vivek Ramaswamy. Ishan Mukherjee says, how to get rid of 700 bases of the USA, deter its global dominance? How? How? How do you do it? Tell me. You want to go to war? Try and touch one of their bases, see what happens. They will jealously and zealously guard their bases. You dare touch one of the bases, they will obliterate you to the high heavens. How to get rid of it? You don't get rid of it. Unless you become a superpower without touching their bases. That's a whole different story. Meet Sandhu says, can the ASI, Archaeological Survey of India, access and research Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, which are located in Pakistan? We can't. We will not be given access. The good thing is that the vast majority of archaeological sites of the Saraswati Sindhu period and region are located in India, present day India. So the largest city that we know of from that time period is Rakhigarhi, which is larger than Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. We have that in India. We have Kalibangan in India, which is another major city. And there are more than 2,000 unexplored, unexcavated archaeological sites that exist along the dry riverbanks of the Saraswati. And the majority are in India. So it doesn't matter if we don't have access to Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. We have access to way more sites than the Pakistanis have. That's great, isn't it? So, yeah, that's good. That's good. Good enough for me. I'll have to light another candle. My candle has gone out. Looks like we've crossed 3 hours. Oh, we are reaching the 4 hour mark. And I'm still talking. I seem to have quite the stamina when it comes to speaking. Give me a second. Let me light this. Check it out. Bzz, bzz. Okay, let me light this. All right, here we go. Here we are. Here we are. That goes in there. Okay. Let me take a sip of water. All right. And let us continue. Sarthak says, where Jyotiba Phule, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, E.V. Periyar told that backward and emphasized of English education were the social reformers or British agents? I'm going to have to say no comments on this one. And I apologize that you spent some money on the question. If I could refund it, I would refund it, but I will not answer this question. Best not to. I'll stay out of this matter. I can speak about Ram Mohan Roy. I will, and I suppose I can even speak about E.V. Ramaswamy, whatever. But the rest of it, I am staying out of it. Can't fight all the battles. You can't fight all battles. I'll stay in the realm of geopolitics and history. I cannot fight every battle. Yeah. Sorry, I apologize. Divnur Singh says, in a hypothetical full-blown war, could the US defeat or stalemate the whole world against it? Look, in this hypothetical full-blown war, if you take out the nuclear factor so that the world isn't destroyed, and if the whole world stands up against the US can still defeat it. Yeah, totally. They have that kind of power projection capability and that sort of lethal force at their disposal. So they have the naval force. They have a tremendously powerful navy. Their navy has an air force of its own, which is larger than the Indian and Chinese air forces. It's the fourth largest air force in the world. The third largest air force in the world is the US Marine Air Force. And there's one more air force, and then there's the US Air Force itself. And they have a tremendously powerful navy. They have expeditionary forces called the Marines, and they have more than 700 extraterritorial military bases from which they can rain down hell anywhere they want. So even without nuclear weapons, they can take out the rest of the world combined, I suppose. Yeah, that's how powerful they are. Vidhi Manyar says, is major chaos coming for India soon? Very anxious. There could be. See, India has done the unthinkable and stood up to the US, right? We have refused to cave in. Trump was very clear. And I saw this coming. And that's why I thought that India will vassalize itself. And that's why I had said that if Trump comes to power, there's a very high chance that India and the US will be dancing hand in hand, which means that India is an American vassal. But to my great surprise and great joy, Mr. Modi has stood up to the US. He has said we will not vassalize ourselves at whatever cost. That is going to infuriate the US. And they will try regime change in India. They're already putting up the infrastructure around India, putting up a fence of thorns around India. And they will operationalize their local Zelenskis in India now. So there could be some kind of chaos coming in India. Maybe protests, maybe whatever you had in Delhi, Shaheen Bagh, and whatnot. That sort of thing could start again. Farmer protests, student protests. That sort of thing is very much possible. I hope it doesn't happen, but we should be mentally prepared for something like that to be unleashed across the country by foreign forces in collaboration with local Zelenskis or aspiring Zelenskis. So just be prepared for it. I am pretty sure that the government of India can handle this, but we should be mentally prepared for it. Priyojit Mondal, thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Anonymous says, how can we make our education free again without the help of the government? Impossible. As of now, 30 crore students are here in India. The government will not, without the government help, how will you change the education system? You can't. See, so much has to change the education system. So much. So, for example, the education system and the job market are interconnected. Today, if you want a job in India, okay, they will ask you to give us your CV and all your certificates. What did you have in, how much marks did you get in 10th standard, how much marks did you get in 12th standard, what is your college record like, what did you do your master's degree in? You may be, let's say you're applying for a programming job. You're a great programmer, but still they will require you to have a 10th standard, 12th standard degree, college degree, master's degree, minimum college degree. What does all of that have to do with programming? Nothing really. So the the attitude everywhere is this very backward colonial attitude. If I was, let's say, running a software company, I would not ask you for your qualifications. I'll ask you to solve some problems, and if you can solve the problems and you can show that you're competent, I'll hire you. I don't care whether you have a 10th standard degree or not. I seriously won't care. But all of these attitudes need to change. And then the education system, it is a very colonial system, and it perpetuates the attitude. So it's a two-way thing. The people who are running the companies, they came through the education system, so they think it's right and it should continue. And they and it's a feedback loop. It's like the chicken and egg thing. So if you want to free the education system without the help of the government, how will you do it? I can't see. I mean, you can create your own university, for example, in which you teach things totally differently. But then when the students go out of your university or your college or whatever that you've created, will they get jobs? The companies will say that you came from a strange university where they teach things differently. We don't want you. Then you will ruin those kids' lives, right? So a lot of reforms have to happen for us to be able to change the education system. The education system really needs to change, but without government help, it can't happen. If, let's say I have 1,000 crore rupees to burn, so I create my own college and university. But at the end of the day, the students who study there, they should get jobs, right? Otherwise, what will happen to them? So that's also my responsibility. And if I create a syllabus and a structure and a system where students will do well, but they won't have the paper degrees to show to the interview people, then it will be a problem. So it's very complicated. That's the problem. The government has to be involved, but the government doesn't seem to want to do it. So that's where we are. Naman Chabra says quantum computers are thought of being extremely good at simulating nature. Can they be used for creating new artificial materials that combine traits that are not usually found in a single product? Quantum computers they can simulate certain things that other computers can't. So quantum computers, they work on by see the concepts behind quantum computers are superposition and entanglement. In a regular computer, you have bits. A bit is either 1 or 0, right? It's 1 or 0. But a quantum qubit can be in a superposition of more than 1 and 0. It can be 1 or 0 or 1 and 0, and so on. And you can have entangled qubits that creates hyperdimensional spaces in which you can do tremendously complicated calculations. So that's the difference between a standard computer and a quantum computer. And quantum computers can solve certain problems easily that regular computers will take decades or centuries or thousands of years or millions of years to solve. So that's the deal. So what are quantum computers going to be useful for? They'll be useful for solving certain kinds and certain classes of problems. Like if you want to brute force a password, a quantum computer can do it super easily. A classical standard computer, which also operates on the basis of quantum mechanics, but it's a different kind of thing. It will take a long time to do a brute force attack on passwords. A quantum computer will do it like that. A quantum computer will potentially break any cryptographic encryption, any kind of encryption, that sort of thing. If you want to create new artificial materials and combine traits that are usually not found in a single product, I think AI is better for that. AI can look for patterns and detect patterns that will take humans God knows how much time and experience to be able to detect. AI can do it brilliantly. So take a hyper powerful machine like a supercomputer, combine that with AI technology, and then see what kind of new materials, new molecules, new drugs can be discovered. AI is great at that. You don't need quantum computing for that. Quantum computing is good for certain classes of problems, classes that classical computers simply can't solve. Priyojit Mandal, thank you very much once again, sir. Thank you. Caution World says, why can't we stop all wars and work towards human well-being of everyone? Consisting everyone is going to die and how insignificant we are in the universe. You see, ideally that's how the world should be. Wouldn't it be great if we stop the wars, if we stop the fighting, we think about the well-being of everyone? Everyone's going to die. In 100 years, none of us will exist. In 50 years, most of us will be gone. How many of us will be remembered? How many of us? God knows. We are insignificant. In 1,000 years, which is nothing, there'll be no trace of our existence left individually, right? So, what are we doing? Why are we fighting? That's the question. This only works if everybody thinks this way. As long as there is injustice in the world, there's going to be wars. Let's say I don't want to fight. I'll say I will not fight anybody. Just leave me alone. I'll leave you alone. But then they have to leave me alone, right? If I say I will leave you alone, I will not bother you, I will not fight you, I will sit here and mind my own business. But then my neighbor comes and bothers me. Then what do I do? Should I take it passively? Should I just be a passenger in the life, or should I then take steps to defend myself? And that's how war starts. And then there's the matter of honor and prestige. That you did so and so things, your ancestors did so and so things to my ancestors. I feel the pain of my ancestors, what they went through. And my duty, my honor requires that I will extract justice from you, because you're still glorifying what your ancestors did. That's another problem. And then there are people who want to leave behind a legacy. There are people who don't care, who know they'll die. That's fine, I'll die. But I want to live a glorious life and I want to be remembered for 1,000 years. And those people, because of that outsized ambition, Napoleon is a great example, and there are others. That's why you have wars. So ideally, there should be no wars. Ideally, we should all mind our own business and be happy and work for everyone's prosperity. But in the real world, there are complications. You see, sir? Complications. Complications. We are a complicated species. And even if most of us want to be peaceful, that small minority will be there who will mess it up for us. And that is the story of human history. That is the story of human history. A few people want war and they'll mess everything up. All right, sir. Priyajit Mandal, once again, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. AI Productivity Magnet says Netaji wanted to support the Axis during the Second World War. Why didn't that happen? And what would have happened had we fought for the Axis instead of the Allied forces? Netaji wanted to support India, sir. And because India was under Allied occupation, that's why Netaji said that I will then take the help of the enemies of the Allies, who were the Axis. Netaji had no love for the Axis or the Allies. But the Axis was the enemy of the allies who were occupying and brutalizing us. India had been under Allied occupation, British occupation, for almost 2.5 centuries, and they had destroyed India. So when somebody goes to war with my enemy, I'll support my enemy's enemy, right? That's the deal. Netaji had no love for the Axis. Netaji was an Indian patriot. He was an Indian nationalist. He wanted to liberate India from the brutal barbarians who were destroying India for 2.5 centuries. So he said that if there are my brutal barbarians have enemies, I'll go with them. And that was the deal, all right? And we could have not fought for the Axis instead of allies because we were under Allied occupation. Understand that too. Okay. Virinchi Verma says, how long will it take for the American? I don't know. I am not Nostradamus, so I don't know. What are the possible scenarios? How can India have the. Nah, India should not even talk about this. India should not even talk about this. All right, sir? Feminist Slayer says, how to deal with sorrow and accept the harsh realities of life? By looking for joy in the smallest things in mundane life. There is joy and beauty in life. Life is a mixed bag. I'll tell you what, when you are a small child, everything is nice. You're learning new things every day. You're discovering new things every day. You're gaining something every day. Every day, something nice happens to you. But as you grow older, you start losing things. You lose a pet. You lose a friend somewhere. You move to a different school, you lose all the old friends. Then, as you grow older and after you become an adult, at some point in time, you unfortunately, sadly, tragically start losing parents and relatives. So, as you grow older, life becomes more tragic. But that is the nature of life, that's the nature of the universe. There is constant change. How to deal with that? Firstly, remind yourself every single human being who has existed in the past or today on the planet has gone through all the same things. So we are not, I am not a unique case. Secondly, despite all the harsh things that life does have, there is beauty and joy in life. There is beauty in a simple meal that you can have. There's beauty and joy in just taking a half an hour evening walk. There's beauty and joy in looking at the stars. There's beauty and joy in being with your close relatives. There's beauty, there's joy in so many small, simple things. So it's up to you if you want to focus on the positives or the negatives. Both are present. But which one do you want to focus on more? You have to make a choice and a decision for myself. You either tell yourself that I'm going to focus on the suffering and the misery, and I'm going to be a sad, miserable person. Or you tell yourself that from today onwards, I know sometimes bad things will happen, but I will be positive and I will look for the silver linings. I will look for the bright side of life. And then your life can be different. So it's up to you. It's a choice that you have to make. All right. Siddharth says, I have studied 8 genetic articles on Iranian Y-DNA. None show Indic descent. Most Iranians are distant from South Asians except some Pathans. Even Parsis are distant. Just curious, how can they be of Indian descent as I claim? Okay, who has done this genetic studies? Could you show me the genetic studies? I have, except some Pathan. The Pashtuns are obviously, even genetic studies have shown that they are an extension of the North Indian population. Now, look, I am not sure what genetic studies you've seen, first of all. And secondly, most genetic studies that are done in Asia, they typically, the authors of the studies are typically Westerners. So you will have a bunch of authors, maybe 15 authors or 10 authors, with one or two Iranian names in there, who will be Iranians, who will be working in the West. And the genetic study will be done on a small sample of Iranian people who are expatriates, who have migrated to the West. So we will take a sample of Iranian origin people in the West, maybe 20, 30 people, or maybe 50 people, maybe 100 people, and and take their blood samples, DNA samples, and do a genetic study. Well, is that a representative sample of all of Persia? It's not. Will the government of Iran give access to Iranian genetic samples to the West? No. which first of all immediately tells you that the sample size that these studies have used is going to be not properly representative of the proper genetic diversity of Iranians. Now, let's say the population group that this study did was based on a sample of people from East Azerbaijan, which is in Iranian province. Those people will have no Persian DNA. No. And if there are 8 studies, they still could have these issues. My thing is very simple. I would like to see a genetic study of 10,000 Iranian samples done in Iran itself by Iranian scientists. I would like to see the result of that. Then you will have clarity on what the situation is. Okay? The thing is this: today's Iran is not the Iran of 2000 years ago or 1400 years ago. In the past 1300 years, there has been a lot of foreign immigration into Iran, which was done by the foreign occupiers of Iran. They brought in foreign populations into Iran, into present day Iran. People from the Caucasus region, people of Azeri origin, people of Arabic origin. Today, only half of Iran's population is Persian, and even that Persian is mixed Persian. The Persian people of 2000 years ago, if they saw today's Iranian population, they would not be able to recognize the ethnicity to a significant extent. So please understand the nuances and complexities, sir. I would like to see a genetic study done in Iran, 10,000 samples from across the geography of Iran, proper representative samples of Persian genetics, and a study done by Iranian scientists, not by American or whatever scientists. That I would like to see. Then we'll talk. Okay. Divnur Singh says, why were a certain Divnur Singh, Divnur Singh, sir, Divnur Singh. I don't know. I don't know. I was not there. Europeans are very racist, you see? Very racist people. Very racist. You see how they treated the Romanis? Have you seen how the Europeans treated the Romani? I suppose you were talking about the Romani people, right? The Romani people. They were of Indian origin. They were Indians who were enslaved by the Turks. They were taken to the slave markets of Bukhara and Samarkand. And eventually the Turks realized that they have an excess of Indian slaves. They have taken too many slaves. And they did not want to slaughter them in Turkic territory. It was okay to slaughter a few millions in India, but not in their cities. So they said, get out. You can't go back to India. Not allowed. You go back, you go westwards, get lost. So several thousand, maybe tens of thousands of Indians were forced to go into Europe from Central Asia. Indians. And they have been wandering ever since. They are the Romani. And they have been treated brutally, horribly by the Europeans. 1,000 years roughly of oppression, second class, third class citizen status. Right? Even today, many of them are stateless people. They don't have citizenship documents and so on. They have been enslaved. They've been massacred. All kinds of horrible atrocities have been perpetrated on the Romani people, Indian origin people, and still they have contributed so much to European culture. So if the Europeans treated the Romani like this, I suppose a certain people, the way they were treated, may also, fit the same pattern. Perhaps I'm just saying, perhaps. Okay, Divnur Singh. I think you're not talking about the Romani people here. Okay, Virinchi Verma says, should Russia occupy the entire Ukraine and teach a lesson to US and NATO? Is it possible in the current situation? What should Russia do? I think Russia should decide. Okay? Every nation should prioritize its national interests. And whatever Russia's perception of its national interest is, that is what Russia should do. So I am no one to give recommendations to Russia as to what it should do. And if I do that, then I will be portrayed as a Russian agent, anti-West. I am non-West. I'm not anti-West. And I think Russia is the victim over here. It's not the aggressor. So I would say Russia should prioritize its national interest, and whatever is its perception of the national interest and what is the best outcome in their perception, they should go for that. And NATO and Ukraine, they should do whatever is best in their interests, and we shall sit here and watch. Okay. That's what I would say. Let us not take side sitting here, more or less. Okay. Oh, one second. I need to. Yes. Ah, un petit peu de thé. Tea is good. Tea is very good. Okay, what's the question by MK? Did Japanese gods, were these gods created parallelly or due to Indian influence like ancient Greece or Europe? Japan is a very ancient land, very beautiful land, beautiful culture. The Japanese have indigenous gods called kami. Kami. Have you heard the term kamikaze? Kamikaze. It means divine wind, the wind of the gods. The kamikaze was two sets of typhoons or whatever it was that thwarted two invasion fleets that were supposed to invade Japan. Who had launched those? The Mongol Empire. Shri Kublai Khan, not Shri Genghis Khan, Shri Kublai Khan. And both times, kamikaze came in the way and saved Japan. So kami are the indigenous Japanese gods. They are the gods, the ancestral gods of the Japanese people, ancestor worship, nature worship, or that sort of thing. The kami are the gods that are part of Shinto, the Shinto culture and religion of Japan. And over the centuries, over 1.5, almost 2,000 years, Shinto and Indian religion syncretized beautifully into a single unified religion and culture, which was both Shinto and Indian at the same time. And all the Indian gods, they were given Japanese names. So uh, Saraswati Devi becomes Benzaiten in Japan, and Lord Ganesha becomes Kangiten. And in Japan, he loves radishes instead of laddus. And Lord Kuber, I forget his name there. Lord Shiva also has a name. Kala Bhairav has a Japanese name. All Indian gods have Japanese names, and most of these gods are Hindu gods, not Buddhist gods. And of course, Lord the Buddha is also worshipped there in Japan. So, so the Japanese gods, the original Shinto gods, were completely indigenous to Japan. And then we have all the Indian divinities that come in, and they are also given places in the Japanese pantheon. So that was the deal. So ancient Greece and Europe, they have the same gods as India, and India was the origination place. India was the origin. But Japan, you got the same Indian gods, but they already had their own gods, and they coexisted and harmonized. You see, that was the difference. Rohan Suneja says Scandinavian education feels world class. Harvard and Wharton grads seem mid, but Scandinavian PhDs are just brilliant. Best problem solvers I have ever seen. Well, okay, interesting, interesting. Hmm. See, people believe that Cambridge and Oxford are the best in the world. That's what people used to believe. Now it's all Harvard and Princeton, and whatnot, Wharton, and so on. But it's because Britain was the most powerful empire for the longest time, for 2 centuries, 2.5 centuries. So whatever was their best universities was those were regarded as the best in the world. Then the Americans became the world's premier supreme empire, the superpower. So now people think that their universities are the best, but that's not always the case. The Scandinavian countries, they are like, they don't aspire to great power status, but it's possible that they may have a superior education system. So yeah, I've heard a lot about the Scandinavian education system. It's not based on rote learning and memorization and all that nonsense. It's about, you go with your interests and learn as you play and that sort of thing. And maybe it's a better approach. And eventually, at a certain level, you can formalize education after you enter college or whatever. By the time you've acquired the knowledge, the basic knowledge that you need. So yeah, I would say it makes sense what you're saying. A lot of sense. Rama, 100 bucks. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. I was wondering what's the question. Thank you very much for the contribution, sir. Okay. Ankit Datta says, how to learn coding and AI effectively to master it. Get your hands dirty. Get down and dirty into it. You want to learn coding? You can't learn coding by reading a book. You learn coding by starting stuff. Try Hello World. Can I write a program that can display Hello World? The first time it works, you'll be like, wow, I did it. Now let me write hello world and go away world or something like that. Then you try to expand it, extend it, then you try to make it interactive. So you have to learn coding, you have to do coding. You have to do coding. You can only learn something by doing it. You can't learn something by reading a book. And the same with AI also, I mean, it's the basis is computer science. So you first learn by you first start by learning one programming language. These days they recommend Python. Back in the day it was C. Python is a good enough programming language to start off with, and then you can go on to other languages and so on, server side, back end, blah blah blah. And you have to learn computer science fundamentals, algorithms, and whatnot if you want to go into AI and all that. And obviously, you need to learn statistics. Um, yeah, so it's a long path. But the way to learn anything is to do it. By doing it, by making a lot of mistakes, and by correcting those mistakes. That's how we learn things. Um, Apurva Aditya Jha says, please explain the original Jati Varna Jati system. So it's something that evolved in the past 1500 or 2000 years maximum. The Jati system may be very ancient. The Varna system is more recent because 2,500 years ago, when the Greek ambassador was in India, his name was Megasthenes. He was in Patliputra in the court of Chandragupta Maurya. He wrote a, a field report, let's say, called Indica, which was a description of Indian society and the Indian cities and so on. And he said that Indian society was divided into 7 classes. So we think of 4 castes, right? Today, 4 castes. India had 7 classes. Uh, I don't remember the classes, but we can look it up right now. Okay, let's go to Google. And Megasthenes Indian classes. I think it will give you Indian classes of society: philosophers, farmers, soldiers, herdsmen, hunters, artisans, traders, magistrates, and councillors or ministers. Right? It's a Greek filtered view of Mauryan society, focusing on professions rather than he mentions there's no caste system. You goddamned AI. Look at the perspective it's trying to put on things. Megasthenes did not mention any caste system. He said there were 7 classes of people in India. And still, this AI overview thing is trying to superimpose the caste system. See, this is how they mislead Indians. And Indians are so docile today, they'll be misled very easily. Anyhow, those were the 7 classes of society during the Mauryan Empire. And then you have the Jati and Varna. So the Varna are the 4 major, like those so-called castes. But the real system was the Jati system. Jati is an occupation-based system. Let's say someone's family is in the process is in the business of being a goldsmith. You're all goldsmiths, so you have a set of trade secrets and skills that you want to keep within the family, within the lineage. You don't want the secrets to go out and be stolen by other families. So you keep everything tight knit, and that is your Jati. Somebody else has a different occupation and they also have the trade secrets, so they will only marry among people of the same community. Same community means the same trade and same profession, and you keep it strictly within that. And because India was the first fully industrialized society, you had so many different occupations and professions, thousands of these, maybe tens of thousands. And because India is such an ancient land, you had people to people connections all for like over spans of thousands of kilometers, very ancient connections. So you will know that 17 generations ago, one of my family members went and settled in that city 2,000 kilometers away. So if I travel there today and I inquire, I will still find my family people there, my family members there. And then if it's like that, then you can establish trade networks and all or whatever. And you marry only among the same profession, essentially. So the Jati system was an occupation and profession based system, and you had thousands of Jatis in India. And that's how India was organized. Because, okay, let's ask Google, what are the defining characteristics of a civilization? Okay, let's ask, and let's see it live, what Google says. What are the defining characteristics of civilization? Let's see. Highly organized society, does it say? Complex division of labor. Advanced cities, specialized labor, complex institutions, social structure and stratification. Societies are organized into different social classes or roles with varying responsibilities and influence. Every civilization has that, right? But India is demonized for this. You see, did you see what Google says? Every civilization has this characteristic. The societies are organized into different social classes or roles with varying responsibilities and influence. Every civilization has this characteristic. But India is demonized for being a civilization. This is the central characteristic of a civilization: a highly evolved and stratified society with proper organization and division of labor. That's the sign of a highly evolved and ancient society and civilization. But we are demonized for that. So if you have thousands of jatis, tens of thousands of jatis, imagine how ancient our civilization is. And today, what exists? Nothing. Everything has been smashed. Okay, Sannam Subba says, who is Nepal's new lady prime minister? And is she linked with the US and China? What is the potential impact? I have no idea. At this point in time, I have no idea. I don't. I know very little about this lady. She is a former member of the Supreme Court, I believe, a former justice apparently, and she was married to a politician who was involved in a plane hijacking in the 20th century. And beyond that, we don't know much. So we'll have to wait and watch what her potential impact is going to be. Ideally, if you want to run a puppet government and have the real power hidden behind the scenes, then you have somebody in the front who seems to be of no consequence. So I am not going to make any remarks or any statements at this point in time. I'm going to wait and watch for at least a week. But I have already said this. My gut feeling is that this is a US mediated regime change operation. Now let's see if am proven to be wrong or right about this. But I'm going to wait at least a week to see the patterns that emerge out of things before I start making wonderful, great pronouncements like an expert. A real expert will shut the hell up until things calm down. So I'm gonna wait for the patterns to emerge. No knee jerk reactions, no premature reactions. You have to be mature in these things. Okay. All right. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says your 10 trillion containment hypothesis was spot on. US and China encircle India via unrest. Can we manage both adversaries at once? Look, if you are a Chanakyan state, you can manage multiple adversaries at once. You need to know each adversary's strengths and weaknesses. You need to know what each adversary seeks. You have to know what each adversary fears. You have to know your strengths, your weaknesses, your red lines, their red lines. Once you have a clear understanding of the entire scenario, of the entire battlefield, let's say, then if you play the game right, you'll be fine. So it's about clarity. It's about clarity of understanding of everyone's purpose, everyone's ambitions, and everyone's needs, desires, wants, fears, threat perceptions, red lines, strengths, weaknesses, all of that. We can manage both adversaries at once. Sarva Maya Asti. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, sir or ma'am. Thank you. Kajoro Bitathon says, seeing the global left justify and celebrate murder of Kirk and praise the Nepal revolution as a righteous people's revolt, will our leftist lunatics be emboldened by this? They're openly saying no more debate, go for violence, scary. Yeah, the global left is like this. You see, they claim to be liberal. They claim to be liberal, but they want to silence everybody who has an opinion that they don't agree with. And violence is is a form of silencing someone. Assassination is a form of silencing someone. Now, this Charlie Kirk, whoever he was, good, bad, whatever, he was a legal citizen of that country, and he had the right, according to his constitution, to do whatever he was doing. If he was engaging in political activity, everybody has the right to do that. But he was silenced in the most ultimate, in the most final way possible, right? And we're not quite sure who did that. Somebody has been arrested for this, but we're not sure. Who knows if it's a cover up, or if that person is a scapegoat, a patsy. Yeah, your own father turned you in, so it must be true. I don't know. Anything's possible in the world. And there are apparently elements within India who are saying that they are praising the Nepal situation, and they are saying that there should be a Gen Z thing in India also. If since the Nepal thing seems to have succeeded, the Indian lefties will be emboldened by this, especially the ones who have foreign funding, who will be goaded to potentially do this in the coming days, weeks, months, whatever. Yeah, potentially. And they are saying openly that we need to go for violence. Well, yeah. So, like I've said, there is a higher probability of some such situation that could potentially be engineered in India by foreign forces in the coming future sometime. Yeah, there is a higher probability of this happening, and the objective is to destabilize the government of India, to create this impression that the prime minister and his government are weak and they are not able to control the country. That sort of thing. That is a great way of starting the process of regime change. So that is most likely something that has a higher probability of happening in the coming future, whatever time it is. I hope it doesn't happen, first of all, but we have to be aware that this is a situation that could perhaps happen, and we should be mentally prepared for that. Geopolitical Dubey says, have the bodies of men and women evolved side by side, and in which ways has this taken place? Don't scold me, I'm not a science guy. It's okay. It's okay. No issues. One second. Um, See, we are the same species. We have two genders, two sexes. It's called sexual dimorphism, right? So if you look at frogs, let's let's take a science example. If you look at frogs, they look very similar, but they have certain dimorphic characteristics between the two genders or sexes. If you look at lions, male lion, female lion, they look different. Tigers, only size difference and certain very subtle differences. Apart from that, they look very similar, and so on. Cats, you can't really tell sometimes, especially when they're kids. Dogs, all that. So we, we are the same species. We haven't evolved side by side. We have evolved together. I mean, males, when they are born from their mothers, from women, right? So it's not like we are evolving separately as two separate species. We are the same species, and our evolution happens simultaneously together. In what ways has it happened? Has it taken place? It's happened. In what ways it has happened? Through the process of Darwinian evolution, the survival of the fittest, the evolution of the fittest. So if you look at Homo sapiens fossils from 400,000, 4 lakh years ago. If you look at the fossils that were found in Jebel Irhoud in North Africa, you will see that those fossils of Homo sapiens, they exhibit certain features that are pretty archaic. They overall are anatomically similar to modern human beings, but they have certain features that are archaic, like the ridge of the brow. It's larger, it's like more pronounced, and so on. Certain characteristics that you don't really see in modern populations. So you can see male and female skeletons there, which have the same characteristics. So the same character, because parents and children, they share DNA, right? A child, let's say it's a male child or a female child, will have 50% 50% contribution from both parents, right? So the evolution is happening from both parents. If it's a girl who is born, she will not only have DNA from the mother's side, she will also have 50% of the father's DNA. So evolution is happening simultaneously at the same time, and you're getting contribution from both your parents. So it's not evolving side by side or evolving parallelly. It's the same species evolving the way all species do. All right. Tarun says, do you think Indians in Greece is credible? It's full of pseudo linguistics like Aditi Athena. Who says that? My God. I have never said Aditi is Athena. Aditi is Athena with different meaning. The author wasn't a historian. I am not talking about P.N. Oak. P.N. Oak, by God, the kind of P.N. Oak is not a credible author. My God, the kind of absolute nonsense he has written in some cases. My God. P.N. Oak, you can't take that as a credible author, unfortunately. I have never, ever referred to P.N. Oak for anything. I have never said Aditi is Athena. I've never said that. What I have said is this, and please pay attention. What I have said is Zeus Pater is Dios Petru. It is the Greek version of Dios Petru, the name, but the characteristics are those of Indra. And try and debunk this, please. That's all I'm saying. Right? Try and debunk that. Try and debunk my claim that Jupiter, the Roman Jupiter, is the Roman version of Zeus Pater. Jupiter came from Zeus Pater, and the Greek Zeus Pater came from Dios Petru, the Vedic sky god, the father of Indra. And also try and disprove the fact that Zeus Pater, the Greek Zeus Pater, has all the characteristics of Indra: the hammer and thunderbolt, the Vajra symbolism, the fact that that Indra defeats Vritra, the great sea monster who had encircled the world ocean, and he defeated this great sea monster Indra. And what does Zeus Pater do? He defeats Typhon, a Greek sea monster. Same story. Now try and debunk this. I am not going the way of P.N. Oak. My God, P.N. Oak is not credible. I never said Aditi is Athena. Come on. No. I am saying Zeus Pater is Dios Petru. And now try and debunk that. All right. Okay. Devachandan Malik says, what happens if the US exploits? Why is there no physics question? Why? Why? All history, geopolitics, no one interested in science. It's so disappointing. Anyway, Devachandan Malik says, what happens if the US exploits internal political fault lines in India to bring an inexperienced leader to power, leading to failures and rising social communal tensions? Part 1, see other chat. What happens if this succeeds? India is. Nous sommes fichus. We're done. We're cooked. We're baked. That's what happens. If they succeed, that is what happens. We're done. It's over. Divnur Singh says, so we were also probably the first people to make alcohol for consumption, Madeira or mead, honey, wine in Celtic history. Mead is probably an old English word. Honey, wine, madhu. Yeah. We I'm sure even during the Vedic times, some people would have had alcohol. It's not like it was taboo or verboten. We do have the word Madhira. What's the Sanskrit word for alcohol? Is it Madhira? Let me just check it. Okay, let's always fact check ourselves. Sanskrit dictionary. Let's go to Sanskrit dictionary. Do we have this? Okay, we'll go here and let us say wine. What does it wine? Wine. Madhya. Madhira. Wine. Yeah. So yeah, that is the one. There's so many other words for wine. Sura, Madhuri, Kadambara, Draksharas, which is grape wine, grape juice actually, Hala, and so on. So anyway, yeah, the word for the first word, the Madira and Madhya, that comes from Madhu, which is obviously honey. So it's possible that we may have been the first. But I suppose that wherever you had human beings, the wine would have existed in some form. I think it's a pretty ancient phenomenon. I'm sure that even the out of Africa migrants may have known wine. But perhaps the oldest word that is in existence is ours. So, yeah. Priyojit Mandal says the Hindus themselves are pretty divided. I saw many Shiv Bhakts always insult Bhagwan Vishnu online and many more. It hurts me. I don't know what to do. You know what? Ignore all this. Ignore it. There are many of us who don't do it, right? It is unfortunate that we are divided. This community will taunt that community, that community will taunt this. Why do this? You do your thing, let them do their thing. Respect what they are doing. They have a different way of doing things. They worship so and so god, you worship so and so god. You do your thing, let them do that. I don't understand why people do all these things. If only India was a more literate society and a more civilized society, this would not happen. Now my point is, don't take it personally. You may follow whichever panth of dharma. Please happily follow it. There'll always be some people who are misled, who are misguided, who have not got the correct guidance, which is why they behave in ways that our civilization would not have tolerated and would not have recommended in the past. But today we are less civilized. And all of this that we are seeing are symptoms of us being in a less civilized state today. Our civilization is being eroded, right? So that is why these things are happening. Um, don't take it personally. Don't be hurt. But don't indulge in counter stone throwing. What's the point? Stay out of all these unnecessary disputes. There are many people who are very respectful of all the different paths of Hindu Dharma. I mean, Sh- Bhagwan Shiva and Bhagwan Vishnu, aren't they two sides of the same coin, part of the Trimurti? So why would you do that? I mean, it is it's something that shows that you have very little knowledge about your own religion, right? Anyway, don't take it personally, and ignore all this nonsense. But that's what I would say. Devachandan Malik says, could these tensions enable the rise of a far right leader backed by the US who mobilizes large scale nationwide protests and eventually takes power? Part two. You mean in India, a far right leader in India who's backed by the US? The US will never do it. The US will never back a right, soft right, or far right leader in India. They will only back left leaders. Okay? Um, there's no chance of a far right leader coming from US backed nationwide protests in India. Impossible. The US will never tolerate far right leaders because far right leaders are nationalists, and nationalists will never vassalize their country. Do you understand why? It's only lefties who will vassalize their country. Okay. Harsha Patel says, I've been following you. You're amazing. Well, thank you so much, sir. You're also amazing for following me. Thank you so much, honestly, really. Now, with all the insight you have, it's frustrating. You share, it's frustrating not being able to act. How can I help spread awareness or join a movement? Count me in if you form a team. Well, as individuals, we can't do a thing, you see. And spreading awareness, I mean, you can spread awareness, but um, it's essentially talk or writing. Beyond that, what awareness can you spread? Yeah, you can achieve more if you are in a team as such. I have never thought of forming a team. um I don't know. Let's see, if I ever think of forming a team, I will invite all like-minded people. The question is, if I form a team, let's say hypothetically, forming a team, you need to have an objective. You need to have a clear direction, clear goal. And where there's a team, there's a leadership structure. Someone has to be the leader, and that has its own set of problems and all. So it's something you don't do lightly. Let's form a team. It's not like forming a Discord server then where everything goes haywire, right? So let's see, if I ever decide in the future to form a team, I certainly will count you in. And thank you so much for following and for everything else. Thank you so much. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says there was a recent congressional there were recent congressional UFO hearings. Are they a cover to distract from the Epstein fallout and the alleged Charlie Kirk assassination? UFOs are always a great smoke screen to cover up things. Whenever there is something inconvenient happening in the US, let's have a spate of UFO sightings. So the media will say, "Oh, UFO, 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 UFO sighting here, UFO sighting there," and the big news is covered up. It's drowned out in this avalanche of noise coming from UFO sightings. I remember during around the time of the last presidential election in the US, which was last year, the second half of the last year, last quarter of the last year. At that time, there was this big spate of UFO sightings. If you were in New Jersey, my goodness, hundreds of UFO sightings every day. And later, the State Department, no, the White House spokeslady, or whoever she is right now, she said that these are all US government drones. So she essentially admitted the US has this technology that looks like UFOs, right? So these UFOs, I don't think there's any alien involvement in this, extraterrestrial involvement. I think these are all American technological programs that are classified, and when they are sighted, they look like UFOs, and they can be weaponized in this manner. So whenever something inconvenient is happening, let's do a spate of UFO sightings. So all the media attention can be, and social media attention can be focused on the UFOs, and what's happening, the inconvenient stuff, can be quietly forgotten. So yes, yes, I think it's a standard operating procedure, actually, isn't it? Nilay Srivastav says, your theory of primordial black holes as dark matter candidate was given by Anne Green of from the University of Nottingham without giving due credit to you. What's my POV? She is doing independent research. Anne Green, great lady. She isn't. See, my theory is quantized bound states, stable quantum mechanical bound states of primordial black holes as a potential candidate for dark matter, for the cold dark matter that seems to permeate the universe. That's my theory, which first came out in the year 2002. That's 23 years ago. Anne Green has done a lot of work on primordial black holes, but she hasn't proposed a parallel or rival theory of bound states of primordial black holes as a candidate for dark matter. She's doing different research on primordial black holes. She has put out constraints on primordial black hole formation and so on. I haven't seen a more recent research in case she has done it, but I don't think she has done research in which she has taken something from me and not given credit to me. That's not the case. She's a great lady and she's a very good researcher. So as far as I know, that's not the case. But if since you're saying, I'll check it out once again. I don't think that's the case. But anyway, thank you for looking out for me, and thank you for letting me know in case there's something. Thank you. Okay. Devachandan Malik says, if such a hardline regime deepens unrest, could this trigger regional resistance strong enough to push the country towards fragmentation or balkanization? Um, if there's any deepened unrest in the country, whether there's a hardline regime or a very weak regime, if there is deepening unrest, and especially if there is engineered regional resistance to the union and all that, that can push the country towards balkanization and fragmentation. And that obviously is the ultimate objective of anti India forces, more powerful anti India forces in countries. And they have been funding these movements for decades, since the 1950s and 60s. These movements, the roots for which were planted by the British, and then the other powers have taken over. So yeah, it is certainly a threat. That's an ever-present threat for India, which is why it is very important to clamp down on all these foreign activities in India, or foreign-funded activities in India, through all legal means possible. Right? That's what needs to happen. If you have large-scale, industrial-scale religious conversion activities, that needs to stop. And there are so many other activities under the guise of NGO activities and God knows what else, academic activities, seminars, tourism, all kinds of stuff. So I think we have been pretty lax in doing this. Maybe there's pressure from outside to allow this to continue, perhaps. But yeah, it can certainly push the country towards balkanization, fragmentation. Indeed, it's a big threat to India. Devnur Singh says, nose guys who clip coins are demonized unjustifiably or justifiably. Look, I haven't studied the history of the big nose guys who clipped coins. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Jews. Are they demonized unjustifiably or justifiably? I know about the allegations the Europeans used to make about the Jews. The Europeans used to accuse the Jews of blood libel. The Europeans used to claim, in different parts of Europe, they used to claim that Jews, allegedly, according to the Europeans, they poison wells. That's what some Europeans used to claim. Other Europeans used to claim that the Jews abduct children and drink their blood or something like that. I don't know what it was. So all these accusations used to be made against Jews. It's part of the historical record. It's some of it is called the blood libel against Jews. And because of this, Jews were persecuted in various parts of Europe. There were anti-Jewish pogroms in some places. There were multiple occasions where this happened in England. You had the expulsion of Jews from Spain after the Reconquista, and Jews faced persecution in I don't know, Germany, Saxony, Romania, other places. Was this demonization justifiable, unjustifiable? Well, I haven't looked deep into the matter. I may only have superficial knowledge on this. And the superficial knowledge says that these are all false accusations. That's what I've read. Now, I can only comment on this if I have gone deeper into the topic, which I have not, because this aspect of history is not really interested me much. So I don't know. I can't really say for sure whether this was justifiable or unjustifiable. So I'll leave it at that, sir. Okay, godliness says, are we postponing the worst from happening? We don't have a one party system. Someday the BJP will lose, and then what? I fear all the hard work and hope for 2047 Viksit Bharat can derail. Um, yeah, perhaps. See, a one party system is, well, it can happen actually. See, the US doesn't have any constitutional mandate that you need to have a two party system, but it's become a two party system. So in India also, since even though there is no constitutional mandate for a two party or one party system, it can be made to happen through constitutional means. And the thing is that once you come to power, you have to. The nature of power is that if you don't hold on to power and entrench your power and augment your power, you're going to lose power at some point in time. So, is the BJP has the BJP been too too lax? Have they not taken the opportunities they've got? Have they not done enough? I don't know. I think it's for you all to decide. I don't really look at internal politics, so I don't know. But yeah, if someday the BJP loses and then everything they did was is undone, then it's going to be all have it will all have been worth nothing, right? So I suppose if there is a threat of that situation occurring, then the BJP should take it extremely seriously. Yes. Divnur Singh says, how was Yale founded on looted money from India? Eliyahu Yale was a British official of the East India Company. Where was he stationed? Was he stationed somewhere in southern India? I don't recall where he was stationed, but he was a British official of the East India Company. Eliyahu Yale or Elihu Yale, whatever the name was. It's a very weird name, foreign name to me. So I don't. So apologies if I mispronounce it. So this guy, he served in India, and then he clearly amassed a fortune that was plundered from India, and then he goes to the United States, and then he donates some money eventually, which is the seed money for the foundation of Yale College, which eventually becomes Yale University. So the seed money that was required for the initial founding of Yale College came from money plundered from India. No question about it. Yes. And there could be many such more instances that we are not aware of. Yale somehow has come to light. There may be many more. Because there was a time when the what is today the United States was a territory that was um, in the possession of the British, and the British also possessed India at the time. So you had a flow of officials. For example, the guy, the British general or administrator who surrendered to the uh, Americans when they finally won their war of independence was Lord Cornwallis. He's the guy who surrendered to the Americans and surrendered the country. And that led to the foundation of the new country, the United States. That same Lord Cornwallis then came to India and lorded over Indians. It's a pity that we did not kick him out the same way the Americans did. But anyhow, that's how history went. Uh, Dark Knight says, is Divnur Singh being possibly funded by the US? Well, only Divnur Singh ji can tell us. Bharati says, have you read the books by Nilesh Oak during dating Ramayan, Mahabharat, using astrology? Your thoughts? I have not read his books. And so I can't really comment on that. And he has not done this through astrology. He has done this through archaeoastronomy. That much I know. But I haven't studied his books. So I will not be able to comment on because I've not read them. So sorry about that. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, will you be at Jaipur Dialogues on day 1 or 2? Most likely I'll be there. Yes. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, India faces more threats from outside or inside? I think equal. Most of the internal threats in India are funded from the outside. So the outside threat, not threats. Okay, potentially outside threats. So the outside threats want to create aspiring Zelensky. They want to identify aspiring Zelenskys in India and fund the more capable ones. And those become the internal threats. And they are full of outside funding, so they have resources. That's what happens. So I think we face equal. The we face 50% outside threat, 50% internal threat, but the nature of the two threats is very different. The internal threats are very different from the external threats, even though the two are intertwined. Prashant says India vote for two state in Palestine in UNGA. What are my thoughts? Okay, I have no thoughts. It's all right. It's okay. I am not angry or upset or anything. That's just the stand we have. That's all right. I have no issue with that. I think there should be a two-state solution. And to be very honest, Israel tried for a two-state solution. They gave a separate piece of land to the Palestinians called Gaza. So what did they do there? They elected Hamas, a terrorist organization. Israel tried for a two-state solution, but the Palestinians weaponized that. Anyway, there still, I would say, should be a two-state solution, and I suppose that's why India has voted for that. Someday there should be peace there, hopefully, whichever way. So that's all right. That's perfectly all right. I have no other thoughts or comments beyond that. Amisha says, how do you see the claim that Khilji saved India from Mongols? That's how I see it. Khilji was defending his sultanate from Mongol parties that were passing across near the border. And maybe they were curious to see how deep can we investigate or do a reconnaissance mission into Indian territory or Turkic held territory of India. It was not an invasion of India by the Mongol Empire. And Khilji was very, very, very fortunate that he did not live during the time that Shri Chinggis Khan was alive. There are many Indians, okay, many genius level Indians who tell me that Chinggis Khan was defeated by Alauddin Khilji. Okay, now let's do some fact checking. This is for those geniuses who comment every day. Okay, Chinggis Khan death. So when did he die? August 2027, 1227. Okay. Now Allah Ad Din Khalji. 1227 Chinggis Khan died. And this guy, when was he born? Khalji. He reigned from 1296. That is almost 70 years after Chinggis Khan died. When was this fellow born? He was born in 1266. So he was born 39 years after the death of Shri Chinggis Khan, Alauddin Khilji. If Alauddin Khilji had been the Sultan of Delhi or whatever during Chinggis Khan's time, and if Chinggis Khan had decided that I will invade India, Alauddin Khilji would have run back to Turkey or wherever, or he would have been decimated, obliterated, eviscerated. Alauddin Khilji was no great ruler. He was a fortunate guy. He did not have to face Chinggis Khan's army. It was just some marauding reconnaissance party of a few hundred, few dozen Mongol scouts or whatever. That's all it was. It's a joke. Some people claim that Alauddin Khilji saved India from Mongols. What a joke! Absolute joke. Sarva Maya Asti says, how to tackle internal 0.5 in become Hindu Rashtra. I don't know. I talk about geopolitics. I don't talk about these Hindu-Muslim issues and internal problems and all. That's a whole different set of issues that I don't look into. I look at the external issues. I look at history. I look at geopolitics. I look at science. I don't know about this. This is not within my purview, so to say. So I won't be able to answer this question, sir. Sorry. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, some Nepalese, like Bangladesh, see India as evil due to foreign propaganda. Despite shared roots, have we lost them, though they're part of us? The past 30 plus years, there has been brainwashing. See, there was a regime change operation in Nepal in the 1990s. The Maoist terrorist insurgency succeeded. The Nepalese Rajtantra or monarchy was thrown out. Their royal family was wiped out. And the corrupt Communists and Maoists ruled the country ever since. And they were in the pocket of China and other foreign forces. And that's why they, for the past 30 years, have been brainwashing the children of Nepal into hating India. And that's why most Nepalis see India as an enemy nation. Not most, but many. I think there are still many Nepalis who don't see India as an enemy nation and who don't hate India or don't fear India. But I think there is a significant population and percentage of the population, especially young population in Nepal, who see India as this aggressive expansionist nation that wants to break Nepal or whatever. So this is propaganda. And this is, I mean, whose fault is it? To some extent, it's our fault, our governments, that they did nothing to counter this, right? Test user says, for how long will you do 8-hour study work live videos? I don't know, I'll see. As long as it's fun. Yeah. Dhyan Chand says, what's the likelihood of Putin invading? Very low. What's the likelihood of Putin invading another country like the Baltics during Trump's term? Would it be right to say the chances are high? I think the chances are very low. Very low. Putin is not crazy. He's not a maniac. He's a very rational person. No. What's the point of doing that? What will he get? What will he gain from this? Nothing. I think the likelihood is very low. Of course, I may be proven wrong, which is okay, but I think the likelihood is very low. Okay. Godliness says, your view on the Russian cancer vaccine, is it some kind of pharma warfare against the West? A vaccine is not a warfare, right? A vaccine is a good thing. So if the Russians have indeed developed a cancer vaccine, I would say congratulations to Russia. Very impressive job, very well done. And if possible, do export it to India as well, because I'm sure lots of Indians can benefit from that. I don't see this as any kind of warfare against anybody. This is something they're doing to benefit their own citizens. That's how I see it. Okay. Dhyana Chand says, is there any hope the Indian judiciary will be reformed? Is this something the BJP is serious about? The judiciary right now is part of the 0.5 front. Look, this is once again an internal matter of India. I look at the external matters. I don't know about this. I don't comment about everything in the world. When it comes to internal politics, internal issues, I will talk about the education system, the need for reforms, and so on. But all of these things, I see, first of all, I don't really have a deep enough understanding of this. I have studied things across the world. I've not studied the judiciary and all that. So, yeah, I don't know about this. Sorry. Divnur Singh says, does multiple gods in a culture means multiple moralities? Abrahamic people say they have one book, one morality. Well, that's a hyper simplistic way of looking at things. The world is complicated. The world is super complex. The human psyche is complex. Think about it. A single person can be seen as a superposition of multiple personalities. You have some good in you, you have some ambiguity in you, you have some bad also in you. You can be a nice person but be capable of cruelty at times. You can be a good person but be capable of violent temper sometimes. And you can be a bad person and sometimes do some good things. Completely uncharacteristic. The human psyche itself is so complicated. And the root causes of all these things, the good and the bad and whatever, it goes back to deep roots, cultural roots, uh, philosophical roots, childhood, the kind of childhood you had, the kind of influences you had. And when it comes to a culture, the roots, especially when it comes to India, our roots go back thousands of years. We have so many superposed, um, all of these memories, civilizational influences, all of that. So if you try to boil everything and distill everything down to just one morality, I think you're doing yourself a tremendous injustice. And if you have multiple gods, it kind of honors the fact that divinity also takes multiple shapes and forms. It's like division of labor in the realm of divinity. Some gods will look at learning, some gods will look at wealth, some gods will be the god of whatever, right? And so when it comes to the major gods in our culture, we have the Trinity, the Trimurti, right? Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and they also have their functions. uh, Brahma is the Vishnu is is an eternal, immortal god. Is it? No, I think only Shiva is an immortal god, and Brahma is the god that is associated with this particular universe, and so on. So our culture is complex. The Abrahamic people want to oversimplify everything. It's fine. They like to have a very simple life. We are a complicated people, and we have a different worldview and a different way of looking at the universe. And strangely enough, our worldview when it comes to looking at the universe seems to be sometimes coming true. I mean, the complexities that we have in Hindu Dharma, for example, multiple universes and all, that kind of sometimes emerges from physics and so on. Yeah, so I think to each their own. Okay, I believe in live and let live. You want to have your morality, one God, one book, one morality. Please be happy with that. I have nothing against that. But don't come and judge me for having my own way of doing things. I won't judge you. You stay out of my business. That's it. UMX says, I have a Bengali professor in a Christian college. He calls Churchill a great man. How manipulated are current Bengalis, especially the old ones? Look, I would not say that all Bengalis or all so and so people from so and so state have a certain set of attributes. If you have a professor who calls Churchill a great man, it tells you that in his childhood, in his youth, he was exposed to certain ideas that he deeply imbibed and he still regards as correct. And he's trying to pass on the same values to the pupils he instructs. Perhaps he thinks that he is right. Perhaps he is not an anti national person. Perhaps he truly believes that the British did good things for India and Churchill was a great man. Are all Bengalis like this? I would be very reluctant to say that all Bengalis are like this. Right? There are many non-Bengalis who have similar ideas. Right? Uh, so I would not pass a blanket kind of judgment that all people from a certain state are a certain kind of people. I would not say that. But I can say certainly about this particular professor that that's the kind of upbringing and set of influences that he might have had, which have contributed to him having this specific worldview. That Churchill was a great man. Clearly, he was a genocidal monster. Churchill, despite whatever great things he may have done or not for his country, that's his problem. For us, he was a monster. Okay, Chirag Srinath, well, hello. My question is that what does the West gain by regime change in a region where countries eventually will come to India because of sheer economic heft, geographical area that we can carry, that we carry? In the case of the Maldives and Sri Lanka, as a famous saying goes, the house always wins in a casino. In a casino, the house always wins. But who owns the casino? Maybe you can get rid of the current master of the casino and bring in a new master of the house. Then the house will always win, but the house will now belong to somebody else. Now, what does the West gain by regime change in a region where countries will eventually come to India because of the sheer size of the economy and so on? But what if you balkanize India? What if you convert India into a bunch of small nations? Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra, uh, Haryana, Punjab, Kashmir, all of these, let's say hypothetically, become separate nations. Then who will come to India? Then these will all operate independently. Maybe they will not cooperate among each other. So the entire potential that this subcontinent had will evaporate, and they will all be at cross purposes with each other. How about that for a scenario? So maybe the eventual objective of the US is to achieve that. And by the time you achieve that, you don't then start working on the other countries in the region. You first start working with them, right? So, so that's why you do regime change in the easier countries first. Pakistan, West Pakistan, so easy. Just pay a few $1 million to the army chief. Done. Ho gaya. Imran Khan gone. Bangladesh, pay a few students to go and do something, and then have somebody else hijack the whole protest and get and then pay the army chief to oust Sheikh Hasina, give her 45 minutes to leave the country, or else done, ho gaya. Then do something in Nepal, do something elsewhere. Then you can completely ring fence India, and then you get to work on India. So it makes sense. It's a very good long term strategy, right? So the objective could be that the house may win, but what if the house is broken into 50 pieces? Then how will the house win? So that could be the game plan, you see, and that's why India has to be really, really careful, very careful. Jen says, Please talk about the Shaksgam Valley. Okay, we haven't really opened the map too much today, so let us open the map. Shaksgam Valley. So the Shaksgam Valley is in northern India. Here we are. So you see, the Pakistanis, they currently occupy some parts of Jammu and Kashmir, which is called Pakistan Occupied Kashmir, POK, and Gilgit Baltistan. So there is this region in the northern part, okay, which they have given to the Chinese. As you can see, China occupies Tibet and so-called Xinjiang over here, and there is this place where there is a tri-junction of India, Pakistani occupied territory, and China. And then the Pakistanis gave up some of this territory to the Chinese. So if I look, Shucks Gum Valley. So it is this region here, as you can see, like I was zooming in. This region, as you can see there, you can see that some of the text is in the Chinese script over here. Gashar Brum the First. This is now occupied by China because the Chinese acquired this from the Pakistanis. K2 is part of POK. It's the world's second highest mountain, K2. And Gashar Brum the First or one is currently under Chinese occupation because the Pakistanis gave it to China in order to complicate the Kashmir issue, which was created by Shri Nehruji. So that's why the Pakistanis gave the gifted Shaksgam Valley to the Chinese to have China also involved in the Kashmir conflict. Yeah, so that's the deal. Okay. Arun Kumar says Greeks are descendants of Vedic people? Question mark. LOL. Okay, now once again we are coming up with this haplogroup business and all that. Um, Tell me something. If you see Turkey today, okay, let me first read it out. Okay, uh, let me read it out. Greeks are descendants of Vedic people? Question mark. LOL. Laughing out loud. Greek specific haplogroup even B is found rare in the whole Indian subcontinent, and modern Greeks show direct continuity from the ancient Greeks and genetically distant from Indians' fake pride. Okay, so Arun Kumar is saying that I am a person with fake pride who is kanging. What's the word kanging? So Greeks are genetically descended from ancient Greeks. Okay. If you look at the people of Turkey, hmm, today's Turkey, you do the testing, genetic testing. Will they show any affinity with the Turkic tribes of Central Asia? Will you see any genetic affinity with them? You will see if you do a genetic survey of Turkish people, Turkish citizens today, that you will see mostly Greek or Armenian ancestry. You will see no Turkic ancestry whatsoever. And yet the culture and language and religion is Turkish or Turkic. You go to Syria today, my friend Arun Kumar. Go to Syria today. Do a genetic survey of the people there. You will hardly find any trace of Indian genetics there in Syria. Syria had the Mitanni Empire, which was ruled by Indo-Aryans, by Indians who spoke Sanskrit, late Vedic Sanskrit. Where did the genetics disappear? What happened? It never happened. We have the archaeological evidence that proves it. So these genetic studies, my dear friend, let me tell you, I don't want to be disrespectful to you, even though you have been LOLing at me. It's fine. I would say, first of all, Arun, please learn a little bit of humility. Don't be convinced always that you are always right. You have understood a little bit of genetics, so you've understood everything. Understand that there are nuances and complications in everything. The Mitanni Empire was ruled by Indians. Where are the traces of Indian genetics there today? And when it comes to Turkey, another example, where's the traces of Turkish genetics there? Turkic genetics? Hardly at all. But can you deny that the people of Turkey are descended from Turkic invaders? They are. Was everybody converted? No, there will be some traces, but they are no longer visible. So that's how it goes. Now the question is, in case hypothetically LOL Greeks are descended from Indians, when did it happen? You were saying that there is genetic continuity between modern Greeks and ancient Greeks. So the ancient Greeks, you're talking about which ancient Greeks? The Greek city states, that is about 500 BC. Let's say 1000 BC. You're talking about 2000 BC. You're talking about 3000 BC. The Battle of the Ten Kings would have happened closer to 6000 BC during the Rigvedic age. Maybe let's say 5000 BC, maybe 4000 BC. It's the before the dawn of the first Greeks. Do you understand the time periods? I would say have an open mind and try and pay attention to what I'm saying. Don't have this attitude that I have understood some genetics, so I understand everything. It's not a healthy attitude. You will never learn things if you have this approach. And don't be so disrespectful and so dismissive of your own culture and history. That's all I would say. All right, sir. All the best. All the best. I wish you the best. Priyavrat Bharadwaj says, thanks for motivation. Well, you're most welcome, sir. Got a semiconductor job, leading role with a Taiwan-based company. I'll keep learning for India and help my fellow sisters and brothers. All the best, sir. All the best. I wish you the best. Do very well for yourself, for your family, in your life. And when you are in the position to help India, you're always welcome back. Do well, sir. All the best. AKS says, what's going to happen in Venezuela? Is Maduro cooked? Well, if the Americans want him cooked, he's cooked. There's not much he can do. America, see, there's only a couple of, how many countries do we have in the Americas that stand up to the US? We have Venezuela for sure. Let's quickly do a survey of the world map and of the map of Latin America and see. So Mexico does whatever US says, no question. Belize, of course, they'll do what the US says. Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Everybody will say what the US does. Colombia, they will never go against the US. Ecuador, no chance. Peru, of course, US. Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Chile. Everybody does what the US tells. French Guyana, Suriname, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean countries. Apart from Cuba and Venezuela, nobody dares to stand up to the US. Okay? So now, is Maduro cooked? The US can cook him anytime they want. So I think it's going to be entirely in the hands of the US. What do they want to do? How do they want to deal with this guy? Do they do a clean regime change or a dirty regime change and grab all the oil and then control the oil that comes from Venezuela? They can do it. It's not hard for them to do it. All Trump has to do is give one order. And JD Vance will say, we'll do whatever we want. Right? So yeah, it could happen. It could happen. Maduro. And if the US attempts a regime change or an invasion, a military or naval invasion of Venezuela, who's going to stop it? Even Saddam Hussein had some form of military power. Venezuela doesn't have that. So unfortunately, if the US decides, yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked, unfortunately. Suhas says, if India's oil finds size of Guyana comes true, are we capable today of exploiting resources faced Uncle Sam's freedom, or will they stay out? What's my opinion? One sec. So if we discover, and if we come across an oil discovery the size of what Guyana has discovered, are we capable of immediately exploiting the resources? We're not right now. It'll take a few years to build the oil wells, to position them in the right places above the oil discovery, the oil reservoirs, and then create the infrastructure, the super tankers that will transport the oil from the oil rigs to the mainland. Then we're gonna need more processing facilities. So we may need more oil processing plants and all that. So it will take maybe 5 years, maybe even 10 years. Hopefully not 10 years, at least 3, 4, 5 years it'll take to operationalize this. I mean, how long does it take to build an oil rig? It'll take a year or two, perhaps. I suppose if you have a very professional company, they can do it in a few months, depending on the situation. Oil rigs can be built on the deepest of yeah, discoveries, so that is not an issue. But do Indian companies have the expertise, or will you have to bring in foreign companies? In which case, there's another complication. So all of these things will have to be looked into. So I think in case the government of India is confident that we're going to discover oil, a huge oil discovery, then they should start doing the homework right now for doing this. The moment you discover, start the process of operationalizing that. Okay, Varalika says, how do people of prominence withstand relentless criticism and the pressures of visibility? And what does it reveal about human resilience? You see, people of prominence don't become people of prominence unless they have the capacity to withstand this sort of scrutiny and criticism. You simply won't rise to a level of prominence if you are thin skinned. If you are visible, if you are a public figure of any kind, you're going to face criticism of various kinds, and you've got to have the ability to take the good with the bad, right? um, so it only works if you have a thick skin. And how do you develop a thick skin? Either you're born with a thick skin, which means that the attitude that I don't care what people say, I know that I'm right, I'm on the right track, and I'll keep doing it, and I welcome the criticism because it shows that I'm doing something right. So that's the attitude some people have, which is innate in them. And some people are kind of vulnerable, and then they have to mentally steel themselves over the years that, okay, it affects me, but I'll still continue no matter what happens. But ideally, a person of prominence should be somebody who it doesn't affect at all what people say. So if it doesn't affect you, then there's no pressure of visibility. You don't care about the criticism, right? And what does it reveal about human resilience? Human resilience is you know it's boundless. You can dig deep inside your psyche, inside yourself, and you'll find a lot of resilience, but it's not an easy process. And I believe that almost anyone is capable of tremendous resilience, but it's not the nicest thing to to have to dig deep and find those reserves of resilience, because that means that you're going through something painful. Yeah, so that's how it is. Yeah. All right. Shrivatsa, thank you very much, sir or ma'am. Thank you. Prayag Chauhan says, please cover Rajput's great resistance of 500 years. Rajput resistance. So I'll tell you what, the word Rajput did not exist in 700, 800 AD, even 1000 AD. This term came into existence at a later time, perhaps during the Turkic occupation era, the Mughal Empire era of India, perhaps that time. Today, we call those kingdoms and those lineages Rajput lineages, right? Um, it is said that there are 33 royal clans, ancient royal clans of India, and those are the Rajput clans. So they are warriors, Kshatriyas, and they are also ancient rulers, lineages, and those are now called Rajputs. I don't think they called themselves the Rajputs back in the day. Now, they are the ones who resisted the initial Arabic and Turkic invasions for centuries. So Muhammad bin Qasim, he invades the western part of India. He attempts an invasion of the western part of India in the 700s AD, right? So the Arabs have overrun Persia and ruined Persia, and now they are trying to come into Sindh, Western India. And that's the first incursion into India by the Arabs, by Muhammad bin Qasim. And it was various dynasties that exist in the region uh, who resisted that, and then there were multiple. Then you started seeing wave after wave of attempted Turkic invasions into India. The first part region of India to fall was Gandhar, right? Around 1000 AD, Gandhar was gone. And there also you had resistance. You had the Turk Shahis and the Hindu Shahis, who were descendants of Shweta Hunas, white Huns, who had become Indianized. And they defended India from the Turkic invasions. The Turk Shahis and the Kabul Shahis. Yeah. And eventually Gandhar fell and it became Afghanistan. And then, so Afghanistan falls, Gandhar falls around 1000 AD. The Turkic invasion start about 900 or whatever AD. Yeah. And when Babur, the first Mughal king, acquires a small piece of land in Delhi or northern India, which year was that? Let's look into it, okay? Let's look into it. Babur Mughal Empire. Uh, Babur. Babur. So when did he become the king of the small little kingdom? First battle, etc. He reigned from 1526. So he became the king of the Mughal kingdom at the time in 1526, Babar. Okay, 1526. When did Gori Ghaznavi, whatever, when did when did Prithviraj Chauhan fight the barbarian from Gori Ghaznavi, whatever? That was at least 400, 500 years before this. Prithviraj Chauhan was a contemporary of Shri Genghis Khan. So it was 1190s that Prithviraj Chauhan fought the Turks. And before Prithviraj Chauhan, many other Rajputs, many other kingdoms fought the Turks. Even in 1526, when Babur takes a small piece of Indian territory, it's such small piece of Indian territory. Most of India is still fighting them, the Turks. It's only until Jalaluddin, who creates a vast empire, Akbar, that's when the Rajputs start getting defeated. So for what, 700-800 years, these Indian kingdoms fought and repulsed the Turks. But not a word will be written about this in the Indian textbooks, because they want Indians to fight each other. Marathas and Rajputs should keep fighting each other. Gurjars and Rajputs should keep fighting each other. If somebody has done something for the country, that should be erased, so that all these problems of which ensue as a consequence of distorting history. It's all been artificially engineered. For 800 years, the people we now call the Rajputs, they fought the Turks constantly. And the sacrifices they made were horrific, immense sacrifices. But your history books won't teach you that. So that's a little bit about the Rajput defense of India for 8 centuries, plus more than 8 centuries. Saurabh says, with India's population in the billions, how could a benevolent dictatorship be reinstated in place of a democracy, and will it be as effective today? I shall not go into the mechanics and dynamics of that sort of thing, because I have no idea. I don't know. Create a one-party state, two-party state like the US. That itself is a dictatorship, right? The US has a two-party system, and both parties have the same foreign policy and whatever else. So that's essentially a one-party dictatorship. Essentially, their domestic policies may be different, but externally they're the same. So replicate the American experiment in India. How about that? Yeah. There's an idea, sir. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, shouldn't we have more appropriate faces on Indian bills, like Bhagat Singh, Netaji, and many other freedom fighters other than Gandhiji? Well, uh, if I were in charge of that, I would have Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. That's one. I would. Who else would I have? We don't know what Shri Raj Chola, Rajendra Chola looked like. We don't know what Shri Kanishka looked like. We don't know what Chandragupta Maurya looked like. We don't have those likenesses anymore, but we have sculptures and carvings, so we could have those. These are our great kings and emperors. Can we think of any queens? I'm sure we have. Um, that's what I would do. I would certainly do that. So I agree with you. I agree with your sentiment totally. I think it's time we move past the transfer of power that happened in 1947. Right? Enough of that now. Okay, what next do we have? Varalika says, your pursuit of knowledge shows such depth across disciplines. How did your childhood, youth, and experiences shape who you are today? Um, Look, first of all, I'll tell you, people don't really change. Today, I have gray hair, but I am the same person that I was when I was 2 years old. Nothing has really changed. I obviously I've learned a lot since I was 2 years old. I have had a lot of experiences and lived, traveled, and whatnot. But I'm still the same person. So a lot of it depends on who you are when you're born, with the kind of attributes you were born with. Secondly, um, yeah, I have pursued a lot of disciplines. I was born with this curiosity. I wanted to understand the world, and I was curious about very well all kinds of things. Everything interested me. So I just pursued my curiosity. How did my childhood, youth experiences? Well, one of the good things I had as a child was access to a university library. And I did not really get the permission to use it a lot, but whenever I did, I would, well, spend a lot of time there. And back in the day when I was a little kid, there was no internet. The only place where you could gain any knowledge was the library, because the school textbooks were garbage. There was nothing of value in that. So I was always gravitating. I was always drawn toward the library, and if I was allowed to go to the library, I would just run loose. I would be set loose on the place, and I would read everything possible. I used to read about crystals. I used to read about industrial light and magic. That's Hollywood. I used to read about Russia. I used to read about geography, science, every sort of thing you could imagine. I used to read biology. I read Will Durant's History of Civilization at the age of what, 9, 10, whatever, and so on. So I was very curious. I was kind of a nerd. The only saving grace was that I was, well, tall, strong boy and good at sports, so not entirely a nerd, and so on. So I was very curious. I was drawn towards knowledge, and I could read all day, and that's yeah, that's some of the things that have shaped me. And of course, I was the strongest attraction was towards physics, and so that was, yeah, that's kind of shaped who I am. But I was always curious about history, and eventually I realized at some point in my life that what the hell, I because I know history, I now understand geopolitics. I understand what's happening. The same things have been happening forever. So eventually, yeah, I realized that. Yeah. All right. Pratik Vora says part of Hotan prefecture was part of Hotan prefecture was in British India. Why we lost? Well, you see, we had a visionary, magnificent leader as prime minister, and his thinking was a multiverse ahead of us. And we can't really think and understand. We can't even begin to understand the vision he had for our country. And he took us in the directions that, you know, led to his vision. And that's why we are in the shape and form that we are today. His name was the great, magnificent Shri Jawaharlal Nehru ji. And why did we lose whatever? Well, I suppose we will have to ask Shri Nehru ji, why did we lose all of this? Really, why? Divnoor Singh says 1666 London fire. Ah, remodeling of London, you mean? A Frenchman claimed to starting the fire, but that was proven physically not possible to be started. Like he said, he was executed. Well, I'm not aware of this, but I'm aware of Monsieur de Pepys. What was his name? Samuel Pepys. Once Pepys. What was his name? Give me a second. Let me Google this. Pepys Diary. Pepys Diary. The Diary of Samuel Pepys. So he does mention the London fire, doesn't he, in this? The Great Plague of London sank Second Indo-Dutch War. The Great Fire of London, 1666, which is 600 years after the Norman conquest. And he also talks about what an execution of Charles the First. Yeah, this guy was he was a blogger or a vlogger of the time. He was a politician and so on. So the London fire that you're talking about, a Frenchman claimed to starting the fire was proven. Okay, he was executed. Well, I wasn't aware of this particular aspect of the fire, but the fire of London was a great opportunity to completely remodel the city, because so much of the city was destroyed in the fire. They could create a new modern London, because so much of the city had been cleared by the fire, and that laid the foundation of the London that we have today, that they have today, right? Um, and this was the age when British science and architecture and all of that was taking off because of the golden uh, Elizabethan era. Elizabeth, yeah, the daughter of Henry VIII, and she was, well, a very liberal person who tolerated science, who did not execute people for believing that science should be a thing and all. And that's why England kind of took off during that time, scientifically and technologically. And you had many great architects and other people who became prominent around this time. And after the fire of London, they redesigned the city and reconstructed the city in a completely modern way. So it was kind of a boon, according to some people, for London, that this fire happened, and all the old city, the old congested, horrible city was destroyed, and a new London was built. James says we gave you fine universities like Xavier, but you You ungrateful Hindus still hate us. Well, you see, Javier, it's not Xavier, it's Javier. Javier was a missionary. He was a Spanish missionary who lived in India during a Portuguese occupation of India. And his greatest achievement is to bring the Spanish Inquisition to India. Because according to Francis Xavier, this individual, Hindus who had been converted by force to Christianity were not practicing Christianity rigorously enough. You see, they were reverting to their barbarous, heathen, polytheistic, idolatrous ways in secret. And so Francis Xavier said, bring the Spanish Inquisition to India. Let these accursed Hindus taste what an auto da fe is. Auto da fe, trial by fire. So Francis Xavier brought the Spanish Inquisition to India, and he had lots and why am I talking about this? Don't tell. Show. The cardinal rule in writing. I'm a writer now, right? I'm a writer. I'm an author. The cardinal rule in writing is show. Don't tell. Show. So let me show you what this individual was able to manifest in India. Let me show you what Francis Xavier. So let's look at this. You may not have heard of this term, auto da fe, but not just auto da fe. Let's say auto da fe Goa. Now, see, Goa Inquisition. Check this out. Auto da fe Goa procession clergy. A whole bunch. This is another one. Auto da fe in Goa. Let's zoom into this. Let me open this image. Let me embiggen. Let me embiggen this image. Bigify it. Let's bigify this image. Okay, let's zoom in. What you will see is a bunch of priests and churchmen dancing around a fire and celebrating. And you will see that in the fire there are Hindus who are burning. And you will see ships at sea, the Portuguese ships. So Francis Xavier brought this thing into India, the Spanish Inquisition. The objective was to root out Hinduism, root and stem. Root out Hinduism, root and stem. Because the Hindus, they were secretly practicing Hinduism in private. And Francis Xavier sniffed that out. So he brought in the barbaric Spanish Inquisition in India, and they did all kinds of horrific atrocities to Indians, burning Indians alive because they were practicing Hinduism, chopping people's hands off, and all kinds of barbarities. The Spanish were renowned for this. I mean, just look at what they did in the Americas. You can see some of my older videos for that. So Francis Javier, he brought this barbarity to India. And yeah, you have some colleges, and today every school, college, etc., is named after Francis Javier because of the abject mental colonization that Indians labor under today. So yeah, that's so James. Once again, James, je vous remercie. I thank you for bringing out these very fine topics for me to discuss. I appreciate. This is an honest appreciation. Thank you so much, James. Appreciate it. Anonymous says, follow up. Other than critical infrastructure, what infrastructure do we need, like observatory? Okay, that's what you're talking about. Maybe labs. Let's suppose we are a hyperpower. Then what infra must we have other than other critical infra, such as, okay, so let's say we are an established power. We have all the basic stuff done: roads, railways, train stations, airports, ports, blah 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 blah. All of that is the basic stuff. We're done with that. Then we need world-class universities, world-class colleges. Every university must be a research institution, not just goddamn professors boring the hell out of you by droning monotonously from a book. Read open chapter, page number 28. Now let us read together. We don't want such professors. Put them out to pasture. We need real professors. We need real teachers, teachers who actually do research. We need every university to be a research institution. We need to have research institutes for all disciplines, whether it's chemistry, whether it's materials technology, material science, whether it is quantum computing, whether it's AI, whether it is whatever, whether it is astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, whether it is nuclear physics, whether it is particle physics, high energy physics, whether it is technological pursuits like, for example, um, fusion reactions, tokamaks. We need to have institutions, not just one in each country, but one in each state. One in each state. So, yeah, all of this needs to happen. All the cutting edge, deep research that needs to happen. We need to have institutions for that. Beyond that, we need to have a World Yoga Standards Institute, which will decide what is yoga, what is not yoga. We can certify that if someone is doing goat yoga or dog yoga, that needs to end. It is not yoga. We don't consider it to be yoga, and so on. We need to have all of these institutions. We need to become a nation of institutions that are rooted and based in our country, in our culture, and we need to go all in on science and technology. It is super important we do that. You cannot afford to remain backward in science and technology. We were the most advanced nation in science and technology in the past, before the foreign occupations of India. We need to go back to that status. We keep on moaning about Vishwaguru, Vishwaguru. We are not even Vishwa student right now. If you want to be Vishwaguru, you need to have the institutions like we used to have, all the Vishwa Vidyalayas, all the universities. So all of that needs to happen, right? All right. Good question, actually. Very good. Thank you. Godliness says, today it's Ask Anything. So, Mr. Chowda, how do you define love? How strongly do you believe in romance? Which essential human attributes are dying in the 21st century, and what emotions mean to you? How do I define love? Well, that's a question that I did not expect. You're putting me on the spot. How strongly do you believe in romance? Romance, love, it's an important, integral part of life. You need to have that. Every person needs to experience this. I mean, if you don't experience this, what are you doing with your life? You can have your professional pursuits and all, but your personal life, that also needs to be complete. So how do I define love? I don't know. I don't know how to define love. I'm not a poet, but it's an integral part of life, and you need to have that. Love is not just physical attraction or sexual attraction. Obviously there's a component in that also, of that also in that, but beyond that, it's about compatibility, it's about loyalty, right? That's very important. uh, it's not love if it lasts 3 months or 6 months and then you move on somewhere else, then you move on somewhere else, like butterfly going from flower to flower. That's not love. That's animal like behavior. I think the integral component in love is honest, is not, it's loyalty, and loyalty is a test of your own character. So I think there is that. How strongly do I believe in romance? Yeah, it should be there. Everybody, there should be romance in everyone's life. It's very important. Otherwise, what's the point of life? You need to experience all of these highs and all the tumult of emotions that comes with all of this. What do emotions mean to me? Emotions. Well, everybody has emotions. I also have emotions. I have very strong emotions, but I'm not ruled by my emotions. So emotions are a barometer for me. Well, I have a very scientific way of looking at things. Emotions tell me the state of being right now. How am I feeling? How am I feeling? Am I feeling good? Am I feeling bad? If I have an emotional reaction, why is it so? What does it mean? What caused it? And why has this emotion come? That sort of thing. So I'm kind of analytical about this, but I'm also prone to emotions, but I'm not ruled by, at least I strive not to be ruled by my emotions, because people who are ruled by their emotions and who get carried away by emotions, they can be very easily manipulated. Very easy to manipulate. If you understand that a person is emotional, and their emotions get the better of them, that those people are the easiest to manipulate. But if you can control your emotions and you can carry on despite whatever emotions may be happening inside, then people can't manipulate you. So yeah, that's one way of seeing emotions, right? Okay, Prashant says, history teaches border nations end up in conflicts. Well, every nation has borders. Doesn't mean that every nations have conflicts. No, uh, it's not necessarily that way. What does history actually teach? It says when two large powers or equally powerful nations have a shared border, they can't be friends. It is best to be a powerful nation surrounded by smaller nations who will naturally be dependent on you, or subservient to you. That's the Chanakyan worldview, right? So if you are a major border, if you're a large nation and you have, let's say, 12 small border nations at your border, there's no need for conflict ever. But if you are a large nation, if you have another large, equally large nation at your border, conflict is more or less inevitable in some shape or form. That's what history teaches us. Arav Shah, thank you very much. Welcome to new membership. I never ever ask anybody to be a member, but some of you still do it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Chinmay says, I greatly admire your work. Well, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. My question is, why do North and South Indians differ so much in appearance and complexion despite a shared culture? See, in the past, today, if I feel, say, let's say tomorrow morning, before I go to sleep, let's say, I feel like let me go to Chennai and shop for something. Hmm? I can tomorrow morning take a flight to Chennai and go there. Honestly, I can go tomorrow morning if I want to. I'll not get the best seat in the aircraft, but I'll get a seat somewhere in some aircraft. Tomorrow morning, I can be on a plane to Chennai, or I can go to Leh tomorrow. I'm sure I can go to Leh tomorrow. I can go anywhere in the country or anywhere in the world essentially if I have a visa for that country. So today you can travel anywhere. So we look at the world from that perspective, like the world is a very small place. 100 years ago, if you were living in, let's say, northern India, and you wanted to visit Tirupati Balaji, or you wanted to visit um, Mahabalesh, whatever, let's say you wanted to visit Rameshwaram, it would take you months of travel to go there. So people did not travel that much. Only scholars and important people would travel across the subcontinent. Most people stayed put where they were. They would have heard of this place and that place and all, but most people rarely ever traveled very far, unless you were an important government official or something. So, for example, uh, Ashok, Emperor Ashok, when he was a young man, when he was a teenager, he was born probably in Patliputra or somewhere in present day, in Magad, right? But he was the governor of Gandhar. His father said, go and govern Gandhar, which is like 2,000 kilometers away. So if you were an important person, you traveled. But back in the day, ordinary people did not travel, they stayed put. And that's why you had different populations in different parts of the country which evolved differently. And our ethnic mix is about 70, 80,000 years old. And at that time, all these tens of thousands of years, we did not have mass transportation. And that's why people who lived in the southern part of India, where there's much higher exposure to the sun and much higher temperatures, they eventually naturally evolved to grow darker skin. And people who lived in the northern parts of India, because of somewhat less exposure to the sun, we developed slightly less dark skin. And that's why there's a difference in appearance and all that. But today, I think the situation is that in a few generations there'll be no difference between North and South India. Yeah. So there we have it. Yeah. Ritvik Yaduvangshi says, I in love with Indian music. I wonder why new classical and folk rarely emerge and lyrics have declined. Will this rich heritage fade despite fusion efforts? It looks like it because our musicians don't care about our culture. I mean, look, I'll not take anyone's names, but what kind of music emerges from Bollywood? It doesn't even sound like Indian music. We have the world's richest, oldest musical tradition, ragas. Yesterday, I was recommending a book. I have it here. Give me a second. See, this book is called The Ragas of Northern Indian Music. It's by Alain Danielou, Frenchman. No Indian has bothered to write a book like this. The raga system is it's the most refined system of music in the world. It's way ahead of anything the West has produced. In the West, you have scales. Scales. What is the scale in music? It's Sarigama Padanitha, C D E F G A B C. Do re mi fa sol la ti do, sol la ti do. That's a scale. In Indian and Western music, we have 7 notes. In Chinese music, you have 5 notes. It's a pentatonic scale. We have a heptatonic scale. So we have 7 notes that we can play around with. And in Western music, you have these different scales that they use. We have the Dorian scale, you have the Locrian scale, you have the Mixolydian scale, and so on and so forth. All these different scales of music that you can play on the guitar. The pentatonic scale that they use, the minor pentatonic scale, and so on. So they have scales in the West, in Western music. In Indian music, we have scale. We have ragas. A raga is not merely a scale. A raga is what's a raga? A raga has an ascending scale and a descending scale. Ascending scale means when you go to higher frequencies, from low sa to higher sa. And a descending scale is when you go downwards in frequency, which is from higher sa to lower sa. So you may have a certain set of notes for the ascending scale, and you may have a different set of notes for the descending scale. And then you have a sonant note and a consonant note, which is the note that gets the most highest emphasis and the second highest emphasis. Then you have drone notes, typically 2 or 3 drone notes for each raga. And when you have all of these rules together, it produces incredible musical effects. Each raga has its own personality, has its own character. It's like two different people. The moment you change the raga, you feel a whole different atmosphere, nuance. Yeah. And ragas have well, they are either seasonal or they are temporal. So you have seasonal ragas like raga Megha Malhar, which is a monsoon raga. We have temporal ragas like early morning ragas like raga Vibhas, raga Bhairav, Raga Ahir Bhairav. You have night ragas like Raga Malkaus, which was earlier called Raga Malava Kaushik. You have afternoon ragas. You have uh, certain ragas evoke beautiful emotions, happy emotions. Raga Pahadi is there. Yes, Raga Vasant is a beautiful raga. That's a seasonal raga again. And there are some ragas that are very like they evoke sensations of pain and sadness. For example, Raga Jayat is one. Raga Marwa is there, and so on. So these the Indian system of music is the most evolved system of music humankind has ever created. And this is a book that speaks about that. It has got musical scales, the ragas and various in musical notation, staff notation, and so on. And today we are just completely ignoring this incredible aspect of our heritage and just blindly copying degraded music. It's so painful to see that. So I'm glad, Ritvik, that you have mentioned this, and I hope something. Otherwise, I'll have to do that. I'll have to go back to my guitar and do something about it. Yeah, it's been a while since I've touched the guitar. I've got like three guitars hanging outside, waiting for me to get back to them. Parag Chauhan says, your response to Nilesh Oak theory of dating back Mahabharata. Do I have to respond to everything, sir? I have no response, sir. I haven't studied it. I don't have the time to study everything. I'm just one person. I only have 24 hours in a day. And so I don't have, I have so many interests. I want to read everything. I want to study everything, but I have to pick and choose. So I haven't studied Shri Leelesh Oakji's work. So I can't really comment about it. All right, sir. Okay. Okay. AI productivity magnet says, please talk about Second World War differences between Subhash Chandra Bose and Nehru Gandhi. What would have happened if India fought alongside Germany and not the Allies? So Subhash Chandra Bose was of the opinion that when you have a foreign occupier who's occupying your country, it is your duty to get rid of the occupier through any means necessary. It is okay to kill them all if required, because they don't belong in your country. They did not come into your country by through legal means by asking for visas. They've come and occupied your country. They're engineering famines in your country. They're killing millions of your people. They're plundering the nation's resources. So why should I deal with them by putting handcuffs on my arms, on my wrists? Why don't I just use every means at my disposal, including the most violent means if necessary? Why not kill them all? So that was what Subhash Chandra Bose said. I don't believe in this goddamned ahimsa, which is nothing but a euphemism for cowardice and a euphemism for collaboration with the enemy. So he said that if I want to defeat the British and they occupy every inch of my country, I'll go outside of my country and I will seek an alliance with their enemies who seek to destroy them. And that's how I will liberate my country. And Subhash Chandra was not aware of anything that the Germans were doing wherever. Yeah. Um, or Auschwitz or whatever. He was not aware of any of that. He said that these are my enemies, the British. They are my people's enemies. They're my civilization's enemies. So I will align or ally with their enemies. Um, and that's why he did what he did. And that's why the Americans and British and the whole world still today, even today, they portray Subhash Chandra Bose um, as someone who allied himself with the Axis, with the Nazis. And that's why Subhash Chandra Bose had to stay hidden until 1985 when he died. What would have happened if India fought alongside Germany, not allies? How could it happen when we were occupied by the allies? Please, logically think about it. If we are under allied occupation, how do we fight with the Axis, with Germany? How is it practically possible? Please explain. How? It's not possible. Saurabh Pandey says, "Do you still enjoy coding? Is it worth learning in today's AI-driven world? I'm starting my software career. Any advice for someone like me?" Coding can be fun if you're coding something fun. I haven't done coding in ages now. I'm not sure how good my skills are. I'm sure they are very rusty. It's like playing guitar. You may be a good guitar player, but if you put the guitar away for 6 months and pick it up again, you will find that you have gone rusty. Your fingers no longer move the way they used to move. But if you don't play the guitar for 10 years, well, you go back to almost beginner status. You may learn again very fast compared to a beginner, but when you pick the guitar up again after 10 years, you're going to be super rusty. You're going to be almost like a beginner. And a lot of the concepts, you may have forgotten them. You may have to revisit them. Similarly with coding. So I haven't done coding in quite a while, like more than a decade for sure. Is it worth learning in today's AI driven world? I think you should still learn it. I don't think AI can replace everything. Yeah, AI is not magic, right? AI will be able to automate a lot of the stuff. But if you are a coder or a programmer of a certain level, then you can have AI employees work for you, but you will have to prepare the designs, the design documents, the requirement documents, and you'll have to supervise the AI at every step to ensure it's implementing your instructions properly. And if you understand the code, then you will be able to catch bugs, because I believe AI throws up bugs. And sometimes AI is not able to solve problems. So I think it is still worthwhile to learn coding, but to be able to harness the power of AI, you will have to learn coding at to a higher level, where you can actually um, act as a project manager without any employees, only AI employees. So you'll have to ascend to that level in coding. But yeah, coding is fun. Coding is fun, and it gives you immense power. And if you really know coding well, then I suppose if you are in that position where you really know coding well, then the real power of AI becomes available to you. You really have to be a master at the craft to be able to genuinely leverage AI in that craft. If you're a complete novice, then you don't know what to tell AI. You don't even know how to explain what you are trying to do. So you have to learn it. So I would say, yeah, it's still worthwhile learning coding. Okay. Kishan Borkar says, did Pakistan get their independence in 1947, or they got dominion status like us? When did Pakistan get their independence, keeping vassalhood aside? So Pakistan got dominion status on the 14th of August, 1947. And India got dominion status on the 15th of August, 1947. One day later. Why one day later? Because if India had been given dominion status before Pakistan, then technically Pakistan would still be part of India, and then India can prevent Pakistan from getting a separate dominion status. So that's why they gave Pakistan dominion status first on the 14th of August, and India on the 15th of August. So what we call Independence Day is actually Dominion Status Day. Fact check it if you want. It is not Independence Day. It's Dominion Status Day. Shri Nehruji was still writing letters to the King of England, uh, referring to him as his king. Yeah, allegedly. When did Pakistan get its independence? I don't really know. After 47, what happened? When did they become? So Pakistan, once they got dominion status, they had Muhammad Ali Jinnah as their governor general or whatever it was. We had Mountbatten. We had a foreigner. They had an Indian. I mean, he was now Pakistani, but whatever, right? Until 1947, Jinnah was also Indian, wasn't he? So they got a native man to be their governor general. But we had Mountbatten because white man better, right? White man better. Yes, sir. Always full support. So that sort of thing. So I'm not sure when Pakistan got their actual independence. When did they transition from being a dominion to an actual whatever they became? I'm not sure. I've not looked into it, but I'm sure it can be searched up very quickly. Okay, Jay. Well, thank you so much, Jay. Appreciate it, sir. Kishan Borkar says, "How are wormholes created? If we are bending the fabric of space, wouldn't it disperse other objects? Or am I visualizing the fabric to be two dimensional? What is the concept of bending the fabric to create a shortcut?" Okay, so all these analogies we are given. Let's say you take a sheet of paper and you poke a hole through it, and then you bend it like this and you create a shortcut. That's only for visualizing. That's not how it actually works. See, why do we use this analogy? Why do we use the analogy? Let me explain. I mean, I have written about this. Maybe I'll find. Where is it? Which book was it? Okay, in case. So you have this question. I think I've closed that. But in case you want to read in detail, I'll tell you where you can find it. I'll tell you exactly where you can find it. I have published this new book called Dark Stars to Black Holes. There is the first book in my series of the Black Hole Chronicles, in which I write about these things. And I write about it in a way that the public will understand, people will understand. It's not full of equations, it's explaining black holes the way you want to actually understand black holes. And wormholes will also come into that. See, black holes are the universe's most extreme objects, and it's these are fascinating objects, but you don't get to understand what these are because it's the concepts are so complicated. So my what I'm doing is I am making the concepts accessible to everybody. When I'm writing this, I'm thinking, will my 12-year-old self be able to understand this? That's how I'm writing it. So the answer to your question is in the second book that I've written. So I'm writing each chapter as a separate volume. I'm putting it on Amazon Kindle. The links are in the description in case you want to read it. And the answers will come in this series. But okay, so that's about the books. Now let me answer your question. So that visualization that we have of that trampoline like rubber sheet, and you put a bowling ball on that and it creates a depression, and then you put a marble around it, it spins around, and that's how gravity is explained. That is a two-dimensional interpretation, which is very valuable to kind of conceptualize things, visualize what is unvisualizable. But that curvature that is being created of the sheet, we are using gravity for it. So you're using gravity to visualize gravity, which is a circular reasoning. Okay, the real bending of the fabric is not it's not a bending of the fabric of space. It's a bending of the fabric of space time, not just space. Even time is being distorted, time is being bent. Do you know why you have gravity on the earth? It's not because of the bending of space, it is because of the bending of time. Do you know that your head ages faster than your feet? Do you know that the GPS satellites, if we did not incorporate time dilation and relativistic effects, they would give you an error of 11 kilometers every day, and every day it will get 11 kilometers larger. So the point is, it's the visualization of the paper and the rubber sheet, that's not entirely accurate. So how are wormholes created? Wormholes are solutions. It's one particular set of solutions of Einstein's field equations. Einstein field equations. Einstein came discovered or developed these equations after 8 years of incredible mental torture, because he was not a mathematician and he had to do all this advanced mathematics, which even today tortures students. If you do tensor algebra and all that, and tensor calculus. So the field equations that he came up with in the year 1915, he thought it will take decades to solve them. But in 8 weeks, a dying man was able to solve them on the battlefield in the First World War. His name was Karl Schwarzschild. And eventually, there were more solutions of the equation that came up. And one of these solutions of the equations is the wormhole solution. It's called the Einstein-Rosen bridge. So one of the analogies is that you can poke a hole through a paper, and that's That's a shortcut through space, but it's actually a hole in space and time. So if we are warping the fabric of space time, it will not disgorge other orbit or other objects. That's not what happens. Space time is the stage on which the universe exists. We are inside space time. Yeah. So you are kind of visualizing the fabric to be 2D. You have that analogy in your mind, and I don't blame you for that, because everybody grows up seeing that. So that's what you have in your mind. But that's not exactly how it is. What's the concept of bending the fabric to create a shortcut? That's You can only explain this through equations, but I'm attempting to explain it in the books, in the volumes. The concept is that space time. Okay. So if you look at the Einstein field equations, it has two sides, left hand side and right hand side. The left hand side, it tells you about the warping or bending of space-time through the Ricci tensor, Ricci scalar, all of that. Yeah. On the right hand side, you have a complete tally, a complete census of all the mass and energy. And if you take the whole equation, it says that matter and energy tell space-time how to bend, and the bending of space-time tells matter and energy how to move. And it's a dance, constant dance. So if I'll tell you something. So I have a cup of coffee here, right? Super hot coffee. Every atom in this cup of coffee is right now deciding the curvature of space-time in the Andromeda galaxy. That's what Einstein's field equations tell you. So that's the concept of bending the fabric of space and time. And one of the solutions is a shortcut solutions, which kind of, yeah. So that's how it is. But it's not a hole in space and time. It's just a different kind of solution. And wormholes don't stay open. They want to close shut immediately. Right? You don't have a stable solutions of wormholes. They close shut. They become two black holes quickly. So if you want to keep a wormhole open, you have to introduce something very strange inside, which is either some kind of exotic matter like negative mass or negative energy, or something even more exotic like a topological defect, like perhaps a cosmic string or something. So anyway, that's about it. If you're curious, interested about this, please check out my books. That's exactly the kind of answers I'm giving in my books. Anyhow, thank you. Great question. Finally, somebody asked something about black holes and physics. Thank you. Next question. Anonymous says, how do you have such memory? How can I develop it? One second. I to be to be very honest, I don't think I've got a great memory. I forget all kinds of stuff. Um, I just remember whatever interests me. Everything else I forget. I forget. Look, if you ask me, what was the Gandhi Irwin Pact? Somebody asked me a couple of hours ago, what was the Gandhi Irwin Pact? I had no memory of what was the details of the pact or which year it happened. So I forget stuff. Things that I don't find interesting, I forget them. But things that I am interested in, I can speak about them for hours because I can recall the information. uh, how do you develop it? Just follow your curiosity, whatever you find. Like, look, I show you two movies. One movie you find boring, after a month you will remember nothing. Another movie you'll find extremely interesting, you will remember even after 20 years all the details. That's the secret. Okay. Okay. Black Star says, I left my job, a 24 star startup. Tried 3, 4 ideas, didn't work out, burnt all my cash. Now I'm 25 with 30 days cash left, trying my last idea with no intention to do job. Now I have low confidence and no hope. Any advice? My advice to you is be super practical. Be super practical. Don't put all your eggs, like they say in the cliche, in the same basket. If you want to burn cash, don't burn all your cash. Always keep a backup. Let's say you got, okay, hypothetically 1 crore rupees in your kitty. Don't burn the whole 1 crore rupees. At least keep 30% aside. You want to burn 70%. Minimum 30%, 40% keep aside. Don't touch that. Okay, but anyway, since you've done it, it's okay. It happens. You're still what? How old? You're 25 years old. You're still a young person. You have a long way ahead of you. If something like this happens, no big deal. No big deal. Um, Next time, once you have some cash, I would say keep keep a certain percentage aside, it is not to be touched under any circumstances. That's how you do risk management. So if you want to play risky games, risk 60%. Don't risk the remaining 40%. That's what you would do. Right now, I would say you don't have any intention to do a job again. You have low confidence, no hope. Any advice? I would say be super practical. Don't say I will never do a job again. If you are in a situation where you are running out of cash, do a job for a while. What's the big deal? I did a job for 10 years. Did I enjoy it? Not one day, but I still learned things from it. So, if required, do a job. Tell yourself it's temporary. I'll do it for a few months or for a few weeks or whatever, few a year or two until I have some cash again. Then incorporate the learnings from the previous experiment and try again. But don't burn everything this time. And lastly, never stop believing in yourself. When you fail, people will make fun of you. People will taunt you. People will say you're a failure. Ignore them. Because you will never succeed unless you learn how to fail multiple times. Look at the most successful people in the world and see how many times they've failed and how much ridicule they faced at the time. So don't let that affect you. Okay. All the best, sir. Do well. And in the future, I look forward to seeing a different aspect of Black Star. All the best, sir. Don't give up. Don't stop believing in yourself. All the best. Anonymous says, how to study a topic, for example, Rockefellers. What's the steps you go through to gain knowledge about a topic like internet, book, etc.? How do you sort out which info is correct and which info is propaganda? How do you study a topic? You just start studying it. You don't have to study it in a systematic manner. Initially, just dive into it from whichever angle you want. Be extremely indisciplined in your research initially. Spend a certain amount of time reading as much as possible, looking into all sources of information wherever you find them, whatever randomly. Then after some time, the patterns start clicking in your mind, and then you know where the gaps of knowledge are and what you need to look into, and then you pursue that. And you do that in a more systematic manner after some time when you start understanding the patterns and the gaps of knowledge and all. How do you make out which is in which info is correct, which is propaganda? Well, there are different ways of doing it. First of all, if the information is clearly just opinions without any solid evidence that backs it up, it could still be true, but it is less valuable information. Let's say you have blog post somewhere in which somebody says blah 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 blah, but they don't give any evidence or proof to back up their blah blah. See, people say that Abhijit Chavda, you speak for 2 hours on the internet on YouTube, and you never give any sources. Hey, bhai, I'm speaking here. How will I pull out sources while I'm speaking? But when I write, I give you all the sources. Check out my books on physics. I've published 2 volumes. See how many sources I've given there. So my point is, when somebody gives information in writing, there has to be sources. And if the sources are not present, it is more likely to be propaganda. Okay. Um, and I go through books, I go through internet. Mainly it's online these days. You can get almost anything online, especially research papers and whatnot. And you need to know how to look for things. That's how I do it. Yeah. And after many years, you have a sixth sense for which info is right, which is wrong, and where the real thing lies. It's a sense you develop through a lot of research. Okay. Kishan says think tanks of POTUS did not consider the scenario where India would not accept tariffs. Um, or why or they want other countries to go against for future. They will have no reason to take any measure. Drink water, please. I'll drink some coffee. Black coffee. Black coffee, tasty, bitter. Mm. So, what was the deal? What happened? Did they not consider this? I think they were surprised. They were taken by surprise. They were caught unawares. They were stumped by a mile, scratching their head in perplexity. What on earth happened? They never expected that India will stand firm. They did not expect that Prime Minister Modi will not cave in. They're very surprised. Yeah, so it looks like they did not anticipate a scenario where the government of India would not accept their demands, their maximalist positions, and all that. And what else? They want other countries to go against for future. They will have no reason to take any measure. See, most countries have given in to them. I think only India stood up. India, China, Russia are standing up to the US. So now they're clubbing all three together, kind of. So yeah, I think they were caught unawares. They did not anticipate that this kind of thing could happen. Vyom, what a nice name, Vyom Deshpande. A request: don't use term South India language. Use language from South. Thank you for the recommendations, sir. Thank you. Tarun says, what is the dynamics in between Kukis and other indigenous tribes in the hills of Manipur, as both follow Christism? What is the role of Mizoram in Manipur? Look, in Manipur, you have to understand the fundamentals. Okay, since we are doing a long discussion today, let's do a slightly deepish dive in this. You want to understand the dynamics of what's happening right now, right? So, first of all, let us understand what is Manipur. We have to understand the fundamentals and basics, right, before we discuss the situation. What is Manipur? Okay, what do we know about Manipur from far away? We know there is something called Manipuri language. Yeah. We know there is something called Manipuri dance. Yeah. Beyond that, we don't know much. If we do a little bit of research, you will see that Manipur has a list of kings, history of kings that goes back more than 2,000 years. Okay, three facts we have: a Manipuri language, a very famous dance form of India, Manipuri dance, and third, Manipuri kings that go back 2,000 years. Now let us ask ourselves a simple question. This Manipuri language that exists, it's also more than 2,000 years old. Which ethnic group of Manipur speaks the Manipuri language? In Manipur today, you have three ethnic groups. They are called three ethnic groups. One is the Meiteis, one is the Nagas, third is the Kukis. Three ethnic groups. So this language, which is more than 2,000 years old, Manipuri language, which ethnic group speaks it? Is it the Meiteis? Is it the Nagas? Or is it the Kukis? Answer is Meiteis. So the Meiteis speak the Manipuri language, which is more than 2,000 years old. Not the Nagas, not the Kukis. Second, Manipuri classical dance, one of India's great dance forms, world famous. Which ethnic group is the originator? Is it the Kukis? Is it the Nagas? Is it the Meiteis? Answer is Meiteis, not Kukis, not Nagas. Okay, so Manipuri language is a Meitei language. Manipuri dance is Meitei culture, Vaishnav culture. Third, the Manipuri list of kings, the Ningthauja dynasty. It has existed for 2,000 plus years. Which ethnic group did the kings belong to? Nagas, Kukis, or Meiteis? The answer is Meiteis. So the kings of Manipur were all Meitei. The Manipuri language, 2,000 plus years old, all Meitei. The kings are more than 2,000 years lineage. And the Manipuri dance is also Meitei. So who is the ethnic indigenous people of Manipur? Answer is Meiteis and Nagas. The Nagas are also closely related to the Meitei people, but they live in the hills and all. Okay, historically, they've lived far across Manipur, in the kingdom of Manipur, mostly in the hills and forests. The Nagas are tribals. The Meiteis, I don't consider them to be a tribe. They are a people with a very ancient culture and civilization. You can't call them tribals. Now, who are the Kukis? The Kukis are infiltrators who came from Burma, but they are not even Burmese. They don't speak the Burmese language. They don't respect the Burmese culture. They are fighting the Burmese government. The Kukis are not even Burmese. Forget about Manipuris or Indians. And in 1900, if you look at the British census records of Manipur, there is hardly any Kukis in Manipur. So what happened? In 1891, the Manipuris fought for independence and the British defeated them. So Manipur became a British vassal. It was annexed by Britain. And to punish the Meiteis who fought the British started pushing Kukis from Burma into Manipur to punish the Meiteis. And to punish the Meiteis, the British confined the Meiteis in 6% of the Manipur kingdom's territory. Only 6%, the Imphal Valley. And the rest of the land was given to the Kukis and the Nagas. Nagas anyway are indigenous, fine. And the Kukis came in like in incredible numbers. After 1949, when Manipur becomes part of India, the Indian government continued the same British policy because British white man is the right man. So after 49, more Kukis are allowed by Indian government into Manipur and allowed to settle in Manipuri territory. And in the last few years, I don't know how many lakhs have come in. That is the situation. It's an invasion by foreigners. The natives of Manipur are the Meiteis and the Nagas. The Kukis, they may have Aadhaar cards. Some of them may be in government positions today, but they are not Indians. They don't have any allegiance to India or India's culture. Understand that very clearly. All right. Mansak says Indians should back the global left but stay conservative with respect to India. What do I think? Clearly, pro Trump leanings did not help Indians in the US. Indians should be pro India. To hell with the left and the right in the rest of the world. Whoever is willing to work with India in a mutually beneficial manner will work with them. I don't care if they're left or right. Monsieur Macron, Monsieur Macron of France, Emmanuel Macron, he's left. Is it a problem for us? I'm perfectly fine with him. His policies are good for us and for himself, for his country. As long as the policies are mutually beneficial, great. Shri Benjamin Netanyahu is right wing. Do I have a problem with that? Absolutely not. As long as he is cooperating with India and working in a mutually beneficial way, great. I don't care if somebody is left or right, as long as they are willing to work in a mutually constructive and beneficial manner. That's all I'll say. Right? That's as simple as the clarity should be. Nothing beyond that. Let's not overcomplicate things by looking at either left or right. We don't care. We don't care. Whoever it is, as long as they are willing to work with us in a mutually beneficial way, in a mutually respectful way, we are perfectly fine with you, whoever you are, left or right. Saurabh Sharma says, how can we remove freebies? If any government even tries to do that, the whole country won't go for it, and the other party will take to the full extent. The only way to remove the freebies is to reform the education system and teach children from the very beginning of their life that freebies are poison. And then in 20 years, you may have a reasonably literate and educated population. There is no other way. There is no shortcut. Nothing. Right now, if the government ends the freebies, next election, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Over. Oh, man. Meera Ma, namaste. Namaste, ma'am. Should we be scared of Israel? As Israel is now the attack doggy that can attack any country at will and inform the masters later. No. Israel is not crazy. Israel has a lot of strategic convergence with India, and there's nothing that we should be scared about. So, no, I don't say it that way. No. Don't worry about that. Abhinav says, are we heading towards a collapse of the American empire? The US makes the world a stable place through its domination. Is the world ready for it? Look, whether first of all, are we heading towards the collapse of the US empire? I think it's a little premature to anticipate the collapse of the US empire. It could happen. It could happen. I'm not saying it could. I'm not saying it could not. But I think it's still a little premature to anticipate a collapse. It will depend on various factors. First of all, if the world rejects the US dollar, if that is feasible, then that could have a significant deleterious effect on US interests, right? So that is indeed the case. But right now, it's not like the world is moving away from the US dollar, and the US will do its best not to let this happen. And they are burdened with this tremendous debt, right? And the Russians seem to have given us the plan the Americans have to transfer all the debt into crypto and then devalue the crypto. Gone. So the US has answers to many of the problems that people are thinking of. The US indeed has made the world a stable place through its domination. Any empire, once it dominates, it makes the world a stable place through their own rules. The Ottoman Empire made the world, the countries, the kingdoms under its domination, a stable place through Ottoman Turkish rules. The Roman Empire did the same through Rome, through Pax Romana. Today we used to have Pax Americana. So that's the situation always. Wherever you have a large empire, there's a significant period of stability in a large part of the world, wherever the empire has its domination. And once the empire eventually, whenever it crumbles and falls, there's going to be a period of destabilization. That's a cyclical process we have seen countless times in world history, and eventually it will happen again. So the question is, if the US empire declines and crumbles, will some other empire rise up, take the opportunity and replace it? In that case, there could be a shorter period of destabilization. So is the world ready for it? The world is never ready for these events. Ankur Saraf says, How can Indian talent in FANG build homegrown social media like China to share freely without relying on Western platforms and agendas? I think you take, let's say you take 10 talented programmers, 10 talented programmers, all in their 20s, okay? 10 guys or girls, whatever. You put them in a bungalow. You give them all the food, whatever they need. You give them a salary of 1 crore rupees a month, which is 10 crores a month, which is like what? 120 crores a year, nothing. Okay? And you give them whatever they need. They'll build you a Facebook or whatever in less than 1 year. They'll build you a Facebook plus something else on Twitter in 1 year. The talent is here. You don't need to find talent from FANG companies in the US who are Indians. It's there. Um, it's just a question of whether we have the will to do it. We have so many big companies with so much money, but they don't want to invest in all of these things. They don't care. They just want to, save money and whatever. So it's an attitudinal problem among the old generation Indians, entrepreneurs, business people. I mean, can't Infosys or Wipro or whatever build this thing? Of course they can, but they don't want to. They don't care. It's not necessarily a criticism. It's their money. It's their company. They can do whatever they want with it. But that desire isn't there. And this is not something the government of India will do. It's something a private company should do. So it can be done easily. Find 10 hungry, ambitious, talented programmers, put them in a one bungalow, give them everything they need and give them a tremendous salary. They'll do it happily. Even you give them a salary of 10 lakhs a month instead of 1 crore a month, they'll do it. 10 lakhs is like 1/10 of a crore. They'll be happy. You give them a salary of 5 lakhs a month, they'll do it. Right? Ashish Chabaraji, thank you so much. Right. Harshai says, thoughts on stupid Asia Cup. What? What is this Asia Cup? Is it hockey, boxing, football, cricket? Of course. Is it on? I'm not aware of it. I don't know. I've kind of lost a lot of interest in cricket these days, and there's so many different tournaments, so many different formats. Uh, I still watch cricket sometimes, especially the big series, India, Australia, or whatever. India, England, I mostly missed. So I don't have many thoughts about the Asia Cup. I think there's some controversy or something, whatever. Is it Pakistan? It must be Pakistan. Whatever. Saurabh Pandey says, can you share briefly your personal background, schooling? How did you end up being a YouTuber, author, historian, physicist? My personal background, what's important? How is it important? Look, I've as a kid, I was always interested in physics. Okay, my dad is a physicist himself, physics professor, and he's been around the world. So I already had that thing, that some exposure to physics. My dad had a library in the house full of physics and other books, so there was that, and I had access to a university library. So, and I was just genuinely curious as a kid, and I had a decentish intelligence, so I followed my curiosity. And schooling was I had some schooling abroad in Europe. I had schooling in India as well, very different things, and that sort of thing. But eventually, I wanted to be financially independent, so I went into IT, right? And that's how I spent a decade in IT. And after that, eventually, I just made a video about Genghis Khan or something. Yeah, Genghis Khan, and that kind of blew up. And that's how my foray into YouTube started, right? Uh, so I haven't done a tremendous amount of physics research. There's one theory called the Helium theory, which I co-authored, which is a theory of dark matter. Primordial black holes, stable bound states, stable quantum mechanical bound states of primordial black holes being a candidate particle for dark matter. Yeah, that sort of thing. And now I'm writing books, a book on black holes, a series. I'm serializing it the way Charles Dickens used to serialize his novels. I'm writing nonfiction. I'm writing uh, a book on black holes. So that's what I'm doing right now. So that's kind of a very, very brief highlights reel, so to say. Okay. Duryodhan Pathak ji. Thank you so much. Great name. Love it. Shashwat Jina. Leaving aside tech, how important is the quality of soldiers? Oh, very important. Very important. The quality of the soldiers. Your soldiers, your manpower, is the backbone of the military. Your soldiers need to be very well trained, not just physically but also mentally, right? They need to have the right values instilled in them. They need to be patriotic. They need to, well, soldiers, being a soldier is not an easy job, because the contract is that you may have to give up your life for the country. So that has to be there. So when the time comes, the soldier has to be actually willing to do that, and so on. So the quality of the soldier is very important. You can't degrade that. You can't adulterate that. You can't do experiments with the, the composition of your military and all that, which is unfortunately kind of sometimes being attempted in some places. So soldier quality is very important. Nishant Kumar says, do the US billionaires, oligarchs, think that common US citizens will let them take over the cities? Also, is de dollarization going to happen? Okay. Do the US billionaires think that the US citizens will let them take over the cities? Well, do the cities belong to the citizens? A citizen may own a house, perhaps, or may rent a house. Does it mean that they own the cities? Whoever can pay in the US owns everything. Of course, a city is public land and all, but if you can have a certain kind of arrangement with the government of the US, or the state government, or the federal government, or whatever the hell, you can actually take over a city as a billionaire, I suppose. Especially take over some systems administration, or some infrastructure or whatever, and slowly you can expand that and take over a city. I suppose it can happen. There's nothing illegal about it, I suppose. So if it is not illegal, why should the US citizens stand up to it? That's the kind of country the US is. That is their social contract, right? So it may happen. And you can always do a creeping takeover. Don't take over everything in one go. Give it 5, 10 years. Make it happen slowly, slowly, inch by inch, inch by inch, inch by inch, foot by foot. Nobody will understand. Nobody will realize. And sometimes you can do it in very subtle ways that people don't realize it. So anything's possible. Is de-dollarization going to happen? Well, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Look, de-dollarization will be bad for the US. The US will resist that with all its might. Its might is super mighty, in case we are not aware. Super mighty. So the US will resist it. And that's why the Trump administration, especially the man himself, he is so against BRICS, right? So yeah, they will do their best to prevent any sort of de-dollarization from happening. Okay, Shardul Deshpande, are minesweepers useless as Indian Navy has zero? Well, it depends. You see, minesweepers can be extremely valuable in choke points. And if you have an adversary who has the ability to deploy thousands of miles along your coastline, then a minesweeper becomes invaluable. But because of the kind of coastline we have, it's almost impossible for an adversary to come and deploy mines. So, which is why minesweepers are maybe perhaps a lower priority for India. I'm not sure what the actual number is. You're saying it's zero. Maybe it's right. Maybe it's true. I have not seen. But maybe it's a lower priority for India because of the kind of geographical advantages we have. You see? Aryan says, thoughts on an algorithm to engineer a more powerful powerhouse than that of the American deep state, a worried Nepalese citizen. All right, one second. Look, power doesn't come from algorithms. Algorithms can help you control aspects of a platform. So let's say you have a social media platform and you want to modulate the behavior on the platform. You can use the algorithm for that. Let's say you want to suppress the voices of people who have a certain kind of belief. So the algorithm can make that happen. You look at what the people have been saying, and you find instances of certain words in that, or certain phrases. And if you see a pattern of that happening, you can blacklist the person, and significantly reduce the kind of visibility they have. So you can do that very easily through an algorithm. So algorithms can help you modulate and control behavior on social media networks, and maybe in other places also. But Power doesn't come from algorithms. Algorithms can help you control things and create narratives and push certain narratives and destroy other narratives and so on. But power comes from power. Power comes from like the crudest way of putting it is what Mao Zedong said. Power flows from power flows from the barrel of a gun. So why is the US all powerful? Because it has the most firepower of any nation in the world. It has more firepower than the other nations put together. Only in nuclear firepower is it lacking compared to Russia, but just slightly. The US has the four largest air forces in the world, or at least three largest air forces: the US Air Force, the Marine Air Force, and the Naval Air Force. These are the three largest air forces in the world. And they have more than 700 extra territorial military bases. They have nuclear missiles aimed everywhere. That's their power. Now try and counter that. Algorithms can't counter that. Of course, if you have certain kinds of technologies, then they can make all this power worthless if you can have something that's more powerful than that. Right? So until that happens, mm, the US is going to remain all powerful. Um, yeah, so I understand people are worried. People in India are worried. People in our neighborhood are worried. Our friendly nations and all. And yeah, when you have an imperial power, there is a reason to worry because they're going to interfere in your internal affairs and use you for their own purposes, which will eventually cause you to suffer in some way, right? So yeah, I understand the worry. Being enlightened says, you decode world power so well. Thank you, sir. What lessons from power and strategy can help a man struggling in dating dynamics? You must be great, I strongly believe. Dating dynamics. I've never thought of applying power and strategy to dating dynamics. Okay, let's say you're a person who's struggling in dating dynamics. Power. Does is strategy I can think of. Power. See, dating dynamics, the male female interaction, that's how I see dating. I don't see any that's maybe I'm old fashioned. I only see male female dynamics and dating dynamics. That's not is there an element of power? Maybe there is to some extent. A man who doesn't appear powerful in some way is obviously not going to be seen perceived as attractive. um, it doesn't have to be physical power always. You can have some other qualities that are powerful in their own way. So you need to have some kind of power in some sense. And strategy, well, strategy, it depends. If you want to have a string of relationships, then you may need a strategy. But if you just want one partner for the rest of your life, you don't need a strategy. You need to find the right compatible person. So I don't know. I've not really applied this to. I've never thought of applying. I'm sure there are applications. There are all these, dating coaches and whatnot. And there is a there's a weird community called pickup artists who use all kinds of nefarious techniques in this. But yeah, that's something that never appealed to me. So I've never thought about this. Yeah, I'm not in the dating game. I don't need that. So I've never thought about it. So I apologize. I don't have the answer to this. It's never thought of it. Not never once in my life. So if you've thought of it even 10 years ago, then I could give you some kind of answer. But I don't have any answer right now. Sorry. Okay. Rishit Singh says the new Nepal leader seems to be pro India. My thoughts. I don't have any thoughts right now. I'm gonna wait and watch at least a week. I am not prone to giving knee-jerk reactions. So I'm not saying I don't want to answer you. I'm just saying that wait for a while. When the time is right, when I've seen enough, when I've discerned some patterns, then I'll think that when I think that I have some understanding now, that's when I'll say something about it. See, this lady, I don't know her in any depth at all, in any way. What's her background? She was a Supreme Court justice apparently in Nepal. That's what I know. I know that she's married to a politician who hijacked an aircraft in the 1900s, an aircraft that had the Indian actress Mala Sinha, and that's all I know about her. I don't know anything beyond that. So I'm gonna wait and watch. It's too early for me to make a statement, to give a reaction. It's not advisable to always have a reaction ready whenever required. You don't do that knee jerk nonsense. Wait and watch. Be patient. I'm sure there are all kinds of influencers and analysts and experts who are giving their opinion right now. Let them do it. I'll wait. So I don't have an answer right now. Sorry. Matrix says Shri Dattatreya is shown in human form with dogs around him, but humans and dogs came later in evolution. Did Bhagwan exist before? How should I see this? I have no idea. Humans and dogs came later in evolution. Yeah, this is a question that's beyond my capabilities of answering. Shri Dattatreya is shown in human form with dogs, and humans came later in. Yeah, see, this is not my expertise. This is not my forte. Ask me about black holes or wormholes, I'll answer. This is beyond me. I'm so sorry. I don't have the answer. I apologize. Sorry. Okay. Safe havens considering current chaos, South Asia. Not sure what your question is, Anubhavji. Safe havens considering current chaos in South Asia. We don't have chaos chaos right now. We may have a gathering storm, perhaps, but it's not a storm yet. So, what's a safe haven? Not sure. You mean countries where there'll be peace? Is that what you're asking? No, no, no. There's no safety guaranteed anywhere. Maybe you can go to, I don't know, New Zealand, or I have no idea. Yeah, can't say. Ritvik says, on Manipur, I found that good YouTubers like you, Sham Sharma, Abhijit, Iyer, Nitesh Rajput, all said cookies are outsiders, but a German YouTuber said that cookies are our people. What's their agenda? Look, I don't know which. I mean, I think I know who you're referring to. Look, without naming anyone, there are YouTubers who potentially could hypothetically be on the payroll of foreign governments, and whose agenda may not be the agenda that is that of the national interest of India. That's all I'll say about this. Okay, so I'm glad that other people are sensible and they at least are not lying. I mean, why would Sham Sharma or Abhijit Iyer Mitra lie? Nitish Rajput, I'm not sure about him. I mean, I've heard the name, but I've not watched the video, so I don't know about him in any detail. But I'm glad that he's also telling the truth. A German YouTuber or whatever, well, no comments, but no surprise. Okay. Satellite, thank you so much. Very nice of you. Thank you. Shardul Deshpande, how was your experiment? How was your experiment with Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis? I did not have any experiment with him. I've met him once. Um, I met him during that special one-day event of the Jaipur Dialogues in Pune early this year. So he very nicely came to me and he said that he has read my article on the Aryan invasion myth, and he has watched some of the videos, and we just had a brief interaction, like a couple of minutes. That's all. So I was very pleased, and he's a very nice gentleman. Very nice to speak to him, and yeah, it was a very nice, very pleasant interaction. Very nice gentleman, and very kind of him to come up to me and speak to me. Yeah, after his event on the stage. So it was. I really enjoyed that. That's all I. Yeah, that's the recollection. VK says, who was Joan of Arc? Was she a warrior or saint? Jeanne d'Arc, that was her name in French. And she was a young girl of 16 when she became a warrior. So this was during the time probably of the 100 years war between the British and the French. I think that was the time period. And this girl, she was from the city of Orleans. And at that time, I think Orleans was under British occupation, and France wasn't doing too great. And this girl, I think she's associated with Orleans in some way, whether she was from there or she met her end there or something like that. I don't remember all the details. But she went to the Dauphin of France, that is the Crown Prince of France, and she said that I want to serve the country or something. And she was very charismatic, and people followed her. She's a 16-year-old kid, a girl, and seasoned soldiers came and followed her, and she led the army into battle, and she defeated the British in some military action. So people started seeing her as some kind of saint or something, somebody who was touched with by divinity. And eventually she was captured by the British, and they burned her alive at the stake for being a witch. Such nice people, the British. right? They burned a 16-year-old girl alive because she was extraordinary. So she must obviously be a witch, right? Women with any special talent, we would burn them. That's what the British. What it was not limited to the British. Even the French and the other Europeans did that from time to time, burning women for having special abilities and qualities. Rohan Allen says more red meat eating is culturally invasive in hostile society. I'm not sure about that. I've not thought along those lines, so can't say. Red meat eating means more invasive. Maybe there's a pattern. I'm not really sure, but interesting hypothesis. Interesting. Okay, Venkat Murli says how to build discipline and focus in life by taking action. By taking action. So let's say you want to build discipline, you want to start a new habit. Let's say you want to get stronger and fitter, but for that you need discipline, right? But you're not disciplined. Then what do you do? The only way to build discipline and focus is by taking action. Get down right now and do two push-ups. Just start with two push-ups. Anybody can do two push-ups. Yes, do two push-ups. Tomorrow again, do two push-ups. Every time, every day. Let's say 7 p.m. you do two push or 7 a.m. you do two push-ups. After a week, you have a habit of doing two push-ups at 7 a.m. every day, and you were able to maintain the habit. Well, congratulate yourself. Now you say that I'll do five now. So next 1 week, you just do five push-ups at 7 a.m. Very feasible. And slowly, you gradually increase the number of push-ups, and you don't stop the momentum. You keep doing it every day. That's how you build discipline and focus in anything. And once you start doing this and you don't break the habit, don't break the momentum, then you start gaining confidence. And you start gaining self-respect that I'm able to do something that's not that easy now anymore. Because now it's no longer five push-ups, it's 25 push-ups. Right? 25 push-ups is not a joke. Okay, even if it's just 25. Eventually you'll be able to do hundreds in a day. But even 25, I think it's not that easy for ordinary people. So start doing difficult things like this gradually, slowly. That's how you build discipline and focus. By taking action. Sitting and thinking will do nothing. The only way to achieve anything is by taking action. Bharat Biduri says, why rise hate against India? Trans shooter gun said nuke India. Yeah, it's all online social media propaganda, and there's a whole narrative being created against India and Indians. And that's why you're seeing this rise of hatred in India towards India and Indians across the Western world. Okay, Nanda Kishore Rao says, do you think it's a good idea to pursue mathematics degree being an IT computer science degree professional? What paths will it open for me further? Well, it depends what you want to achieve in life, right? See, you don't. See, the way to approach this question is you to first ask yourself, what do I want to achieve in my life? So once you have that clarity of what you want to achieve, and not what do I want to achieve someday, what do I want to achieve in the next 3 years? Ask yourself that. Or in the next 5 years. Or let's say next 10 years. In 10 years, what do I want to achieve? Then you ask yourself, okay, now I have this objective. What is the optimal path towards that objective? Does it involve a mathematics degree? Or can I do without a mathematics degree? Can I still reach that path, that objective without mathematics degree? Then if you can reach the objective without a math degree, then why do it? But imagine that it's not, imagine that you love math. And you'll find that it will make the path easier. Then you can go through a mathematics degree. So that's the mental approach towards it. Beyond that, I have no idea because I don't know you. I don't know your objectives, your goals, your background. So I can't say. For every person, I'll have a different answer depending on who that person is, what their background is, what their goals are, what their objectives are, what their strengths and weaknesses are. So, all right, that's how you approach this question. Today, PM Modi visited Manipur. What's the result? I have no idea. Maybe the visit happened while we were doing this live stream. I have no idea. I'll see tomorrow. What will be the result? Some ribbon cutting, some ceremony, some foundation stone laying, maybe a speech here and there. Yeah, he visited Churachandpur and Imphal. Beyond that, I have no idea. I have not seen. I've been here, right, since 4 p.m. What's the time now? Let me see. It's 10:52, like 7 hours done. Would you believe it? So if I'm doing 7 hours live stream, how will I know what Mr. Modi did? So no idea. No idea. And anyway, there's no outcome of it. The outcome, if you want an outcome, is get rid of all the foreigners. That's the outcome that we need, nothing else. Rishi Bharat says, long time listener, thank you very much. First time asking question. Well, welcome and thank you so much for being a long time listener. Thank you, see. Thank you, sir. I want to ask how and when did the Maoist movement start in India? It's something that dates back to the 20th century. Probably the 1950s, 60s. I may be wrong about that. Okay, I've not studied the history of the Maoist movement, but it's been this red corridor, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, um, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, this entire red corridor. And I think the roots of the movement lie. It all started in a place called Naxalbari or something. That's why it's called the Naxalite movement. When was it? Was it 50s, 60s, 70s? I don't remember because I've never studied this movement, never interested me. But it was, yeah, very damaging to India, very problematic. There was a time when a large part of central India was not under the control of the government of India. Would you believe it? When was that? Dr. Manmohan Singh's time. Like 20-30% of India, I don't know what the percentage was, maybe 20, maybe at least 10%, was not under the control of the government of India. That's the kind of situation you had, right? Um, how and when, I don't remember the story. I've not studied the movement, but clearly it had foreign funding. It had support from various certain political factions in India, and it had support from various academics in India. I mean, I personally have known people who believed that the Naxalite movement was good. And those were not bad people. Those people were not evil. But they genuinely believed the Naxalite movement was good and it should be supported. So that's the kind of brainwashing the education system does to people, to good people. You see, so that was a deal. So I don't know when it started, sometime in the 20th century. And the objective was to destabilize India, obviously. So who was behind it? There could be at least two countries I can think of. Okay, Prashant says some tips on how to be effective in multitasking. I am the last person to ask how to be a multitasker. I can't multitask. I cannot multitask. I am incapable of multitasking. My brain is so small, I can only do one thing at a time. Yeah. Uh, what's the what's the best I can do? Perhaps the best I can do is this. You know, while talking, see this. Maybe that's the best multitasking I can do. No, honestly, I can't multitask. I am the last person you should ask this. I can focus on one thing for 7, 8 hours, but only one thing. I think multitasking is a myth. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just too small brained, but yeah, doesn't work for me at all. Never ever. Nanda Kishore Rao says opinion on government facilitating safe prostitution and cannabis consumption and bringing them under the tax ambit. Pros outweighs the cons, in my opinion, old profession. I have not heard about this. I don't have any idea about this thing. Safe prostitution. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Look, cannabis consumption is a different story. Cannabis has been part of Indian culture and tradition. It's not like I'm saying everybody should do it. No, 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 don't do it. But there are certain festivals on which some people they do a token consumption of cannabis, like bhang on Shivratri or that sort of thing. It doesn't mean that you should do it every day. No, please, 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 don't. But it's a herb. It obviously causes these mental effects and all, so it's not something that is advisable. But in our culture and tradition, some people chose to do it on certain festive occasions, like once a year, one night, or whatever. I don't think there should be any restrictions on that sort of thing. And apart from that, if you allow people to smoke tobacco, then you might as well allow them to smoke a different weed, right? So I think the country should be more liberal towards its own cultural practices. That's all I'm saying. As long as it doesn't result in criminal behavior or antisocial behavior, as long as it doesn't victimize anybody. So smoking, it can still victimize people through passive smoking, right? But you still allow it. So if somebody wants to smoke cannabis or consume bhang or whatever, whichever way it is done, if it doesn't hurt anyone, let them do it. That's all I'll say. Prostitution, I have no idea. Okay, so that's not a topic that I'm in any way familiar with. So yeah, Mandeep. Well, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Life is sus says, क्या आप बचपन में ब्रिलियंट स्टूडेंट थे? आई ओनली वॉच रणवीर अलाहाबादिया पॉडकास्ट व्हेनेवर यू कम. वेल, थैंक यू सो मच. क्या मैं बचपन में ब्रिलियंट स्टूडेंट था? नहीं. स्टडीज में आई वाज नॉट दैट ब्रिलियंट. How do you quantify or measure brilliance in studies? Marks, right? Marks. I never got super brilliant marks. I think when I was very young, like junior kg, senior kg, first standard, second standard, that time I used to be always topper in the class, always. But I think it was in the I think even in the primary school, I used to be a topper usually. I mean, effortlessly. But I kind of lost interest to a certain extent in studies because of the horrific nature of the Indian education system during my high school days. So those days I did not really do super well. Did okay in studies because I just had no interest in this. And during college also I did okay, but then last year of college I don't know what the hell happened, and I got like 86% in the last year of college. That sort of thing. So I was kind of a student that did, did not always perform to my potential, because performing to my potential means lowering standards and studying all the garbage, in which was extremely painful to me mentally. Uh, that sort of thing. But I used to read a lot, and I mean, whatever I enjoyed, I used to read a lot of that. D. Banerjee says, why Chinggis Khan refused to invade India? Watch my video. Watch the video that is pinned to the channel on the videos tab. I have explained that in detail. It takes 23 minutes to explain that. I can't explain here in like 2 minutes, but watch the video. It tells you exactly why Chinggis Khan refused to invade India. All right, sir. Pranjal Mishra says, I read South Africa used to have nukes once. Have you heard of the Vila incident? Okay. So, how did they lose it? Also, how do you see their position on the modern day geopolitical chessboard? South Africa and Israel apparently were developing nukes together. And Google, or whatever you do it these days, Google the Vila incident. Let me do it for you. The Vila satellites, they even helped people, theoretical physicists, discover gamma ray bursts. But I'll go here. Okay. So let us Google the Vila incident. 1979. Here we have it. An unidentified double flash, which is a signature of a nuclear explosion. Vila Hotel satellite. Near the South African territory of Prince Edward Islands in the Indian Ocean, roughly midway between Africa and Antarctica. So, most independent researchers believe that the flash was caused by a nuclear explosion and an undeclared ocean surface nuclear test of an Israeli device carried out jointly by South Africa and Israel. Okay, so that is the Vila incident, and South Africa, I think they voluntarily decided to end their program. I think they were given some incentives by the US to end the program, maybe some kind of security guarantees or whatever. So the South Africans ended the program, the Israelis did not. What is South Africa's position on the modern day geopolitical chessboard? Nothing significant, unfortunately. Arav Shah says, it's often portrayed by colonial people that foreign countries gave us crops and so on. I want to know the truth behind this. Crops. So everything comes from foreign countries. The rose plant came from Persia because Indians did not have roses. The lion came from Persia, claims Robila Thapa. No, 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 no. Alexander the Great brought lions to India because India had no lions. You see, the Saraswati Sindhu pottery with lions and tigers is fictitious. So Romila Thapar says lions were brought by Alexander the Greek. Then there are some other people who say that India did not have gold coins before the Kushans introduced them into India. So everything of any value was introduced into India by foreigners. Our Brahmi script is actually a derivative of the Aramaic script because we were so backward, we do not have a writing system of our own. Everything has come from outside, apparently. I mean, how do you want me to react to this? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Okay. Mohit Vijay says, any idea to start brand export for China or Russia? I have no idea. Sorry. Sorry. No idea. Abhyuday Singh says, AC sir, if I were to conduct a podcast or just a conversation with a couple of astrology believers like Nilesh Oak sir and PV Narasimha Rao, creator of an app called Jagannath Hora, will you be willing to spend a couple of hours? You see, sir, I have zero understanding of astrology. Zero. I have not read a single word of an astrology book in my entire life. I would be a worthless addition to that podcast. I will provide no value whatsoever. I If I'm not providing value, then there is no use for me for being there. You see, so astrology podcast, that's not my cup of tea, sir. It's like asking me to, it's like asking Mike Tyson to play chess, or it's like asking Vishwanathan Anand to go and box. Fish out of water, that sort of thing. Not the thing for me. But thank you for the suggestion. Thank you. Um, what two or three advice will you give to your son for great life? Two or three advice to my son for great life. Always believe in yourself. Always work super hard. Always work super smart. Right? Three things. Believe in yourself. Work as hard as you can. And work smart. Don't be stupid and work hard on the wrong things. Okay. Arab Shah says, I want to know the truth about the Sufi movement. I have no idea about the Sufi movement. I am not someone who has studied Islam. I am the last person you should ask about this. I don't know. I don't know anything about Islam. All right. So I am not competent to answer this. Sorry. Okay. Maz says, I read about a breed of cow in Russia and Mongolia having sweat glands indicating evolution from zebu cattle. Indicator of out of India, perhaps. Um, if it is descended from zebu cattle, it is an indication that its ancestors were in India. Zebu cattle first appeared in West Asia about 5,000 years ago. And they appeared in Egypt about 4,000 years ago, zebu cattle, which means that Indians were in West Asia and Egypt about 4 or 5,000 years ago. Because cattle don't decide, okay, hey, cattle, come on now, let's go for a walk. We'll migrate to West Asia. Cattle don't do that. Cattle are domestic animals. Wherever they go with their human masters. Okay, and today many of the cattle in Africa, across Africa, even West Africa, are descendants of zebu cattle interbred uh, local domesticated African cattle. So there was an integration in progression of Indian zebu cattle genetics into Africa about 4 or 5,000 years ago. So that is out of India clearly. And if the same situation has happened in Mongolia and Russia, well, that's something that also needs to be investigated. So when did that happen? When did the integration of Indian zebu cattle genetics happen in Mongolia and Russia? So has there any research been done in that? In case there is, then I would be very interested to see that. So interesting question. Thank you. Siddharth says, whatever I've given about Iranian DNA are headed by Iranians. I fact checked universal S&P databases matching PCA plots distant from South Asians, done on Iranians in Iranian soil, not immigrants. Nature play. Why? Okay. I'll check it out, sir. I'll check it out. See, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm sure that you are making good points. Uh, Once this live stream is done, please do me a favor, Siddharth. Uh, in my description of the video, there is an email ID. Please email that paper to me. I will check it out. Okay, I'll check it out honestly, or you can just put it in the comments below this video when the live stream is over. I will check it out. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll check it out. Sachin Kumar says, how do you see advances in AI influencing geopolitics over the next decade, especially in non-Western countries? Okay, AI and geopolitics. So AI, like any technology, is a force multiplier, and how much of a force multiplier it is, that is the indication of its impact in any domain. So when it comes to AI and geopolitics, AI can be useful in multiple ways. First of all, in the military sphere, Ge- Geopolitics and the military sphere, military domain go hand in hand. One of the aspects in geopolitics is military expansion and military activities. So if you can augment your military capabilities through AI, for example, have AI enabled drones, have AI enabled drone swarms, have AI enabled robotic dogs with the rifles on their head, um, and so much other things you can do. Then when it comes to, for example, if you have surveillance satellites and you are tracking the deployments and movements of the enemy on their territory, or whichever territory, then you can feed the movement patterns to AI the past 6 months, and AI will tell you exactly what's happening, what they're planning to do, and especially when you integrate that with other information, and AI can tell you exactly what their intentions are, what their plans are, and it can predict their moves. And when it comes to, for example, gamification, game theory, I mean, game theory is something that you can do for simple situations, Nash equilibrium and all that. But when it comes to complicated things like, an arms race or military deployments, it's very hard to use game theory methods, because the situations are so complex. But AI, I suppose, can gamify it and give you predictions. So there's so many ways in which AI can be involved in geopolitics, especially in the military domain, and also in the economic domain. You can forecast. You can do economic forecasts about nations' GDPs and nation strategies and all. So that's how AI can be used in a huge multiplicity of ways. Generally, about non-Western nations, look, how many non-Western nations actually have proper AI systems, high quality AI systems? Only China has it. So then China has an advantage then, right? Okay. Test user says, will time travel forward and backward ever happen? The only way you can do time travel is if you can have a traversable wormhole and you can travel through it. In that case, you will actually end up in a different time and place. Not just It is not just travel in space, but also travel in time. You can theoretically have time travel if you use wormholes, but wormholes are theoretical objects. Nobody has seen them, but the Einstein field equations predict them. So you will have to create a wormhole that is traversable, because wormholes want to snap shut. So travel is theoretically possible if you use wormholes. Otherwise, it can't happen. Okay, ISX777 says, isn't capitalism the only way we can have innovation to extract resources from the space? And maybe find technology which is more planet friendly than, like, hydrogen powered cars. So will it destroy the planet? Very interesting question, sir. I really like this question because you have changed the paradigm here. So I said in my criticism of capitalism a while ago, I said that it is far superior to socialism and communism, but capitalism has one fatal flaw. And that fatal flaw is that capitalism demands quarter upon quarter, never ending infinite profits on a finite planet, which will end up destroying the planet. But what if we are no longer plundering the planet? Maybe we are plundering Mars now, or maybe we are plundering the moon, or maybe we have gone to some asteroid and we are mining it, strip mining it for whatever. Sure, it won't destroy our planet, it will destroy that resource. Eventually, you will run out of real estate to plunder, right? Let's say that we decide that we will stop destroying our planet. We'll move to the moon. So maybe in 100 years, when you look out at the night sky, you will see moon full of lights, and you have mining equipment everywhere, and they're digging holes across the moon. Maybe that will happen. Maybe in 200 years we will be done with the moon, everything extracted, nothing of value left. Then we move to Mars, and in 1,000 years we consume Mars. Then where do we go? You see, the same problem once again applies. If you want to treat everything as a resource, then whatever resource you have, let's say you capture a whole new planet, even that will be exhausted eventually. So the best thing is not to plunder and extract and strip mine everything. Don't treat it as a resource to be extracted and utilized. Treat it as a home to live in. But yeah, so that's the flaw with capitalism. But of course, you will say that 200 days is a long time. It is a long time. So enjoy while it lasts. See, the plundering of the planet has been happening for the past 500 years. But now we are reaching a point where we have microplastics everywhere and all kinds of other issues. It takes time. 200 days is a long time. 500 days is a long time. But the time will pass and you will eventually reach a situation where you have degraded whatever resource you had. Do we really want to keep on doing that? Are we that sort of an parasitic extractive species? I think that's the worst form of human nature coming to the fore, right? MK says, why didn't the US try to install a puppet in France to fully vassalize by interfering in elections like 2024 India or color revolution? Interesting question. Why hasn't the US tried this? To look, the US doesn't need to vassalize France. I'll tell you why. France is a member of NATO. France is also a member of the EU. If you are a member of NATO, it means that your military comes under NATO command, not French command. And NATO command is generally a non-French man. So the French military, or at least significant part of it, at various points in time, comes under foreign command. There goes your military sovereignty. France is a member of NATO, is not entirely militarily sovereign. Number one. Second, France is a member of the EU, which is why France has open borders. It does not have territorial sovereignty. As a member of the EU, France doesn't even have its own currency. They have to use the euro, which is a rebranded Deutsche Mark. And that is controlled by Brussels, not by Paris. So there goes your economic sovereignty. Then the laws and the policies that are applied in French territory are not decided from Paris, they're decided from Brussels. So there goes your legislative sovereignty. So France doesn't have full military sovereignty, it doesn't have economic sovereignty, it doesn't have territorial sovereignty, it doesn't have legislative sovereignty. Why do you need to vassalize that nation? Tell me why. Dhruv, thank you very much. Shri Trump, thank you. Vaibhav Shinde says, what's left right exactly mean in India and the West? Left and right, very simply put forward, right means more patriotic, more nationalistic, more conservative, more traditional. Left means less conservative, less traditional, more experimental, more more non-nationalistic, more non-patriotic, etc. Okay, that's the deal. Bat Knight says, while reading Hawking, I wondered, do modern cosmologies shifts echo ancient Bharat's ideas of creation, dissolution, and cycles? So if you look at modern cosmology, we have the evolution of the universe. Well, it all started with what we call the Big Bang, which was not an explosion, it was an expansion, and space-time has been expanding ever since. And what's the eventual fate of the universe? We're not quite sure, right? Are we going to have a big are we going to have a big rip? Will the Stelliferous era end? Are we going to have complete darkness? Eventually, will it be a big rip, or are we going to have the heat death of the universe? Or are we actually in a cyclical universe where eventually the universe is expansion stops, it starts contracting after God knows how much time, and then there's a big crunch? What exactly is the deal? We're not quite sure, right? So Bharat's ideas are that of creation, dissolution, and cycles. That's a cyclical cosmology that we have. But modern cosmology doesn't give you the answer right now, as of now, whether the universe will once again contract after a certain period of time, and have that sort of thing. Do we have two universes, one universe and another anti-universe created from the Big Bang? That also we don't know. So there are so many questions that modern cosmology currently doesn't answer because we don't have the data. We don't have sufficient data to formulate a proper answer. So, but if you look at Indian cosmology, Hindu cosmology, it's the closest that we have to the lambda CDM model, so to say, Big Bang cosmology. It's the closest that we have. Rushi Joshi says, Namaste. Well, Namaste, sir. You mentioned that Ukraine is on the Russian border, so it joining NATO is a current issue. But even Finland borders Russia. has recently joined NATO. Is this not an issue for Russia? Yeah, very good question, very good comparison. That's how you give counterpoints, really intelligent counterpoint. Okay, look, um, let's, very good question. Let's go to the map. We shall, um, let me pull out the map. All right, okay. So let's look at it systematically. Yes. So here is the map. Now we go to the region we're talking about. So see, if you go to the north of Russia, we have Murmansk, which is very close to the border with Finland. It's a significant city, Murmansk, and as you can see, there we have essentially a tri-junction between Norway, Finland, and Russia. Uh, and Finland is a nation that has a significant border with Russia, like you rightly say, and it has recently joined NATO. So why doesn't Russia consider Finland to be its red line? And why different treatment for Ukraine? Because you see, Ukraine is not Finland. Wow, what a brilliant thing to say. Ukraine was historically Russian territory. Do you know the history of the Rus people? What was the first capital of the Rus people? It was Kiev. It wasn't Moscow. Moscow comes much later. The original capital of the Rus people, the Russian people, was Kiev. Ukraine, the name Ukraine, what does it mean? It means Ukraina in Russian. What does Ukraina mean in Russian? It means the borderlands. The borderlands of what? The borderlands of Russia. Ukraine is Russian territory. If you look at history from a historical perspective, not from not from an ideological perspective. If you look at a historical perspective, this was Russia. And the Ukrainian people are a Slavic people. The Ukrainian language is very similar to Russian. How come Russians and Ukrainians can speak to each other? Because it's almost the same language. It's like Haryanvi Punjabi, that sort of thing, right? So Ukraine is a totally different situation. The Finnish people are not Slavic people. They have nothing in common essentially with the Russians. And Finland is a different territory. It's not that, you see, even the geography matters. Finland is frozen land, and NATO cannot really weaponize it that much against Russia. Russia has an advantage. When it comes to Ukraine, Ukraine can be significantly weaponized against Russia. So there are so many aspects to this because Ukraine oversees the Black Sea, right? Ukraine has there are all these factors that have to be taken into consideration. So that's why Ukraine is a red line for Russia. Finland is not, right? Okay. Okay, we have reached 7 hours 21 minutes. I'll do this for 20 minutes more. 20 minutes more. That's sorry, 40 minutes more until we complete 8 hours. Anonymous says, how should one progress in the direction of inventions and discoveries? For example, there was physics, then someone thought further and quantum physics emerged. Similarly, 2D to 3D video to AR, VR came. How should one progress in the direction of innovations and discoveries? Well, always ask yourself, what can you do that's to improve the current situation? And you need to have an imagination, and you need to have a vision. And in physics you have open questions, you have open problems. So it's not like you have to think further to come up with quantum mechanics. There were questions that you couldn't answer. That's why quantum mechanics emerged from that, you see. So for example, if you heat a rod of metal, okay, you take a iron rod and you heat it. Why does it progress along a certain range of colors? It starts with dull red, then becomes bright red, then it becomes yellowish, then whitish, then bluish. Why this particular sequence of colors? And what does the wavelength or frequency of the light have to do with the temperature and all these things? You could not answer it using Newton's physics. So eventually, quantum mechanics was inevitable because of these open questions. Also, the discovery of X-rays, radioactivity, all of that. So that's how quantum physics emerged, because there were open questions that nobody could answer. So you had to find a solution. When it comes to discoveries and when it comes to inventions, well, you have to think out of the box. You had the BlackBerry, mobile phone thing. So why did BlackBerry die? Because Steve Jobs decided he looked at things differently. He said, why do you need 50 different buttons to type things. Why can't you use the entire screen as something you can use to type? And that's why we have these phones today, smartphones, and BlackBerry became obsolete. So you have to look at things from outside of the box to invent things. Discoveries come out of necessity because there are problems that are open problems, and you need solutions to that. Otherwise, you don't understand the universe well. So different different ways of thinking. Anonymous says, how are Israel China relations historically? Allegedly, Israel gave plans for the Lavi fighter jet to China, and yeah, advanced electronics, the ASA radar technology to China, which became the J-10. Did you know it's the U.S. Jewish tradition to eat Chinese food on Christmas? I am not aware of this tradition of eating Chinese food on Christmas. Christmas, okay. Thanksgiving is the turkey, right? Uh, Chinese food on Christmas, okay. American Jewish tradition to eat Chinese food on Christmas. That's interesting. I have no idea. Okay, I learned something different, something new today. Israel-China relations. Israel wanted great relations with China. Israel wanted to sell whatever it could to China, including weapons, whatever technology. The Lavi fighter jet, you know what the Lavi fighter jet is? It's an Israeli version of the F-16, the American F-16. Would you like to look at it? Let's look at it. The Lavi fighter is an Israeli version of the American F-16. Okay, let's go to Google. Okay, Israel Lavi fighter. So this thing, the Israeli Lavi fighter jet, is a derivative of the F-16, and there you see the Chinese plane that came out as a result. So the Israelis gave the Chinese, you know, some kind of technology or blueprints or whatever transfer. Yeah. So the Israelis gave the Chinese the ability to develop an aircraft like the Lavi fighter jet and maybe the ASA radar tech. So the Israelis wanted to have the kind of relationship with China that they now have with India, and even bigger, probably, even more than what they have with India. But the Americans stopped it. They told Israel, look, we are your number one supporters, but this is something we don't want. So you need to stop it. So then Israel stopped the stuff with China, and then we have the India-Israel relationship as a consequence. Okay, Weber Finde says, did Spain and Portugal really divide a world equally to rule? Yes. Treaty of Tordesillas. Would you like to look at it? Let's look at it. Treaty of Tordesillas. 1494, an agreement between Spain and Portugal to divide newly discovered lands outside of Europe along a meridian 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands. So this was the division. Can you see this? On the west, everything belongs to Spain. On the east, everything belongs to Portugal. That was the deal. So they divided up the world into two halves. Half Spain will take, half Portugal will take, so that there is no conflict between the two. Which is why the Portuguese came and tried to colonize India. You understand now why? That's why. Explore World says, if God is world, why can't humans? If God is one, why can't humans be one to achieve? I have no idea, sir. I have no idea, sorry. No idea whatsoever. Nilay Srivastav says, what's your comments on the new fascinating theory of 3D time coordinates given by Günther Kretschka? How can this theory be proven? I haven't looked into it yet. I haven't. Interesting that time has three dimensions. Yeah, that's the kind of theory that has appeared. I haven't looked into it yet, so I can't really comment at this point in time. But yeah, interesting question. And finally, a physics question. Yeah. Unknown user says 24 CS PG unemp. 24 computer science postgraduates unemployed have NAR emo available mother and grandfather. My duty towards them as son, but I hate them a lot. I wasted my potential. Jack of master, all master of none. How, where to start? How to change? What to do with his life? You're 24 years old, computer science, postgraduate, unemployed, have NAR emo available mother and grandfather. My duty towards them as son, but I hate them a lot. Okay, jack of all, master of none. Where to start? How to change? What to do with this life? You have to find a purpose. You have to find a purpose. You have to find a direction that you want to go towards. You have to find a goal for yourself, and then you have to find a way to move towards the goal. See, life is a challenge. Sometimes things happen that that force you to go into completely unexpected directions. But you're 24 years old, so you're a pretty young person. Life is long, so don't get the feeling that life is wasted and it's all over. No, no, no. You're just starting off. There is no life without challenges. There is no person in that exists in the world today who doesn't have problems and challenges. Some have bigger problems, some are smaller problems, and so on. What you need to do is simple. uh, you need to figure out exactly what is it that you want to have achieved by the age of 30. Take a piece of paper, write it down. Whatever comes to your mind, whatever is whatever your deepest desires are, write it down. This is what I want to achieve, this by the age of 30. Then ask yourself, how do I achieve it? How do I reach that thing? Reverse engineer. If you have already achieved it, how would I have done it? And then figure out the way to do it. And then find a way. No one's going to help you to find the way. You'll have to find it yourself. You'll have to move heaven and earth if required. But that's how you do it, sir. That's how you do it. So you have to understand two things. Remember two things. First of all, always be positive, have a positive attitude. Always trust yourself, believe in yourself, and work very hard, but also work smart. All right. That's the best I can say, sir. Okay. I wish you all the best. Be positive and succeed. All right. Shubham Vavare says, you deny the Aryan invasion theory. Which Indian institute also has the same opinion? Are all Western institutions biased against it? That can't be true with love. You deny the Aryan invasion theory. Indian institutes also have the same opinion. Are all Western institutions biased against it? That can't be true. Why can't it be true, sir? Why can't it be true? You are saying your argument is that because a bunch of experts all say that the Aryan invasion theory is true, that's why I must be wrong. In 1905, everybody said atoms can't exist. In 1905, every expert said there's no such thing as atoms. Einstein said you're all wrong. And who was right? Einstein was right. So, please don't go by people's opinions. Just look at the hard facts. If you are going to be like this with this attitude that 50 people say something, then it must be true. And one person is saying it's not true, he must be wrong. Then, sir, you are a sheep, not a leader in life. Please change this mindset. All right? Just because everybody is saying something doesn't mean it is true. I will show you so many examples from history where the majority has been wrong and they have been proven wrong. All right. Einstein said black holes can't exist. He spent 30 years of his life trying to prove that black holes cannot form. Einstein himself, who proved everybody wrong about atoms. He himself was later trying to deny the existence of the possibility that black holes could form. A man of Einstein's stature. In 1939, Oppenheimer and Snyder published a paper saying that black hole collapse will continue, it will not stop. But Einstein that year published a paper saying that collapse will never happen. And people ignored Oppenheimer and Snyder. Well, who turned out to be true? So, sir, I would say please don't have this sheep mentality that 78 white people are saying that Aryan invasion theory is true. So, me, brown person, must be wrong. Please don't have that defeatist attitude, that inferiority complex. All right, sir, all the best. Nishant Singh says, what's your view regarding SSC exam where there are several problems regarding this examination? Government are not taking it seriously. That leads to antagonized aspirants. Opposition may get traction. SSC exam is the 10th standard exam. Misery. Several problems regarding this examination. Government not taking it. I am not aware of the specific details of which SSC exam, which state, or is it nationwide? What is it? I don't know what problems exist. There are different boards across the nation. Every state has its own state board. There are some central boards and God knows how many boards and things. So I don't know where the problems exist. Problems plague the Indian education system, and I don't know what's being done to resolve them. So my 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 overall perspective is that the entire education system needs a overhaul. And first of all, you need to end all the commercialization of education, all the corruption in the education, all the vested interests, and so much more. All of this needs to be fixed. Otherwise, India is not going to be fixed. Okay, Drijesh Solanki says many now see a global dynamics openly. Is this exposure intentional, or are these narratives themselves a strategy? So many people know Israel's control over the US. Are they failing to keep it secret? Look, there are two perspectives that I keep seeing. Half the people say Israel controls the US, the other half says no, the US controls Israel. Which is which? uh, Many see global dynamics openly. So yeah, there are so many things that should that would have been kept secret in the past, which are now open. Many things are now flaunted openly. No one cares, right? It's not like they are failing to keep it secret. It's impossible to keep certain things secret in today's age of social media. And the US is the kind of nation that they will even flaunt the atrocities they've done. They genocided the Native Americans, right? Instead of hiding that, they glorify that in their cowboy movies, the Western movies. They glorify that. They tested nuclear weapons, two nuclear weapons on Japan. They make movies about it. They have this horrific culture of violence, people shooting each other all the time. They make movies and series about it. The Americans are that sort of people. They won't hide their dark side. They will glorify it, and they'll turn that into something fancy, and Indians will start copying it. So there is this culture, right? This criminal culture, rap culture. Now Indians start rapping. Indians think rap music is cool. It is very cool, sir. What's cool about rap music? There's nothing cool about it. I don't see that as music at all. But whatever the Americans do, Indians ape them. So yeah, they're not failing to keep something secret. They're happy to openly flaunt it. James is back. You boast of grand ideas, but never forget our empire built the railways, the courts, the order you walk upon. We still hold the reins you tug. You see, the railways you built were the infrastructure of extraction, the infrastructure of occupation and extraction. You did not build the railways, okay? You had Indians build the railways using Indian resources and money extracted out of India. And you built the railways as the infrastructure of occupation and extraction. Whenever you engineered famines in India, did you employ these said railways for famine relief? You did not. The railways were one way traffic, extraction out of India. So, if you really built the railways for our benefit, well, why did the railways not serve any purpose during the famines you engineered across India? Right? The courts, the kind of court system you had. It was a two-tier court system. When when a British occupier of India approached the British judiciary in India, the court case would be dealt with lightning fast speed. When an Indian person approached the courts, they would be they would have to pay bribes, and the legal procedure would take months or years. So it was a two-tier system, an apartheid system, a discriminatory system, and so much more. So I'm once again grateful to James. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for highlighting these things that I need to talk about. Thank you very much. I appreciate what you're doing, sir. richard Richard says recent stray dog protest was also probably a way of bringing instability in India. This was majorly orchestrated by the so-called liberals. Well, I haven't looked into this in detail, and in any kind of detail. But okay, interesting. So that's another strategy that could possibly be used to destabilize India. Interesting, interesting. AKS Bagga says, right, RN Taiwan lobby is much more stronger than Israeli lobby in the US. And is it possible that the Israeli F-35 evaded the Patriots and THAAD in Qatar? Okay, I'm not aware of the Taiwan lobby being stronger than the Israeli lobby in the US. Okay, I'm not aware of that. Now, the Israeli F-35, which bombed some a certain location in Doha, in Qatar, did it evade the Patriot missiles and the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System, THAAD? Did it? Well, what I heard is that a British air refueling tanker aircraft took off from an airbase in Qatar. It refueled the Israeli jets after they bombed Doha, and then the Israeli jets went back. So you have an aircraft that took off from Qatar. It refueled the Israeli aircraft that did a strike on Qatar. The Israeli aircraft went back, and then the refueling aircraft goes back to its base in Qatar. What sort of fixed match is this? So, if it is a fixed match as it looks like, then do you think the F-35 was ever under any pressure from the THAAD or Patriot missiles or whatever? Okay. Arun Kumar says, I never meant to disrespect anyone, sir, but actually 20-30% of modern day Turks carry Turkic ancestry. But Greek Aplahub 1 BHS has nothing to do with Indian subcontinent exploration of Shia game. All right, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for the information. And do leave be do leave behind that the link to the paper. I'll check it out. Okay, sir. Thank you. Nilay Srivastav says, my POV on Shiva impactor theory of Cretaceous age, the real dinosaur killing asteroid, they created 500-kilometer wide crater near Mumbai. There is something called the Shiva crater near Mumbai, and it's a teardrop shaped crater. It's not your standard impact crater, which is genuine, which is typically circular, or mostly circular in nature. Sometimes you have concentric rings like you have with a Chicxulub impactor. And this Shiva crater is like about 500 kilometers wide. The Chicxulub impact crater is about 200 kilometers wide. So this one is much larger. The thing is that there is doubt whether it's a genuine impact event crater or whether it is something else. I'm not very sure. I've not looked into the details. So some researchers, geologists say that it is a natural formation. It's not an impact event because that would have been a glancing impact, which would create more than a teardrop shaped thing, perhaps. But maybe it is an impact event thing. I'm not 100% sure. So I don't know. It seems to have formed during the Cretaceous age, around the time potentially that the dinosaurs were wiped out, the non-avian dinosaurs. So maybe there is some connection, maybe there is not. Still seems to be some kind of uh, dispute about this. So that's all I know about it. I haven't looked into this in detail. All right. LR, thank you. Well, thank you so much. Thank you yourself. Thank you. Abhishek Jha says, Sir's understanding America is Chinese BRI Om Shanti. We'll see about that. You can't have too many projects you work on at the same time. Understanding America will obviously have a life of its own at some point in time. Right now, it is kind of in cold storage for now because I am working on other projects which right now are much more important to me. My writing projects and also doing this stuff, right? So there's only so much one person can do, and you got to prioritize things in the right order. Yeah, but we'll see about that. Okay, EKS Baga says, have you ever been contacted by foreign agencies? That's quite a question you're asking, sir. Not by foreign agencies. I haven't been contacted by foreign agencies. I have been invited to visit this country, that country, uh, and I may have taken up some of that. But see, for example, I went to Hong Kong, okay, to participate in an event. That was last year. I put out one photograph from Hong Kong on my Instagram. So that was an event, and it was kind of semi-official Chinese government thing to in Hong Kong, not in mainland China, to with the delegations where there was an Indian delegation, there was a European EU delegation, and there was a Chinese delegation. So it was a trilateral kind of thing to try and understand each other. It was a 2-day event, And yeah, so I went for that, and that happened under the Chatham House rules, which means that you can speak about what happened, but you can't reveal who was there. And that was the agreement. uh, was there some agency involved in that? There's always the possibility of that. So you always have to be cognizant of that. And I have been invited by some other governments also to come and visit their country. Some I haven't taken up. So I am sure I am potentially on the radar of certain countries. But India's interest is always the top priority and the only priority for me. That you can be assured of. Sharma says Buddhists helped Bin Qasim and ethnically cleansed Hindus from Sri Lanka and the Lhotshampas in Bhutan. They think Vedic gods are slaves of Buddha. Well, do they think Vedic gods are slaves of Buddha? Well, it is what it is. If that is the case, the way I see it, both dharma is just another branch, another path of dharma itself. And if some see Buddhism itself has so many different paths today. There are so many. This Vajrayana. There is how many yanas there? Vajrayana, Mahayana Buddhism. That's and there are other paths as well. There's Tantric Buddhism and there is other Buddhism. There are so many different scriptures and all. So maybe some of these paths see it that way, possibly. Okay, but the Buddhist bhikkhus and monks and all that I've met in my life, I have never sensed any sort of animosity or hostility or any such attitude from them ever. So from personal experience, which is not universal experience, I'm sure, but I personally have never felt it that way. It is possible that there may be certain parts of Buddhism that see things in that manner. Uh, so yeah, the world is complicated. The world is complicated. Uh, it is possible that there was help given to the Turkic invaders of Gandhar. We know that what was it? The Gorids were originally Buddhists who converted, right? And they then became one of the worst. Mohammed Ghori, he became one of the worst, you know, tyrants to brutalize India and so on. So the history is complicated, but you can't deny what you're saying to a very large extent. Yes. Mr. Saxena says, big fan. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. If all of Europe is considered to be the West, the Gulf countries are the Middle East, then what is the center or the middle? It depends where you are sitting. Look, why do we say Middle East? From whose perspective is it the Middle East? It's from the Western perspective, because there is from the West there is the Far East, there is the Middle East, and there's the Near East. The Near East is Turkey. The Middle East is the Gulf region, the Arabian nations, and the Far East is China and all of that. That is, if you are sitting in Paris or London, that's how you see it. So all this terminology that we are accustomed to employing, it is all a Eurocentric terminology. It's an Occidental terminology. It's not from our perspective. The center or the middle is wherever you are. Okay. So the Chinese said that China is the center of the world. Fine. From their perspective, it is. From my perspective, where I am is the center of the world. This is entirely subjective. Okay. There is no hard and fast rule. Vishal Roar says, I know you don't answer live news, but air raid sirens currently in Poland after drones in Poland and Romania. Interesting. I'll check it out after this is over. Thank you for letting me know, sir. Thank you, Vishal. Okay. Shirshendu Pandey, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. AKS Bagga says, did you see Epstein's pic with the Saudi crown prince? What? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. Will look it up. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Okay. JT says, I want to be the Dharmaraj like Yudhishthir and Ashok for Bharatvarsh in the future. Please explain in detail how to prepare for it, how to learn Rajtantra and war. Yeah, well, how to learn Rajtantra and war. To learn something, you have to do something. If you want to learn coding, you have to do coding. You can't learn by reading books. If you want to learn martial arts, do you think that you will read 20 books of martial arts and you become an expert? No, you go and practice. So if you want to learn Rajtantra and war, you do get involved in politics and warfare. That's the only way you learn. You don't learn by sitting at the feet of a teacher and listening to lectures. No. The only way to learn is by doing. Okay, so that's what I would recommend. Learn it by doing. All right, let's take the next question. Uju says Poland is so much family centric and welcoming. I'm following an Indo Polish couple on YouTube. Very nice. Okay. But Japan is not family centric at all compared. How? I think Poland is a very good place to relocate. All right. Japan, what happened? Japan has become work obsessed. See, Japan is under foreign occupation. Please understand one thing, my dear friends. When a country is under foreign occupation, its society can no longer function the way it was supposed to function. That is something that they will never teach you because they don't want you to realize this thing. When a country is under foreign occupation, its society and culture get distorted, and its society can no longer function the way it was originally supposed to function, the way it had evolved over centuries or thousands of years to function. Japan also underwent something called the Meiji Restoration in the 19th century, which also caused caused distortions of Japanese culture. They tried to overthrow Dharmic culture from Japan. The Meiji emperor said that we will now eat beef, and he was the first to eat beef. And then all Japanese people slowly adopted eating beef. For 1,000 years, eating beef was taboo in Japan. So Japanese society has changed a lot in the past 100 150 years. A lot of it because of the American occupation of Japan. And the Japanese have been worked to death. The Japanese work culture today is insane. It's insane. There's no happiness in life. All you do is work, 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 work. So and if you have that sort of culture in the country, how can you have families? That's why the birth rates have declined abysmally. So yeah, it may not be that family centric anymore, Japan, compared to what it was before the Meiji Restoration. I can assure you, in 1840, Japan would have been way more family centric than it is today. But things change. Aman George says, been watching your show since 2022. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. The current development of AI is rapidly progressing. So, as a new architect in India, what will the future be like? What can I do to be relevant? You are a new architect. And what can you do to be relevant? Well, India needs good architecture. Believe you me, India needs good architecture. India's architecture is ugly. It is a pale imitation of the Soviet brutalist style. I suppose you will know what brutalism is in architecture. India needs aesthetic beauty. So if you can provide that aesthetic beauty, not a watered down imitation of whatever is currently in vogue in the West, but something entirely Indian, which will be unique in the world, then I suppose then you will do well. Of course, if there are buyers for that, but that's also an issue because most Indians are mentally colonized and they want something that copies the West, not something that's indigenous. So I think, look, you've got to have clients, you've got to have an income. So I suppose you have to do whatever the client wants, the customer wants. The customer is the king. Um, can you incorporate AI into architecture? I suppose it should be possible, right? AI can come up with ideas and you can then pick a design that you like and then you can adapt it or something like that. I'm not sure. Um, what will the future be like for architects? I think there's a tremendous amount of scope for architects, but I don't know what kind of architects they need. Just functional buildings, or do we need aesthetic buildings? I would love to have aesthetic buildings in India, but I'm not sure about that. What can you do to be relevant? You have to stand out to be relevant in any profession. You have to be super competent first of all. You have to be different in some superior way from the average architect. You have to be super professional and you have to deliver results, right? So you have to stand out in some way. You have to develop your unique style or voice, not voice in architecture, style in architecture, right? That's what you have to do. So you have to find a way to differentiate yourself while maintaining the highest standards. That's how you stand out as an architect. And of course, you need clients. So ensure you get clients. All the best, sir. Okay, we are almost at 8 hours, so I'm gonna have to end this soon. I still have a mountain of super chats. So please stop taking super chats now, please. I cannot do way beyond 8 hours. It's incredible that I've done 8 hours. Tanmay says there's a theory going on that we are behind regime change in Nepal because our PM congratulated the Nepal PM, but he said nothing during the Bangladesh crisis. It's a theory I read. I hope I won't make you angry. Why should it make me angry, sir? Why? Please, let's talk about things. Let's discuss things. There's a theory going on that India is behind regime change. People will come up with all kinds of theories. The moment the wind changes direction from here to here, new theory will come up. That's the deal in social media. That's the deal with these influencers. They have to be relevant in some way. So they have to come up with theories. So I'm absolutely not angry, sir. And I don't believe that we are behind this regime change operation. We are not. Okay. Karan says Athena is Aditi claim was actually from India in Greece book by Edward Pocock. It also had okay. Oh yeah, I've read that book. I have that book. I may have recommended it sometime. It's an interesting book to explore different ideas, right? If I recommend R.C. Majumdar, am I also recommending the Aryan invasion theory that's embedded in it? No, you should read because you should explore different ideas. It also had pseudo connections like Buddha became Bacchus, Pandava became Pandya, and Himalayas became Thessaly. Yeah, well, all that I obviously cannot agree to. Right? Okay. Spade says there is this our politician who's ready to sell his country. Can we as common people do something to protect our sovereignty from such R? Look, I don't discuss domestic politics, okay? And overall, unless you are in politics, you can't really do much to counter politics unless you start a mass movement or you start a strong narrative on social media. So there are things people can do overall to create a narrative or to counter various narratives. But at the end of the day, to counter politicians, you have to be in politics. Atharva says, greetings. Can you brief about your helium research? Helium theory is the theory, okay? Look, there's a big open problem in physics, in astrophysics, in cosmology, dark matter. If you look at the mass energy composition of the universe, about 4% is visible matter. Everything you can see in the sky, all the stars, planets, galaxies, quasars, everything, nebulae, all the visible matter, it's just 4% of the mass energy composition of the universe. About 70% roughly is dark energy, and about 25%, 26% is dark matter. What is dark matter? We don't know. So the theory, helium theory, is that there is a very high likelihood that an overabundance of microscopic primordial black holes were formed during various epochs in the early history of the universe, like for example, the pre-inflationary period, the post-inflationary period, the reheating period, and so on. So you had possible overabundance of production of primordial black holes, microscopic black holes in the early universe. And what if they formed stable quantum mechanical stable bound states? What if that's the case? In that case, if those bound states are stable, then they will not disintegrate through Hawking radiation, and they could form an important component of dark matter. So that's the research. Okay, that's the theory. Komal Mandal says, are you familiar with the MBTI personality based on Carl Jung's work? Curious if you have typed yourself and what's your type, if I may ask. INTP. I am INTP. That's my type. Yeah, I mean, I've every single MBTI test I've taken on whichever website. It's a long, tedious test. Okay, first of all, it takes half an hour. Every single time I'm taken, it's always been INTP. So yeah, I supposedly am an INTP. Okay, Tanishk says, evening, sir. Big fan, but thank you so much. Please elaborate on Singapore's geopolitical stance historically in the current scenario in the coming future. Singapore's geopolitical stance. Well, Singapore is it's an important nation economically in our neighborhood. Geopolitical stance. Look, when you are just a city state, your geopolitical stance doesn't really isn't that impactful. It's important economically and financially. It's important because it occupies an important position in the Malacca region. It's got major port facilities where the Americans can dock aircraft carriers. And it's been part of the Western world, Singapore. Just like Japan is part of the West and South Korea is part of the West, not physically, not geographically, but politically. That way, Singapore is also part of the West. And that's been its geopolitical scenario. Uh, and In the coming future, we'll see. I think Singapore will remain uh, significantly significant. Yeah. Economically, financially. Uh, but see, the geopolitical perspective is a multidimensional perspective. It's economy, it's diplomacy, and it's the military aspect and the technological aspect. So when it comes to those aspects, diplomatically, Singapore is excellent. It's got a lot of diplomats, high quality diplomats. Uh, Economically, it's a major economic center. Excellent. Um Technologically, I'm not sure where Singapore is, and militarily, well, Singapore has a decent enough military to take care of its national security, but nothing beyond that. And it's part of the overall Western world. So that is the situation, and that's probably how it will continue in the coming future. Shirshendu Pandey says, please consider one live session per week in Hindi. Two, as others the family can understand, may improve channel growth as potentially one half country can benefit. Okay, I'll consider that. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Being Enlight says, sir, you are great at power. I bet girls loved it. 25 tips for me. I look. I was not that sort of person who was, what you may perhaps imagine. Uh, so tips for you, I don't know. Be the best version. My only tip for everybody is be the best version of yourself. Right? Be at the peak of your physical and mental prowess. That's what I would say. And that makes any person attractive in all ways. Right? CR says Modi today Manipur speech praised the young people of Nepal can be seen working hard to clean and paint the roads of Nepal. I have seen their pictures as well. Any role in India, any Indian role in this regime change? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is merely encouragement to the people of Nepal. That's all I can read into that. I haven't seen the speech myself because it must have happened while I was doing this live stream. And we have reached 8 hours. I've been sitting here for 8 hours and speaking. I don't think I have in my entire life spoken for 8 hours at a stretch. Okay, so I don't think there is any Indian role in the regime change operation. Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to end this soon. I got 100 more super chats. Please stop taking super chats. Should we show inhumane nature when thinking of national interest? Well, all I would say is read the Arthashastra. Yeah, Arthashastra. The Arthashastra will give you the answer. Essentially, you do whatever it takes to prioritize your national interest because your enemy will do whatever it takes to prioritize his nation's interest, including the inhumane aspects you are discussing here. So, when it comes to things matters of national security, everything is allowed. You can cheat, you can break the rules as long as you are on the right side of dharma, essentially. Aniket says, currently a US student. I have a Muslim friend saying that Hinduism is not valid and all Hindus will go to hell. Why so much hate? How to handle it? I have no idea. I have no understanding of this world, this particular religion, and I don't comment about these topics. So I have no idea, sir. I'm not the right person to ask this. I can answer geopolitics, history, or science. These religious matters. Well, what can I say? I have no idea. Sorry. Spade says, in today's world, what skills and capabilities would be required for a person to be a leader like Chhatrapati Shivaji, Genghis Khan, or Vikramaditya? Leadership qualities. A tremendous amount of persistence, tremendous amount of willingness to work hard, tremendous vision, intelligence, the leadership qualities, the abilities you need to handle people, different kinds of people, and make them work together, organizational abilities, tremendous courage, willingness to sacrifice everything. All these qualities are needed. Only then can you reach that level. Chinmay Gosavi says, is antimatter dangerous? Very, very, very dangerous. It's lethal. Antimatter is lethal. The moment it comes into contact with ordinary matter, It annihilates itself and the ordinary matter in an explosion of pure energy. It's lethally dangerous. One microgram of antimatter can blow up an entire room, or maybe more than that. I've What was the calculation? It's been a very long time since I've done these calculations. Uh, the basis of the calculation is calculating the energy output in MEVs, mega electron volts, and then translating that into joules and then into kilotons of TNT. And the basis of the calculation is the simple equation E equals mc squared. Very dangerous, super dangerous. Cause and effect. This is all speculation, but do you think there was an eastern channel of the Saraswati River? I kind of think the story of Bhagirath could be related. I have absolutely no idea. I've never thought about it. I have only looked at the Saraswati as this great river in Western India, an eastern channel of the Saraswati. The thought has never crossed my mind. So yeah, I don't know. Do I think there was one? Well, have we found any evidence of any paleo channel dating back to those times? In case we have found evidence, there would be talk about it. But I have never heard anyone speak about it. So it looks like the likelihood seems to be low. And I personally have not thought about it. So that's all I can say. Abhishek Yadav, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says flamenco looks oddly similar to Kathak. Did the Romani people who had Indian roots take it with them and give it a different name? They were outside of India for 800 years. So, so clearly it has Indian roots. The hand movements and all that. It's very Indian. So flamenco is very similar to Kathak. It's functionally the same dance form with different music, but it's functionally the same thing. So obviously, because of the Romani people and their Indian roots, flamenco is a Romani dance, and flamenco music is Romani music. Uh, so it's called flamenco. I'm not sure how the name evolved, but its roots lie in India. Hitesh Kumar Yadav says, "Is Europe really a continent?" Look at the map. Good question. Now, this is first principles thinking. Look at the map. Is it a separate continent? Is it a separate landmass? It's not. It's a fictional continent. The real continent is Eurasia. AKS Bagga says, do you think geopolitical analysts besides yourself, are very delusional, are riddled with pride? For example, Jaipur diaries with fake, false rationale. Look, I will not offer any comments or criticism about other people. All I can say is, in general, the quality of the geopolitical analysis in India is not good. It's not good. It's yeah. That's all I'll say. I will not comment about anybody in specific. Um, yeah, but overall the quality of discourse in India is very poor, very poor, very surface level analysis, very wrong analysis very often. But I will not take anyone by name. Likhit says, what is happening in Dharmasthala, Dakshina Kannada? I have absolutely zero idea, sir. I'm very sorry, I have no idea. Okay, Srishti says, well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the kind words. I want to research ancient Indian lost history. Should I pursue it through a formal academic background or conduct my own independent research? Look, I'll tell you what. If you pursue it through a formal academic background, it means that you have to spend a significant portion of your life and career doing it, because that's now the path you have chosen academically, and those degree certificates you have will say that. So, in that case, you will also have to gain employment through those academic qualifications. Is that something you are willing to do, or is that something you would like to do? Is that a path that appeals to you? I mean, a long term path. If it does appeal to you, then by all means, do it through formal academic qualifications. But if it's something that is not something you want to do in your full time, you're curious and you may want to do research on it, but it should not, if it's not something you want to make your career, then I would say don't do it through academic research. Do it through independent research. You can gain the same expertise without an academic degree, right? So let's say you want to have a career in so and so field, which is not this, then I would say don't get an academic degree in that. Don't waste 2-3 years of your life in that. All right. All the best, ma'am. Hunter Kenway says, what are your thoughts on the relevance of the rimland and sea power theories in today's geopolitics? Since both the US and China are strategically implementing them in some form to gain or maintain power, what are my thoughts? Look, it's one way of looking at the world. The rimland theory, the world ocean theory. That's Mackinder's theory, right? That's a theory that was formulated about 100 or so years ago, and there is some merit to this theory. Is whoever controls the heartland of the world island, which is Eurasia, the heartland of Eurasia, essentially controls the world. And for the West, the pathway to the heartland is through Ukraine, by the way. So the US is operationalizing that. They are definitely following that theory for sure, at least to some extent. China is a rimland power. It is also a heartland power because it controls a significant portion of Eastern Central Asia. So China is a heartland power. Russia is very much a heartland power. India is a rimland power. India has not made any incursions into the heartland. So the relevance is kind of there. The US does believe in this theory, which is why they're going after Ukraine, as you can see, right? Yep. Okay. Shashank Wangari says market leaders Germany 1400, India 62. Why? I'm sure. Germany 1400, India 62. What are these numbers? Market leaders. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what these numbers represent. If you could give some context, maybe I would understand more. Germany 1400, India 62. I apologize, but I'm not able to understand. Maybe brain is not braining too much. Hunter Kenway says, why doesn't India give rimland and sea power much practice despite having an ancient entire ocean at its fingertips with great success in the past, like the Cholas? Well, I have been saying this. India needs to become a great maritime power again. We've always been a maritime civilization. We need to develop a powerful navy, a navy with distributed lethality. And always remember that quantity has a quality of its own. India needs to do that. So maybe we need to invest, not maybe, we definitely need to invest more in the naval aspect of our military. I agree. Uchiha Madara says, why isn't it possible to Charlie Kirk anti-national CM? Sir, we should not, sir, I would request you not to ask such questions. It is not appropriate at all, sir. All right? Thank you. CA Avyan Reddy Ventula says, good evening. Well, thank you, sir. I am a Maharashtrian Reddy from Warangal and curious about the origins and history of the Reddy people. Well, I am so sorry, sir. I have not researched this. I don't know, sir. Very sorry. I have no idea. There's so many, there's so many very interesting histories in India of various communities, and I get questions about these. But my research and my study has been of history globally. I have not done deep research into all these Indian histories, which are fascinating. But there's only so much you can read. And historically, I'll tell you why. As a kid, I disliked Indian history because I saw it as a history of defeats, a history of sadness and pain, which is why I stayed away from Indian history. And I read world history. And only later did I enter the realm of Indian history. But I have not researched all of these aspects. So I'm very sorry, sir. But I'm glad that you're curious about your ancestry and heritage. Curious RC says, big fan, never miss a video. Thank you so much, sir. How does the entire gambit of current works? Who decides the value of currency? Our GDP is increasing, but when does the value of currency actually increase and how? How does the entire gambit of currency works? Who decides the value of currency? Exchange rates. GDP is increasing, but why does the value of currency actually increase and how? Very interesting story, very interesting question. And I am not sure that I have the answer right now at my fingertips. Right. I understand how GDP works, gross domestic product, also GNP, which is related to that. I also understand how the purchasing power parity thing works against the other one. How how does the value of currency work? The exchange rate. I think it's if it in a free floating market, it depends kind of on the kind of demand a currency has. So I think in a free floating market, it depends. The exchange rates depend on how much people are willing to buy and sell a currency for. That's the basic understanding I have. And beyond that, I may not be able to answer in detail at this point in time because I haven't thought of this question for the longest time. I think in a free floating, see, Some nations, they decide what the rate is going to be for their currency, exchange rates with various currencies. So in the past, India used to decide the exchange rate. And sometimes you would hear in the Doordarshan news when I was a kid, India has devalued the currency by so and so. So the government of India would decide the exchange rate. But today, the rupee is a free floating currency, which means the market decides the rate of the rupee. That's the best I can tell you. Okay, Sushant Bharadwaj says souls are of two kinds. New ones are still learning, so they run after pleasures, wealth. Old ones live wiser with meaning and purpose. Dharma says that when two people come together, a new soul is formed. Well, that is profound. And that maybe makes a lot of sense what you're saying, sir. Yeah. New ones, new souls. So, new souls can be formed when you have the evolution of a soul from a lower realm to a higher realm. And yeah, new souls will run after material pleasures. Old ones have gone through the cycle multiple times and they are wiser and they will live with more meaning and purpose. Makes a lot of sense. Very interesting. Thank you, sir. D. Death shot. Recently saw a Russian official explaining how the US is planning to remove its debt through stable coins at the expense of the world by devaluing the coins. There is a park angle. Please explain the process. Please explain the process and feasibility. Very interesting theory coming out from Russia and makes a lot of sense. So the US is saddled with this tremendous debt, right? And it obviously it needs to remove the debt. So what it will do is it will transfer all the debt to these cryptocurrencies, stable coins. And once all the debt is transferred, so you make cryptocurrency a thing. You bring the cryptocurrency on par with the US dollar for a few years, and you offload all your debt, national debt, into cryptocurrency. And then eventually you devalue the cryptocurrency and the debt disappears, evaporates. Just a magic trick. Pakistani angle, Pakistan has a cryptocurrency sector now, and the Trump empire is investing in that, stable coins. Yeah, so that's the deal. Feasibility, very feasible. Dorji says, small thank you from Nagaland. Hope you visit us. I would love to. I would love to. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Ketan Verma says, OMG CN versus Cap James as China. CN versus Cap James is bet. Pretty please, he's funny. Okay, if you say so, sir. I didn't understand, but thank you. Danush, low birth rates in India, thoughts not good. Alarm bells, because that will cause population collapse eventually. If we don't have to deal with it, our kids will have to deal with it, right? Not good for any nation. I agree that the population is too high. We need to bring it down to about 330, 400 million. Right now it's 1.4 billion. That process of bringing the population down should take a couple of centuries. Should be global. If you try to make it happen fast, it's going to cause demographic collapse, and that is not good for civilization, for the country. So yeah, it's alarming. Vishwendra Singh says, what's the relationship between the US and Brazil? Why was the same 50% tariff as India imposed on them? Because they were kind of uncooperative in some ways, and because they have also joined BRICS. But overall, Brazil cannot really go against the US diktats. Yeah. And if they are trying to be a little bit independent, then the US will punish them with the tariffs and so on. Right. Harsh Rathi says, why resistance of Kikhan Jats not taught in history? I'm not sure. I myself am not aware of this. I myself am not aware. Kikhan Jats, interesting. I'll look it up, sir. I'll look it up. Thank you. A. Rahul says, what is systems? Why is systems thinking not taught in our schools? Our schools teach you surface level stuff. And some stuff they teach is very advanced, which even gods don't know. But these important things they will not teach you. System level thinking, systems thinking, critical thinking, first principles thinking. These are the fundamentals of constructing a competent person who can adapt to new situations, right? Mental models, systems, all of that. It's not taught because they don't want you to understand. They don't want you to be competent. They want Indian people to remain like sheep, slave minded. So that's why. Okay, being enlightened. Well, thank you, sir, ma'am, whoever you are, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Sai Teja Reddy, thank you for your selflessness service to the nation. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Danush says, is there any proof of Abrahamic religions? Asking because I grew up abroad and in history class they taught the Abrahamic history is real and I was shocked. Well, the Abrahamic religions are indeed a thing, and the root of the Abrahamic religions is Judaism. And one of their prophets was Abraham, right? Who are the major prophets? Moses or Musa, and Abraham or Ibrahim. And Moses is the prophet who apparently, brought them out of exile and slavery in Egypt, of which we have no archaeological evidence, but whatever. And the other is Abraham, Prophet Abraham. Um, so, what proof? The Abrahamic religions do exist. The oldest proof of Judaism goes back about 900 BC or thereabouts. You have King Solomon, King Saul. I'm sure they existed, and that sort of thing. So the religions are indeed real. Did Prophet Abraham, Prophet Moses exist? Well, they are convinced, they are certain that they existed, even though there may not be evidence, which is, what, absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So, indeed, it may be true. Okay. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, there are movies about Shivaji Maharaj and many other Indian empires and kings, but never about Ahoms and Lachit Borphukan. Ask Bollywood why. We have no dearth, we have no shortage of great heroes in India. But they won't make movies about the Ahoms, about Lachit Borphukan. There's so many more. They won't do it. Especially, Bollywood used to earlier invite Pakistani actors and actresses and singers because cultural exchange. Why did they never have an Assamese singer or a Nepalese singer or a singer from Odisha? Why in Bollywood? Why only these people? Why not a singer from Thailand or an actor or actress from Thailand or Myanmar or Indonesia or whatever? Why always Pakistan? That's a problem with Bollywood, right? A. Rahul says, I've recently started reading philosophical texts of Advaita Vedanta, Kashmiri Shaivism, Ashtavakra Gita, etc. Why aren't they popular? They're beautiful. They'll be popular if more people are exposed to them, and the best way to do it is through the education system by giving some level of exposure, which will then induce the intelligent kids and the kids with curiosity to pursue it more. But we simply don't even teach the existence of these philosophical texts in our education system. That's why they aren't popular. No one knows about them, and people aren't. The education system kills your curiosity. So then, once you grow up, once you're out of the education system, you will never be inclined to read a single word again in any book. You see, that's why. E. Rahul says, literally the first page of the Ashtavakra Gita completely rejects caste, jati, varna. Why do people cite Manusmriti but not texts like these? Because it's called cherry picking. Cherry picking. Find one text out of thousands which has something that looks like what we can weaponize, and that's it. Just keep on harping on that. There is a clear agenda to portray Hinduism as evil, regressive, patriarchal, caste, blah 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 blah, and to convince Hindus themselves that their religion is like that. And there's a whole ecosystem and a whole industry built around that. So they have found something in somewhere, and then they will keep on harping about that. We have so many, like what you're saying. The first page of Ashtavakra Gita completely rejects these concepts. But you see, even if you say it, the academics who have a stranglehold on the education system, they will never publish a word of that, and people will look up to authority. Right? These are the authority. These people are the authorities in history and education. So that's why the truth gets whitewashed. Jagannath Vignesh says, love your work, sir. Thank you. Could not tune in today. No problem. Maybe I'll watch this on the weekend. High earning via Sanskrit. High earning via Sanskrit. Well, I do watch on a weekday. I have no idea about the high earning via Sanskrit, but all right. And thank you so much. I really appreciate your viewership and support. So thank you. Anirudh Pratap Singh says, can you tell us about sundial bomb? I don't know what that is. Sundial bomb. I can't remember what it is. I'm sorry. Danush says, any ideas how to end North-South divide and language supremacy wars in India? It seems so deeply embedded where people put trivial things over the nation. The solution, there is no shortcut. The solution is to reform the education system. There is no other solution. After people grow up, you can't change their minds. The only way, and the only time to put the correct ideas in their mind is when they are children, when they are learning. The only solution is to reform the education system. There is no other solution. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, guest recommendation, Nilesh Oak would be a banger. Well, thank you for the recommendation, sir. Right now, I'm not doing podcasts, as you must be knowing, but whenever I do it, I will certainly consider that. Thank you, sir. Okay. Varalika says, sorry for the basic question. No issues. Is Obama actually a part of the deep state? Yes, of course he is. He is. If so, why is Trump able to speak against him so freely? You see, when you want to control a nation, let's say you have a nation with two sides. You want to fully control the nation. Then you control both sides. And you create these fake divisions and fights. But behind the scenes, it's like a WWE match. In the WWE matches, you have fixed matches. They're all rehearsed and choreographed. So in front of the crowd, these two guys are enemies and they hate each other. They'll bash each other up. Once the crowds are gone and they are back in the hotel, they'll have dinner together. Okay, ma'am. Sarthak Dala Behera says, why did the Holy Church support the Nazi Party deep state? I don't know about that. I haven't looked into that part of history. Not sure, sir. But yeah, the Pope did support the Nazi Party. Yes, I suppose that's what I've heard. Yeah. Abhijit Singh says it's been 7 hours. Forget food. You haven't even taken a Luke break. Please admit you're from Mars. It's but obvious. It's been 8 hours and 25 minutes now. I've been sitting here talking. I better stop now. But I've got all these super chats that people have taken. Please stop taking super chats. I cannot keep answering questions now. I've got to stop. I'll make this fast. Rohan says, why not US tried to vassalize Mongolia to counter Russia and China? Because Mongolia was already vassalized by the USSR. That's why. The USSR got there first. Varun says, I researched Pashtun genetics to prove my friend was of Indian detail, but PCA plots so Afridi, Pathans and UP are genetically very distant from North Indians and Pakistani Punjabis. All right, sir. All right. What can I say about this? If you say so. Okay. Priyanka says, tips to train our brain to be consistent like you. Daily repetition. Small steps in the beginning and just keep on doing it. Form habits and keep on doing the same habit over and over again with over time greater intensity, but slowly. Don't do too much too fast, right? And if you want to make a habit, you stick to it no matter what happens, and that will tremendously increase your confidence, willpower, and so many things. Tremendous positive improvement in your life. Shubham Kumar says, did you see the capitalist post of IIT Bombay? I saw it. Am I surprised? I am not surprised. This came from one of the humanities departments in IIT Bombay. Why do we have humanities departments in IIT Bombay or in any IIT? What does IIT stand for? IIT. ये क्या होता है IIT? Indian Institute of what? Technology. So if you have an Indian Institute of Technology, why are they teaching humanities there? Why do you have sociology? Why do you have other such disciplines? End this now. What is the government of India doing? Why are you funding these snake pits in the name of science funding? Unacceptable. Look at the kind of research that comes out of these humanities departments. All anti-India research. All of it. I just don't get what the government is doing. Krishna Kumar says, Russian delegation will be visiting HAL to discuss Sukhoi 57 production in India. My thoughts, if we choose, will be a major irritant in India-US relations. What more major irritants do we need in India-US relations? What now? What? Hasn't Trump done enough to spoil India-US relations? What more needs to be spoiled now? There is zero strategic trust now. between India and the US. India doesn't trust the US one bit. And if the US wants to be upset, they can be upset. India should do whatever is in its national interest. That's it. Uh, but I hear that we are going with the Rafale. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it. But if the Russian delegation is coming here and if they're offering a good deal on a fifth generation fighter plane, even if it's an okayish fighter plane, I think we should go for it. All right. Naveen Rai says, "It's my first super chat ever. Thank you so much, sir. Privilege. And you deserve all the love from this community. Thank you once again, sir. You inspired me to dedicate more time. Need to see your pen trick, sir. My pen trick." Oh yeah, it's a habit I developed during school and college days. I'm sitting and thinking, and my my fingers are twirling the pen this way. All right. Yeah, that's an old habit I have, twirling the pen in my fingers. Thank you very much, Naveenji. Thank you so much. Rahul says, "What are your thoughts on US missile bounce off an UFO?" Very interesting. Yes, is very interesting. I saw that black and white greenish video. Very interesting. I think this UFO technology is mostly Lockheed Martin or whatever technology, some American company that has come up with that has devised very advanced technology. I don't think it's alien or extraterrestrial aircraft. I don't believe that. But who knows? Anything's possible. Pre LTP says, "Make a video on chat control EU online and online safety act." Uh, I'll have to look into it. I am not sure what it is. Okay, I'll consider the situation. Thank you, sir. Mohit Bhatt says, "What was the Tamil insurgency in Sri Lanka? Impact on global geopolitics? What could the Indian leadership at the time have done differently to manage it?" The Tamil insurgency in Sri Lanka. Look, that's a very well. The roots of that go back to the British occupation of the subcontinent. And the British colonized Sri Lanka also. It was part of the British Raj. And the British, see, north of Sri Lanka, you have Tamil Nadu. We know that, right? So the British made, they brought a lot of Tamil speaking people and settled them in the northern part of Sri Lanka. Just like the British took a lot of Indians and settled them in Burma. That sort of thing. The British did this all the time. They started the process of settling cookies into Manipur as a punishment for the Manipuris. That sort of thing. So the British brought in a lot of Tamils and settled them in northern Sri Lanka. And obviously, there were very ancient connections between Tamil Nadu and other Indian kingdoms and empires, and the kingdoms of Lanka. Very old people to people relations. The people of Lanka are obviously of Indian origin, right? So anyway, the British created the situation to a large extent, and after the independence of Sri Lanka, uh, I think there was oppression of the Tamils by the Sinhalese, various Sinhalese governments, and that eventually was weaponized by the West in creating this insurgency, the LTT, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Ilam. And it is said that the LTT was a Hindu organization, but their leadership was always Christian. Prabhakaran and his family and top leaders, all Christian, all controlled from certain Scandinavian countries, and Scandinavian countries are vassals of the US. So you see the connection there. And impact on global. No, it was about containing India. It was about containing India always, and it cost India a former prime minister, right? What could the in that former prime minister send the IPKF to Sri Lanka, which was what? I mean, such a wrong move. What could the Indian leadership at the time have done differently to manage it? what could they? What could we have done differently? I think the IPKF was not needed, and yeah, I suppose we could have used diplomatic means or other means to end the problem. Uh, we are a much larger and much more powerful nation. We have the resources to end this. We have to look at both sides what they want, and I am sure we could have used diplomacy to end the issue. Instead of that, we sent the IPKF without any clear goals. Okay, Harsh says, does pursuing a permanent seat in UN Security Council really benefit? No, it does not. Or it's better to stay away and be independent. Look, the UN Security Council is captured by the countries there. Pursuing that status is a waste of time. India should instead focus on pursuing economic and military growth. That's all we should focus on. Become so powerful that these UN Security Council seats become completely immaterial. That's what India needs to do. Indians are obsessed with status, and that's why they want this status of a permanent member of the UN Security Council. To hell with status, pursue power. Kishan Borkar says, think tonight in your dreams you'll be seeing questions being scrolled. Okay. Thank you so much, very much. Yeah, it's been 8.5 hours now. Good God. Sushant Bhardwaj says, souls are of two kinds. New ones are still learning, so they learn, run after pleasures and wealth. Old ones live wiser with meaning and purpose. Dharma says, when two people come together, a new soul is formed. Yes, sir. I think I took this question earlier also. So, yeah, very profound statement you're making, sir. Very interesting statement. And yeah, it makes sense philosophically from the philosophical perspective of our civilization. So, thank you, sir. Um, Elshrine Lohi. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, R says AI can't scale to human intel because orc OR. Please elaborate. Human intelligence indeterministic, which makes machines inherently unintelligent. Orc OR. Um, orc OR, isn't that Penrose and Hammerhoff's theory? Penrose and Hammerhoff have this theory, right? Is that orc OR? Let me just quickly Google it. ORCHOR. That's, yeah, Penrose and Hammerhoff. Yeah, that quantum that consciousness arises from quantum uh, computations occurring within the brain's microtubules. What does that have to do with AI? I'm not really sure, but there are multiple theories that say that AI can't really scale to human level intelligence or actually become self-aware or conscious. And Dr. Subhash Kak himself has done significant research on that. He has a paper on that came out in the last 1 or 2 years. Uh, Elaborate about it. I don't have the details with me right now. I'll have to once again refresh my memory and read the at least at minimum the abstracts of the two papers to be able to tell you. So unfortunately, I can't answer this question in detail right now. But yeah, very interesting perspective that you're bringing out. I'm glad that people are pursuing these angles of investigation. Thoughts on clubbing culture, nightlife, etc. Not for me. Not for me. I've never enjoyed that sort of thing. Even when I was at what in my 20s, I I never visited a nightclub. I never visited a discotheque or whatever. It's not for me. I think it's a waste of human energy, and all kinds of weird things happen there, which is, well, not something that I am fond of. Sandesh Khemka, Escape Velocity of Aging. Have you been reading my short story? So, in case you all are not aware of, okay, let me remind you before I end this. I am writing a series of short stories called The Mirrors of Maya. The Mirrors of Maya, in which I have concepts like these. So the first story is called Borrowed Time. The link is in the description. Okay. So it's about bringing Indian mythology into the present day modern world. We had all these mythological figures. Who was Lord Kuber? He was the guardian of money. He was the financier of the gods, it is said. But what category of divine being was he, Lord Kuber? He was a yaksha. What is a yaksha? Have you completely forgotten what the yakshas were? Do they still exist, the yakshas? Who were the Gandharvas? They were pilots who transported souls between the inner spaces. Where are the Gandharvas today? What if they're still around us? Yeah. So that's the kind of imagination I'm employing. And this is the first story that I've published in this series. It's called Borrowed Time. And it involves Indian mythology in the modern era, right? And uh, the link is in the description. And apart from that, I am finally writing books on black holes. I'm serializing my first book on black holes. So 2 volumes are out. One is Dark Stars to Black Holes. The other is The Happiest Thought. And it is black holes made accessible to everybody No scientific mumbo jumbo, simple explanations. And black holes are fascinating. The most extreme objects in the universe. So, in case you're interested, please check it out. The the links are in the description. All right. Saint Crocodile says, "What do you think is more likely by 2047? We being a global power, major global power, or at the mercy of the hands of a particular community, which by then would have majority? It all depends on the leadership. Whatever happens to India by 2047 will all depend on the kind of leadership we have between today and 2047. So I can't say, depending on the kind of people you all elect, we all elect, this could happen, that could happen, anything could happen. I can't see the future. I am not one of those great geniuses who says, okay, this is going to happen in the next 2 years, 5 years, whatever. I can give you probabilistic estimates of what could happen based on my best understanding, but I am hopeful that we will be a great power by 2047. That's what I would say. Difference says, which books would you refer to for Indian history? Nothing. But if you want me to refer something, I would say read R.C. Majumdar, but very carefully, and with the caveat that these books were written almost a century ago, and he believes in the colonial worldview of India, the Aryan invasion theory, and all that. But still, great source of information, R.C. Majumdar. Okay, tweeting data says, wish me happy birthday, Kashish. Well, Kashish, I wish you a very happy birthday. All the very best and many happy returns of the day. Thank you. Ansh, thank you very much, Sir Ansh. Prathardana says, it turns out steppe people like Santashta did not even have tin, bronze to make swords. They claim that they had swords, but no physical evidence. Interesting. Tin was mined in Central Asia or India. Where was it? I don't remember right now. Okay, so the steppe people like Santashta did not have tin, bronze to make swords. Yeah, so if you claim they had swords, provide the evidence. Keep quiet, right? It's as simple as that. A lot of these claims that are being made by so-called experts, they are based on scholarly consensus, which is a group of people who are shaking hands, okay, without evidence. If you make a claim, you have to provide evidence, otherwise you have to keep quiet, but there's no evidence. So you're right, sir. Ansh says, your thoughts on Nilesh Oak dating Rigveda to 20,000 plus BC. I don't know, sir. I haven't read his research. See, I have limited time and I would like to read so much and learn so much, but I haven't. Since I'm right now engaged in writing, which takes so much of my time, and before that I was doing other things, I simply haven't had the time to read so much of this research that has come out of late. So I haven't. See, I will not comment on a claim until I read it in detail. The logic, the justification, the calculations that went into it. Without that, who am I to make or pass any judgment? So I haven't read his research, so I can't really say anything about it without doing without see, if you don't read the details but you pass judgment, you are being super disrespectful, and that is not a good thing. So I would never do that. Khajoro Bitathon says, Sid Gupta's question: how did Putin free Russia after it was broken, compromised, and turned into a Western puppet? See, Russia was broken and compromised in the 1990s. First of all, the USSR disintegrated. Gorbachev did a Pizza Hut or something ad after that. And then we have Boris Yeltsin, the drunk guy, he sold off the Russian economy to various oligarchs. So the USSR was a totalitarian and collectivist nation, which means that the entire savings of many generations of Russians were in the hands of the USSR's government, because there was no private property. So all the savings of 70, 80 years of the hard work of the people was in the hands of the Russian government after the breakup of the USSR. And Boris Yeltsin gave it away to oligarchs to fritter it away and waste it. He destroyed Russia's 80 years of savings. Boris Yeltsin. He was a Western stooge. So Russia was broken by the time Putin came to power. And Putin, step by step, year by year, through hard work, has rebuilt everything. It's still not at the level of the USSR, not even close. But today, Russia matters. 20 years ago, Russia was nowhere. So that is what Putin has achieved. Okay, I need to end this. Russia invaded Ukraine illegally. So how you invade country legally? There is no legal or illegal invasion. There's no legalities in war. War is totally, you're putting laws aside. That's where war is. That there is no legality or illegality of invasion or in war. Okay, so these laws and all, they don't apply. Okay, I will go to war with you legally. Let us first go to, I mean, is that how it works? Has any war happened legally, or has any invasion happened legally? It doesn't happen like that. Dark Knight says, I took a nap and woke up. You're still going on. Salute to you. Well, thank you so much. So I'm going to end in the next 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. Sankar is a new member. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Project Smiling Buddha, huge respect. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, sir. VS says, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and Lee Kuan Yew were political pragmatists, despite their political leanings. How does this political pragmatism work? By being realistic, by not being overly attached to one way of doing things, by being attached to the objectives and goals, not the process. The Chinese have a proverb: it does not matter whether the cat is black or white as long as it catches mice. That is called pragmatism. All right. Rushi Joshi says, hello again. Well, thank you. Hello. What's the best strategy to hide our capabilities and bide our time, especially in the current scenario versus the US, with respect to the US? Just keep your mouth shut. That's it. We have ministers who like to boast that we negotiated hard with that nation and we showed them that we are a greater power. Why boast of this? Keep quiet. No big statements. Stay humble. Show humility. Don't talk about how wonderful we are, how great we are. You can talk about that in the historical domain when you're discussing history. When we're talking about the nation's growth and progress, you keep quiet. You don't make big statements, you just keep on doing the work. That is the meaning of hiding your capabilities and biding your time. Don't start flaunting everything and dancing from the rooftop and doing bhangra. That we have $4 trillion economy. Keep quiet. It's not 40, it's 4. Quiet. Okay. Vamshikalam says, number one superpower by 2047, sir. Not just a great power. Well, aapke muh mein ghee shakkar, like they say. Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I hope that what you say comes true. Ladies and gentlemen, I have run out of super chats. I am done for today. 8 hours, 45 minutes. I think for me, it's a world record. Okay, so I'm going to end it here now. I had, my intention was to stop at 8 hours. I have taken it 8 hours, 45 minutes. I have to stop now. Otherwise, tomorrow I won't have any voice left. So thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being on the live stream. I appreciate all of you. You have no idea how much I do. And I look forward to seeing you in the next live stream. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day, good night, wherever you are. And I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.